sing my song. On my trail, I'm gonna run you down. Don't you know that I'm on your tail? Make those mountains fall, as long as my feet don't fail.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with the feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
The mountains. It's where you feel most alive. They're your playground and your battleground. But the mountains won't go easy on you. They demand everything you've got. So whether you want to be your best or the best, train above the rest.
All right, welcome back to the 2024 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by
Jeff Browning.
And if you're a Silverton local and you have a favorite from Handlebars, pop it in the chat because we're ordering lunch. And Bronco Billy already got his
I'm getting the cowboy ribeye.
Cowboy ribeye.
Of course. And a baked potato.
Yeah, it's lunchtime. I don't know. I think I'm going to go prime rib.
Ooh.
I mean, prime rib.
That's a good choice.
Oh, geez.
Is there different sizes?
Sides.
Oh, different sides. Oh, they come with multiple sides.
Oh, Lord. We're making orders here. Bear with us as we get our screens back up. Baked potato and vegetables, please. Thank you, sir. All right. What is going on at the Hard Rock this year? A lot is going on, Jeff.
Yes. We have Courtney Dauwalter and Camille Brouillat
Camille Brouillat
are
from France.
pushing each other.
They are. They are 40 seconds apart.
40 seconds apart at last check we got. And Camille had Courtney in sight, climbing up out of Telluride, heading to Kroger's Canteen, the highest aid station on the course. And in the men's race, we have Ludo Pommeret in the lead, 2 minutes up on Francois Deane at Telluride, and Diego Pazos in third, about 21 minutes back from Francois, and Jason Schlar about 2 minutes back from Diego in fourth. And Courtney and Cammy were in fifth and sixth overall.
That's right.
I think I got that right.
You got it right. Crushing. Good recap. We are working on our feeds. Bear with us here. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated to help make this, donation collected by the Hardrock Endurance Run. If you want to donate in that chat, we would really appreciate it. We are trying to bring you better coverage than has ever occurred at the Hard Rock. We've got a lot of volunteers and runner cams out there following runners. This is a race where we are not allowed to use drones, so we are working from the ground at trying to give you coverage and footage of some of the most iconic sections of the San Juan Mountains during the race. And we've got,
and I've got an update.
Update.
I've got an update from Kroger's In and Out. Top 2 men have gone through. Ludo has put more time on Francois.
Wow.
He is 8 minutes up on Francois out of Kroger's.
Okay.
That is Kroger's out, not in.
So therefore he hasn't descended.
He was 1 minute in Kroger's and Francois was 2 minutes. And so they are both left Kroger's and they're on their way down to Governor at 36. So they've gone through 32.7 mile checkpoint at Kroger's Canteen, the highest aid station on the course at 13,100 feet. And now they would have to descend a 3-pitch snowfield. And I got to report that the bottom pitch is dry this year. Normally there's snow. And then they are on their way to Governor's at 36 miles on a rough 4-wheel drive road down to Governor's.
And we know Ludo's a super strong descender, so if he put 8 minutes on the climb, he's descending.
And normally Francois would be the stronger of the two climbers, typically.
Yeah.
So we do know Ludo's a really good. And I have to correct myself. Earlier in the earlier feed, I said Ludo was 49, but he's actually 48.
Okay.
I gave him a year. Sorry, Ludo.
48.
Shout out to my masters.
Yep.
Bro out there.
Still just crushing it. So we do not have video coverage up at Kroger's, but we will at Governor Basin, which is mile 36.3. And they're going to be making their way down there.
They should be there pretty soon because it's not that far down and it's downhill. So Ludo should be into Governor pretty soon. And it's a mainly, after you get through the 3-pitch snowfield, you hit an old mining platform and an old mining site. And then you're hitting a double track rough 4-wheel drive road. There's a couple bushwhacks where you cut a couple switchbacks of the road on single track, and then you're on the road hauling downhill, and it's all downhill to Governor's, and then it's another it's 13 miles from Kroger's down to Uray, the low point of the course at I think 7,800 feet.
77.8. Yeah. Yep.
So just under 7,800 feet.
Yep.
So they have a big long 13-mile downhill on mostly double track, rough 4-wheel drive roads that turns into gravel road, improved gravel road after Governor's.
Yeah.
Pretty smooth, runnable downhill.
Yeah, those first 5 miles or so of Camp Bird are real smooth right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if it just got regraded, but I was just running up there. And
It's a little rougher up top, but it's not as, it gets really smooth, nice gravel road. So they'll be hauling down to there, and then coming into Uray, you got to wind through the upper part of town where the ice climbing area is, and then through the tunnel.
Yeah, you go kind of by the river and
Yep, and you wind through town.
down there, and then start to head up the Bear Creek climb.
Yep, the big long Bear Creek.
The Bear Creek climb, which the first mile of that has about 1,000 feet in it itself.
Yep. So bear with us. We're trying to get video feed back.
Courtney is 5th overall currently.
Hey, can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
What's going on?
Do we know who that was? We're trying to report here.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear
Sally?
you. We just don't have a
Who's
video.
gonna go check out?
171
Oh, you can
just
hear
came
us,
in.
no video. Okay.
Oh, now we have
Then I
video.
think
We
I
have
got really
video,
close
but
to
you're
the
not in
computer.
the video.
Oh, okay.
I got
That's because
video
I'm
now.
very close to the computer, so I can hear you.
Gotcha. We see Sally.
171.
Adrian Atler.
Adrian Atler just came in. I
All right.
believe we
And Adrian is just getting some aid right now. Everyone that's come in here, they've been looking pretty good. And we're quarter into the race. As we said earlier, it is warm, so we are seeing a lot of people with their crews, icing them down, putting water on them. But I'd say that most everyone that's coming into this aid station, they're here for, I think the longest I've seen someone so far is like 4 or 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
they're in and out pretty quickly. From here, it's going to be a 9.7 miles to the next aid station and 45.
That's Chapman if you ran the other way.
That's if you go the other way.
It's like
that's the
5
reverse
miles to
one.
Kroger.
5 miles to
And
Kroger.
it's all up.
And it's all up.
So
do we know the climb on that?
Straight up. Yeah,
it's
we've been
like-
talking about that.
5,000 feet.
4,000 feet.
We have another runner coming
Is
in.
this Paul?
All right.
No. It is Paul. No.
We're trying to see who this is.
Is it Paul Terranova?
No, not Paul. For Paul Terranova, who got off course.
Oh, and we've
Yeah,
got
that is-
visuals real
that's-
quick.
that's everyone's nightmare.
Maggie and Sally, we just saw Ludo come into Governor Basin.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, he is currently
up-
in Governors.
Amazing. Robert Hannes. Oh, Panis. Robert
And
Panis.
we are, give us a minute, and we're going to give you what Killian's course record split is into Governor in this direction.
736 in, 737 out.
So
Right there. Maybe
he's
a
right
minute
on the
off.
cusp. He's about a minute or two behind it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ludo is a minute or two behind Killian's course record splits at Governor Basin.
Moving.
And we, like I said before, we got a report from Kroger's out that Francois was about 8 minutes back from Ludo. And here he goes. And he's out. So he's about 2 minutes. What'd you say, 7:36?
737 in and 738 out.
So he's only a minute back.
Yeah.
He's a minute
7:36,
behind
7:37.
course record pace.
Yeah. Yeah, minute
Yep.
or two. Right. But that was the
Back
year,
on
look, all
board.
three of them were in and out at the same time. That's when Killian, Francois, and Dakota were all,
Oh, pushing each other.
yeah, right with each other.
And here we're
All
back
right,
at
Paul!
Telluride.
Oh, who's this, Sally? Is this Paul Terranova?
Yes. That looks like Paul.
Hey, Paul took a little detour earlier. He's back.
Uh-oh.
He's back. And he's in good spirits,
He's
man.
smiling. That's just what Paul does. He went for Nolan's, I think, last summer, and all his pacers said he was like in a good mood the entire way. And Nolan's is no joke. So I mean, there's like 60,000 feet of climbing in that thing or something. So Paul's made for this.
That's awesome.
What's going on over there, Sally? What do you see?
We have a couple runners in the aid station. We have one that's just leaving right now.
I think that's Adrian, right?
Yep. Adrian's about to head out. You know, Paul looks sprightly.
Yes.
He looks so happy. He's got good energy. He's not even sitting down. I love it. Went off course, but still laser focused on what he wants to do. He knows what to do. How many times has Paul run this?
This is his second time.
Second time. Yeah, he looks great. Good energy.
All right, we're going to do a little crowdsourcing real quick. If anyone is driving from Silverton to Telluride, someone's looking for a ride. Deb Hamberlin's looking for a ride to go over and pick up Pam Reed.
Okay.
So let us know in the chat if you might be driving over there and want to give someone a ride so they can
Okay.
pace.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pam Reed is out there running her fourth,
Someone needs a ride from
attempting to finish her fourth Hard Rock. I believe she started 4 times but has finished 3 times. And she and one other runner are the women with the most finishes in this year's race at only 3. So again, we're kind of going back and forth. This is Telluride you're looking at right here. We're going back and forth between Telluride and Governor Basin. Telluride's about mile 28. Governor Basin's just over 36. In between there, you've got a 5,000-foot climb up to Kroger's Canteen in Virginia's Pass, on Virginia's Pass. And we have now seen our lead male, Ludo Pommeret, who people said he was going out hot. Why is he burning? I'm like, this is what he does, doesn't he? He goes out hot, like from everything I've seen. So I don't know. The question is, how many matches has he burned?
Hopefully,
if any?
we'll see. I know he's been here for 4 weeks, and he's done a soft rock, backpacked to soft rock, or fast packed, and then he did a supported run soft rock. So he's gone the course twice in the last 4 weeks, done the full loop. So he's had a good training block. I ran into him on Handies last weekend or 2 weekends ago, and we hung out, drank a Coke together, and at the bottom when we came off of Handies and on a training run, I was coming back from a bigger loop, and he was coming from just topping out and coming back down fast, and he was hauling downhill. He's a very good descender.
How's it going?
It's going.
So this shot, the main shot, is looking up towards Kroger's Canteen and up from Governor's Basin at mile 36. And in the inset photo, that is Telluride Aid Station at mile 27 and change. And this looks like
Tara Dower climbing out of Telluride still?
Yep.
Both pulls in one hand. Maybe she's eating with the other hand or drinking.
She has something in her
Yeah, it looks like a flask. Smiling. Tara Dower currently sitting in 4th place behind Courtney Dauwalter, Cami Bruya, and Katarina Hartmuth. And we will kind of keep track and try to get a split when we see Francois come into Governor on how much time has been built between those two.
So we are waiting for an update from...
It's a little warm, isn't it? Every now and again there's some clouds, but all right, we'll keep it up. You're crushing it. Enjoy this mini downhill.
Courtney, when she was racing before, was into Governor's at 8, Governor Basin at 8:52. So they've got a little while. They're doing that climb.
Yeah. Yeah, Diego has gone through Kroger's now. He was out at 1:43 p.m. So 25 minutes back from Francois.
Yeah, and we still did not have splits on the lead females at Kroger. They have not made it to the top yet, but last we knew, Courtney Dauwalter was about 40 seconds ahead of Cami Bruya.
Oh, sorry, I just said Diego, but actually it's Jason Slarb. So he's caught Diego, and he has been in and out. He was in Kroger's for 1 minute, so he's now in 3rd place, moved up into 3rd place.
We have a pass.
So we've had a pass on the climb out of Telluride up to Kroger's. Jason Slarb has moved into 3rd, and we are still waiting for Diego to come into Kroger's.
Nice. Let's go, Schlarb. First American at this point in time.
Yes.
France, Durango.
Yep.
Switzerland, Leadville.
Yep. So now we have still looking at Governor's Basin on the main screen, looking up towards Kroger's, awaiting Francois Deane to come in. He should be in any minute.
Yep, and in the lower screen, you guys are looking at the Telluride Aid Station, where we've got awesome field reporters Maggie Gutierrez and Sally McCrae out there, giving us all of the intel on what people are looking like, what they're doing, how they're feeling, what they're eating.
So we had a check at Kroger's from Ludo to Francois. We're 8 minutes apart at Kroger's, and we are right at 8 minutes right now from when Ludo left Governor's. So it appears he may have put a little more time on Francois. Okay, I've got an update on Kroger's. Diego was 3 minutes back from Schlarb leaving Kroger's. So he was 2 minutes in front of him, in front of Schlarb leaving Telluride. So Schlarb caught him and put 4 minutes on him.
And someone in the field telling us Jason was feeling very confident, said he started very easy. So
yeah, he looked super controlled this morning when I saw him in person. I went up Ice Lake Trail and saw him where the trail comes off Cam Traverse, the KT Traverse, onto Ice Lake Trail before you go up to Grand Swamp Pass. So he was small smile, super chill. He looked really calm. So, and he knows this course really well. He lives in Durango. He trains on the course. He's finished with Killian. Tied for first in 20. What year was that?
16.
Is that when that happened?
Mm-hmm.
2016.
I believe so. It's been a while.
We are still waiting on Francois to come into Governor's Bases. This main screen is looking up the road where Francois would be coming down this road from Kroger's Canteen Aid Station.
Know everyone that is not a screensaver you're looking at. That is the actual camera at the Governor Aid Station. And when we turn it around, or when we see Francois, a runner, pop out on that road, we will expect it to be Francois Deane coming into the aid station here. In the lower corner, we're continuing to see runners. This is Claire Banwarth coming into Telluride. Oh, not Francois, a car.
A car. Here we are, Telluride.
Yep. So Claire Banwarth, 5th female, still holding the 5th position here at Telluride. Claire has done this race before. Did it last year. Before then going on to do about 8 other races, including the Colorado Trail, the rest of the season.
I mean, didn't she go right after, like a week or two after Hardrock and did a 200?
Yeah. I think the Swiss something.
Oh.
Yeah. Very proficient racer. Although I don't know what she's done this year. I think I saw in the chat some people saying she's already done a few races, but she's in her 40th 100 miler this year. That's not possible. Yeah, so there's a DJ at Telluride. He was jamming out, dancing earlier.
Yeah.
Lots of vibes at Telluride. Some people, I think I heard AJW and Chris Warden talking earlier about kind of where you should go to observe or spectate on the course, and Telluride and Uray are 2 really, natural options, easy to access, a lot of space to just hang out there, parks, bring the whole family. And we're expecting lead runners into Uray. If they're staying on course record splits, it's going to be, maybe around I think 2:30 or something like that in the afternoon.
Yeah.
2:30.
Yeah.
So 2:31. Anything before that would be ahead of course record split into Uray. On the women's side, let's check out what what Courtney did. Into Uray, 3:53. So between 2:30 and 4 o'clock, you should go to Uray and hang out at the aid station if you want to see front runners.
Yeah.
Just don't park in my parents' driveway if you don't mind.
They live in Uray?
We live 50 feet from the aid station.
They do?
Yeah, my childhood home. Could throw a rock at it.
That's awesome. That's a cool place to grow up.
That's where I grew up. Everyone, it's Felin Park, not Felon Park. It's Felin Park in Uray, named after my great-grandfather who owned the land. He bought it for $10,000 way back when, and then he donated it. We're getting rain in Governors. There's a little rain shower. Yeah, that looks like it's kind of coming down there a bit, which could be refreshing.
Actually, that's really good because
it'll cool it off.
And it will set. If it rains, it'll settle the dust. It's been really dusty, and this is a long gravel road down to Uray on Campbird Road, and it is dusty, and it has a lot of Jeep traffic. It takes you up. Oh, there's Francois.
Yeah.
So we've got a visual on Francois coming into Governors at mile 36.
7:53.
So 7:53, 38.
Okay. So 36. It's about 13 minutes back of course, record pace. And 15
minutes back.
15 minutes back of Ludo.
No, that's just he's more than that. Yeah, he's more than that because that's Ludo's out.
Okay. So depending on when he goes out.
We'll get a timestamp as Francois leaves.
Allez, Francois, let's go. He looked a little tired coming in there, but he always looks, I don't know. Everyone was like, the year he was running with Dakota and Killian, they were like, he didn't look good, but then he was right there with them.
Yeah,
so
the whole time.
Everyone visually suffers differently.
Yeah, totally.
Like Jeff Browning going up the final climb of Eldon doesn't really look like he's suffering even though he was. I was following him.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Francois Deane in Governor Basin. We've got some showers. Hard to tell. It doesn't look like a super light sprinkle. But like you were saying, it's going to really damper down the dust and make it kind of hero dirt on some of those sections later. Yeah, Francois really did want to, I think, experience the race this year with his whole family. They're all out there. They're here at this aid station. But Ludo Pommeret has put some additional time on him.
They were 2 minutes apart at Telluride, and then 8 minutes apart at Kroger's.
And now potentially even 16 or
17 minutes possibly by the time he leaves.
Oh, runner 236 climbing out of Telluride. Yay! Let's go.
So if you're just joining us, this is Governor's Aid Station on the main screen and Telluride in the inset. And we have Francois Deane at Governor's, and he is now leaving. So we've got a 55, almost 56 minutes.
Running out.
He is 17 minutes back from the lead. So Ludo Pommeret continues to be in the lead and putting more time on Francois Deane in second place. We've got Jason Slarbs moved into third at Kroger's ahead of Diego. And we are now the next person in would be probably Jason Schlarb.
And it looks like it's raining a little harder.
Yep. Which I think actually is a good thing.
Yeah. What elevation do you think Governor Basin is? Probably 11, 12?
Yeah, it's around 11.
Yeah.
It's probably around 11.
So, we could look here. Yeah, well, it looks like it's right. If it's right there, it's around 11. So I wonder if it's still warm up there, and this could just be really welcoming, kind of
Yeah, this will cool things off in that valley. And it's really hot for the leaders going through down into Uray. Uray's the low point at a little under 7,800 feet. It's always hot. It's very dark red rock around there, and it's in a valley that's it is surrounded by giant peaks above you, and it gets hot in that. It's probably the hottest part of the course.
Okay.
For that afternoon section for the leaders.
Yeah.
And climbing up out of there. So this could help.
I think we need to give a quick shout out to our sponsors here as we watch some runners climbing out of Telluride. Just a quick shout out to those that are helping bring the live stream to all of you at home. We've got Sunto, our presenting sponsor, platinum sponsors being The Feed, Tailwind, and Titus Adventure Company. Gold sponsors, The North Face and Squirrel's Nut Butter, and silver sponsors, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. Thank you all so much for your support of the Mountain Outpost live stream. We've got some discount codes for you guys. You can pick up all of these amazing products. Discount codes are in the description. If you want to take advantage of any of those products, they are all amazing. Many of our runners out there are using all of these things during Hardrock. So check them out and give some support and love to our sponsors, please. Again, Governor Basin.
Yeah, we're getting an afternoon thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a nice rain to settle the dust. It has been very dusty this week.
Yeah, it's been dry and dusty.
So this rain's welcome. It'll cool things down. It'll help the runners up front not be as hot going down into Uray.
Here we go, more outstanding runners making their way out of Telluride. So many people smiling, so many people that have been trying so long to get into this race. I know that my friend Katie Asmuth is out there accruing and pacing. Oh, I think that's Paul Terranova.
Yep. I didn't catch the other number before in front of him.
I didn't see that either, but we're, Katie is going to be crewing a runner named Vishal who has been trying to get in for 14 years. And, people just decades of trying to get into this race are really soaking it in and just trying to enjoy their opportunity and their dream realized here. Yeah. I can. What's up, Maggie?
Sixth female, just came into Telluride.
Perfect. How was she?
And I just spent a few minutes with I spent a few minutes with Claire, our French athlete. She's in 5th place. She just left Telluride Aid Station, and she said that she had taken a couple of falls. Her running tights were ripped, and she had some scratches and a lot of dirt all over her. She was saying that she had a little pain in her leg, but she was in really good spirits. She didn't have any crew here, so she came in, got some food. I just sat with her a little bit and I reminded her, hey, you are in 5th place. And she perked up when I said that. She's like, oh, I am? So just encourage her to keep going, keep pushing. She has a long list of just incredible achievements. So she's no stranger to being on her feet for hundreds of miles and pushing herself to just beyond limits. Like, she's amazing. So she probably stayed in the aid station, I'd say, for 3 or 4 minutes, just really took her time filling up her pack. She ate a lot. So she's eating and drinking really well. I just think those 2 falls really beat her up. But she left. She's ready for the big climb. And, yeah, we'll see what she does the rest of the race.
Awesome. Thank you for those insights, Sally. So again, Claire Brownworth in 5th, Emily Halnan in 6th, Claire having taken a couple falls. Sometimes that's okay, because give you a little adrenaline. We just hope it didn't won't result in any kind of long-term, injury type issues. But yeah, that is not something that it's hard to avoid falls on this course in general. So thanks for all of the insights. Keep them coming.
Our 8? Yeah. 7. Yeah. 7th place woman just came in. I'm going to go check out. And see what her number is.
Is that Becky Bates?
Not sure. Or Sally's gonna go check her bib number so we can see. We will let you know in a second.
Can you turn Sally up a little bit? Can you turn Sally up a little bit?
229. 229.
Yeah.
229.
What's her number?
229.
229. Oh, that was Yitka Win.
Oh, Yitka, we have a pass.
Yes, she's what are we on now? 7th female? Yeah, Yitka just won the Cascade Crest last year.
Mm-hmm.
She's won it like multiple times. Their first Hard Rock.
Awesome. So Yitka win into 7th.
Wait, Maggie, who's this sitting right here in the pink hat?
Yeah, Arnica's allowed in races.
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's any rules against Arnica. Natural substance.
No, I don't think there is. Not that I know of.
Nope.
Oh, another one coming in.
I think we did hear from the aid
Carl.
station.
Yes,
And
Carl,
kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Carl the Speed Goat is entering Telluride.
Carl Meltzer into Telluride.
He looks pissed off, as he usually does.
Yeah, that's not right.
He came in and did like a shrug, like what? I think he's looking for his crew, like he didn't know where they were.
That's why I call
found
him
them.
Old Man Meltzer.
I heard my
Another
Uncle Rick
runner
would be
just went
really
into-
pissed off many times when he would come into aid stations. It's kind of just the reaction.
Oh, is Billy Grimes is here? Pretty sure Billy Grimes came in right after him. Silverton local, Billy, first Hard Rock.
Right. Do you want to mute us for a second?
It seems like it's getting a little less spaced out now than we waited a long time between like 4th female and a few dudes. So maybe we're getting to like a chunk of runners now.
So we're going to mute our commentary in studio and leave it on you, Maggie and Sally, for just a few minutes here. So you're both still live.
Me and Sally are live. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Oh, Emily, how you doing? Awesome. She's big thumbs up. This is how we live stream now. It's nothing's working. Emily's all smiles. She's amazing. This is her third Hard Rock. She's done I have a feeling she's going to that cloud that's over Governors may be coming this way. So we might have to cover some here. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not pointed at us. Yeah. No, I'm Sally. Sally. Yeah.
Okay, Emily is leaving the aid station.
No, you know what? You might be thinking
I,
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if Yitka left yet, but I don't think so. So I think that Emily is leaving ahead of Yitka. So she is still in sixth place.
No,
somewhere I don't know where.
Yeah.
I follow you, so I'm rolled the pearl on Strava.
Oh, okay.
And I follow you, and everyone's just.
We have another runner in. I believe it's a Japanese runner, Shinsuki.
Yeah, I
Just entered Telluride.
Maggie, but she got injured, so we're
not in one go, but in train. And Dilly is not allowed on hard.
Yeah, we're doing so yeah.
Oh, there's Claire on the climb. She's looking happy. Who's this guy? Do you see his bib number? Oh, it's Andy Reid from Canada. Not to be confused with the former Eagles coach and the Kansas City coach, Andy Reid. Fun fact, there's a football player named Zach Miller. And Zach Miller has been mistaken for that Zach Miller.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so he was on like a trainer somewhere coming from UTMB, and this guy heard the name Zach Miller and followed him at UTMB, but assumed it was a football player.
No way.
And he did such a good job at UTMB, and he was surprised a football player could run that well. And he's telling Zach this story, and it's really Zach Miller, the runner, not the football player. So I thought that was funny. And Zach never told him he was Zach Miller.
How you doing? Good.
We got a female coming in, I think. This would be eighth female. This might be Becky Bates.
Well done.
This is Becky Bates coming in.
What's your name? Becky?
Yes, it is.
Becky. Number 6. Number 6, Becky.
I can tell because she's so short. She's very little.
And all smiles.
All smiles.
Yeah.
So
She looks
Becky,
awesome. Becky Bates.
Becky also wasn't sure she was going to make it to the start line. We have the same masseuse, Leah Fine. Shout out. Becky was having IT bin issues, and Leah helped her get them under control. And she is at the start, and she is crushing it. An eighth female. And I believe Becky's from Canada too. 2 Canadians, 1, 2. Also, there are quite a few dogs at this aid station, and we had a little brawl earlier.
There's been a few brawls. There's been a lot of barking, some snarling.
They've got their territories now because everyone's been here so long waiting for their runners. Okay, so
I'll go see. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. What? How you feeling?
you look great. You look great.
101.
John.
Looking good. All
John
smiles.
Anderson, I think that was from Truckee, California. Just came into Telluride, which would make him 29th overall. And that's all I know right now.
You're doing great, Maggie. Doing great.
And it's starting to get cloudier here, so we'll see. Send trash bags. Maybe Jack will lend us some trash bags just in case.
Although our 9:10 could come in before the rain.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got I think 9:10 we can be saved from the rain. Oh, look, Emily on the climb here. That's great. And Yutka together, so cute.
Good.
Friendship at Hardrock.
It worked.
Also, fun fact about Billy Grimes, I like to call it out, but they run Billy's Rabbit Hole, which is a really crucial aid station during Run Rabbit because you're on a really long climb and Summit Lake's still really far away. And they serve hockey puck pancakes in the middle of the night. I'm just kidding. They're actually really good pancakes. But the joke is Amanda tried to give me a pancake that was like a hockey puck the one time. This is the 9th woman. We think it might be Amber. Why? We do not have information incoming.
225.
Yes, Amber Weibel from Tahoe, California. Look at that. A Truckee and a Tahoe person, 1-2. We had a Canadian 1-2. Yeah. So we have our 9 women in, 20 something guys, maybe 20 guys. Yeah, just waiting for the 10th female, which could possibly be Claire Heslop, who was 10th back at Chapman. So we'll see if she held on to that.
What are we looking at right now? About 8 hours, a little over 8 hours time elapsed. Is that right? 6 a.m. start.
Yeah. Correct.
Hey, Maggie and Sally, real quick.
We'll be back.
We'll be right back to you. We've got Jason Schlarb coming into Governor Basin.
Yep.
Awesome.
Cool.
3rd, male.
Yes. So Jason Schlarb into Governor Basin at mile 36 in 3rd. He has moved into 3rd over,
Diego
Pazos. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so Jason Schlarb.
All smiles coming into Governor.
Oh, right
Diego's
there.
right on him.
Right there.
Diego's arriving as well. They're together pretty much. So Diego has reeled him back in on the downhill. And Jason's out already. He was in and out less than 30 seconds. Diego's there retying a shoe.
Oh, got to sit down and do it.
We got a race for the podium.
Yeah, so
It's early though. It's still early.
So Jason had passed him up the climb, and then Diego coming in 30 seconds behind him here at Governor's.
Yeah, so he must have reeled him. Let's see. I'm gonna give a. Yeah, they were together, so they were 4 minutes apart at Kroger's.
But Diego is
So-
emptying out his shoes and taking a little bit of time here.
Yeah, and Diego must have put a little bit of a move on this downhill.
Yeah. Again, Diego Pazos out of Switzerland. And in front of him is Jason Schlarb, Durango, Colorado. Previous winner of the race.
Yeah, he moved up.
Okay, Diego's back up, eating some watermelon, grabbing new bottles, and looking like he's getting ready to go.
All right, we have an update on Kroger's. Courtney Dauwalter is through Kroger's in 1 minute. She was in at 2:13, out at 2:14. So she's still about 30 minutes back from the guys. So she's still in 5th overall. And Diego is out of Governor's and on his way to Uray down Campbird Road.
And that looks like it could be about 2 minutes ahead of course record splits.
What was? Hers.
Courtney in to Kroger.
Okay. So we have Courtney Dauwalter a couple minutes up on her own course record splits coming out of Kroger's. We've had rain on the Governor Basin side. It looks like it's rained enough to get rid of the dust on the road, which is a nice. It sucks when it's dry.
Yeah. Just dusty, getting your lungs and.
Yeah, and there's so much traffic on that road. There's a bunch of Jeeps and Razors and drive up and down that road because it goes up over Imogene Pass.
Yep.
So it's a very popular OHV road.
So this that we're looking at Governor Basin is mile 36.3 of the race. In the corner of your screen, you're seeing Telluride Aid, which is 27.8. And we've had 9 women come through Telluride.
You get to the road, and like a mile or two down the road, there's Governor's.
Yeah, so Jason Schlarb, 2-minute lead on Diego, but they came in together. Diego took a little extra time, tie his shoe, eat a little more, and then he was out too. So we have quite a tight race for the men's podium right now. And we should see maybe another 30 minutes. We should see Courtney coming through Governor.
3,000 feet down to
And we might expect Ludo into Uray in about the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, all right, because he's right around course record pace.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about kind of that. So basically they leave Governor, and then what does this look like? I know 7-8 miles, you got some rocky road, but is it pretty much all downhill to Uray?
Yeah, there's a couple little tiny roller uphills as you get closer down to town, but it is mostly just runnable downhill road, like improved gravel road. There's some switchbacks here and there, some little flat spots. It kind of just stair step rolls downhill. You do have to work for it in a few spots.
Yeah.
It's not just a give me downhill. And then once you get down to town, you get into some steeper stuff, real quick steeper stuff, and then down into town, and then it's flat down along the river. And you cross a footbridge and into the aid station.
And it looks like Killian did that section in 7:30 to 8:30. Less than an hour.
Yeah.
50 minutes.
50 minutes. And so if he's hovering right around Killian's course record pace, so he should be in around 8:30.
Yeah, 2:30 in the afternoon, 8 hours.
So we're about 10 minutes. If he's still on pace, 10 to 12 minutes, Ludo should be into Uray.
If you're just joining us, Ludo Pommeret from France is leading the race at this point. We've got Francois Deane in second. Sorry, Dane. Francois Deane in second. Oh, nice. 10th woman coming into Telluride, Claire Hestra.
Heads up, Matt, Maggie, Sally, we do have you muted at the moment. Give me a ping in the WhatsApp chat if you guys want to go live.
Mm-hmm. I think. Yeah. So Maggie and Sally reporting from Telluride that 10th place female. Claire Hester is in. Sally's getting all the details. She'll report back.
Sally, give us the details.
Can they hear me? Can I give intel on that?
Yeah, go for it.
So Claire, our 10th woman, just came in. And I said, Claire, you look great. And she said, hey, do you remember when we were at UTMB together waiting to start and the top of your bottle popped off? This is what she's telling me right now. I'm like, yeah. She's like, yeah, you handled that really well. I was like, thank you. But I said, how are you feeling? You look great. You are in 10th place. She's like, oh my gosh, really? It's so nice when you can tell them, like, you are progressing so well. And she said, well, I'm pacing very conservatively. Mm-hmm. And she said, 6 dogs. So I am so happy.
Oh, so she's basically winning Hardrock.
Yeah, she's basically winning Hardrock. She petted 6 dogs, which is pretty easy to do out here. There's dogs everywhere. But Claire is all smiles, very relaxed. She had really good energy. I had lots of different things to talk about as soon as I saw her. So very exciting. The top 10 women all looked very strong. Again, we're still early-ish into the race, but man, we're also tracking what's going on up front too. And this is really panning out to be a pretty exciting day, Maggie.
It is. It's very exciting. I cannot wait to see what happens. We may be signing off soon because we have 10 women in. But
thank you for covering top 10 women.
Yeah, Sally and I will be on at 3 a.m. So
okay, maybe. Maggie's trying to get me to do the 3 to 5 a.m.
Sally's
shift.
in, and you set your alarm. We will be maybe chatting in the top men in the middle of the night / morning.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank
Thank you,
set
guys.
your alarms, guys.
Everybody, lots of love in the chat for both of you.
Thank you, you guys.
Thanks.
All right.
Well done.
You can continue to follow. If you're following a runner, you can follow them on the tracking, which is pinned at the top of the chat. So if you're looking for somebody in particular, but we are going to kind of move on to now following Ludo Pommeret, anticipated into Uray in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
And I have an update from Kroger's. It looks like Cami Bruya is 6 minutes behind Courtney on the out.
Ooh.
So Courtney's put some time on her, put about 5 minutes on her in that climb.
Yeah.
And then we also, Jeff Rome is 2 minutes behind Cami. So he would be 5th male, 7th overall. And if you're just joining us, this is a image. The main image is of Governor's Basin Aid Station at mile 36.3, looking up towards where the runners will come in on from Kroger's Canteen, the highest aid station on the course. And they continue from here down to Uray. And we have seen the top 4 men come through. Ludo Pommeret, Francois Deane in second, Jason Schlarb in third, and Diego Pazos hot on his heels. And we also have Courtney Dauwalter, who has been in fifth overall all day. And she's about 30 minutes, 32 minutes behind the top four men. So she should be coming through here
Yo, checking in from Uray.
pretty soon. Oh, yeah. He's ready? Yeah, okay, we got Uray. We can hear you.
He's in Uray. Yeah, that's Uray.
Do I need to do a check on
Hey, folks, how we doing? Can you hear me?
What's up, Mael?
Hey, I'm going to bring in Steph as well.
Yeah,
Steph's
is it
over here
raining
with
in
me too.
Uray?
Not yet.
No,
We've
it's
had
not.
some spitting.
Okay.
Steph's been telling jokes and spitting, and the rain is spitting out of the sky as well.
What's the vibe down there?
Oh,
Are
yeah,
people
yeah.
just getting ready for leaders to come in?
It's cool, yeah. I mean, the great thing about ultra running these days is you know when the leaders are coming in because the cameras start showing up. So there's
Mhm.
definitely a lot of lenses coming around. We've got some cowbells ringing down the road. But yeah, we've definitely seen the crowd increase here. Steph, these aren't your fans, are they? They're probably crew.
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of crew waiting here. And, you know, I have great memories of this particular aid station because the last time the race went in this direction was when I was running it in 2022. And I got hit with a massive downpour. So I'm looking at these clouds, wondering if we're going to have a repeat. I don't think it's going to be as dramatic, but I've already taken an eye on what they're serving at the aid station, and it's a pretty good setup. So I think when the runners get here, they will be well taken care of.
Is it the traditional soup at Uray?
We do have soup. We also have burgers and quesadillas and lots of different salty things. But you know, they're running a tight ship at this aid station, and we need to, the media needs to stay in our
Yeah.
place. So we're
Yeah.
not going too close to where
We-
the runners are supposed to be. That's their
Looks like
feeding
they have
station.
brisket.
We have not taken any snacks from the station, not due to the lack of trying, just due to the enforcement of the good enforcing that needs to be done. But yeah, there's a solid menu here. I can see we've got chicken soup, veggie soup, potato soup, mac and cheese, ramen, and miso soup. So I mean, if you ever needed any kind of soup at a mile 43.9 of a 100-mile race, then this would be the place to be. But it looks like there's a bit of action happening now, and there might be the first runner coming in, which is Ludo. And here he is. He's just shooting into the aid station
Okay,
right
so
now.
he's a minute ahead.
So this is
Minute or
Ludic's
two
right
ahead
here.
into, of course, record splits.
Yeah, so the course record split through here was Killian 2 years ago, and he came through in 2:31 p.m.
Mhm.
And right now it is 2:29 p.m. in the day. So Ludo is in, and he heads straight to his table and takes a seat. So his crew dealing with him right now. There's obviously a big crew getting around him, but he's straight to the chair, sitting down, towel over his head, as you can see there.
Monet right there.
Seth, he's not changing his shoes or anything. He's like he's grabbing some goods.
This is going to be a fast turnaround. We were looking at what the splits were 2 years ago, and all of the top guys were able to get in and out in about 3 minutes. I think the fastest was 2. So I'm not expecting anyone to stay here too long.
Yeah, and this time 2 years ago when they came in, it was Killian, Francois, and Dakota all came together. Ludo is by himself, and obviously we'll be watching closely to see what split he gets on Francois, most likely in a moment. So he's definitely getting some food in. He's down into the Coke right out of the can. and he's definitely wiping down that towel. Doesn't look like, you know, it's like not pouring any water on himself or anything like that. So not too much of a cooling strategy going on in regards to needing to cool himself down. But that's him. He's up. He's getting out of here. He's putting gives a wave to the crowd.
Out at 2:31, so
and he's
staying right on that 2 minutes ahead of course record.
Yeah, 2 minutes ahead of Killian's course record pace in this direction.
He looked very focused. He had a sip of Coke, some food. His crew were moving quickly. There was really no downtime there, but he looked good. He looked quite strong, and you know, you can really tell how someone's feeling when you are on the outside and you're watching them come through an aid station. And I got a very strong vibe out of him.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected, and to give like everyone a wave as he leaves is just a good sign, like a good sign of, I guess, attitude, body language, all of that. And we've just got Anna Frost in here at the aid station as well, and she said that she got goosebumps watching that. That must mean something, I think. Does that mean
That's
something,
a sign.
Anna, if you get goosebumps?
Well, it's really hot here, so when you get goosebumps, you're like excited for Ludo.
All right,
amazing.
it's amazing. So Anna's pumped. Anna's ready. Just keep your shoes on, all right? You're about to go running. Anna's about to go do a lap, I think.
And we've got Adam Campbell here, who's previously podiumed at this race. This same year, he got struck by lightning, I believe. Are we expecting any of a repeat this year, do you think?
Well, hopefully not. There's, you know, my forearms isn't tingling just yet, so that's always a sign. The Russian isn't coming out, so we also use that as an excuse. But no, I mean, it does actually, temps are really good. Despite it being a little bit warm, it's definitely cool. And there's a little bit of cloud cover and stuff, which I think is really good. And maybe a little bit of light rain is forecasted, which they may also really enjoy. So could be like definitely fast conditions for sure. So
What's your prediction for the race? How do you think Ludo is looking versus Francois?
Oh, Courtney all the way.
Good answer.
We love it.
Yeah, best answer.
Yeah. I would agree with that assessment. Thanks, Adam. It's really good to see you.
That was epic.
Now, in 2022, I believe the women's course record, or Courtney was coming through, was about an hour and 20 behind. Is that right?
Yeah. So the male course record was arriving into Uray at 2:31 p.m. and the female course record was arriving into Uray at 3:53 p.m. So that would be another hour and 20 minutes, hour and 25 minutes away. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what it actually is when the time comes. But that's definitely that's a pretty decent gap. But we all know that if anyone's going to reduce that dramatically, it's probably going to be Courtney. So,
and I have to say, I was at Chapman's earlier today, and the top guys were moving quickly, but some of them didn't necessarily have the most cheerful expression. And Courtney was giving off, of course, all smiles, but I really felt that the top women, were appearing a bit stronger than the top men. I'm going to say it. A lot could have changed in those miles in between. We're at, what are we at? 43.9 miles here. Yeah. But I'm just going to say, I think we're going to see some good things out of the women today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the winds definitely picked up here. The cloud cover, as the crew was saying, is coming over. So it's going to be a bit of welcome relief, because all the way from this morning, like that sun was pretty harsh, and it wasn't backing off at all. So yeah, it's really good to get a bit of relief here. You know, like I felt like it was pretty interesting that Ludo didn't do anything with regards to like covering himself in water. Yeah. He didn't leave with any ice. He just put the towel over himself, kind of wiped himself down with the towel, and then he was out of here. So I guess, you know, he's probably not feeling that hot. It's probably not that hot down here. I think Uray typically can get pretty hot, and I think around now it's probably like 84, 85 degrees or something like that. It feels a lot cooler.
I'm Canadian, so I have no idea what you're saying.
Neither do I. I didn't even know what 85 is. I just heard someone else say it, and I was like, sounds good. That sounds really hot to me. It sounds like boiling water, but Apparently, it's a different metric they use, Fahrenheit or something.
29 Celsius.
29 Celsius.
29 Celsius
Thank
is what
you.
that would convert to. Great. Now you're speaking our language.
I'm not going to start speaking
Yeah,
in meters, though.
No.
I will give you the meters.
That's
We are
fine.
currently at 2,417 meters.
Yeah.
Also known as
I think
7,700 feet.
If Shad spins the camera around, you can definitely see like there's a lot of crew here right now. A lot of people hanging out.
Yeah, so this is the Uray Aid Station right there in the park,
yeah,
Flynn
cool.
Park. Very
And
much
you know, the section after this aid station is my favorite section on the whole course. It's just beautiful, the trail going up to Engineer.
Bear
So the
Creek.
runners really have, they really have a something nice in store for them. I did puke the entire way up when I did it, but you know, if you're gonna have to vomit, you might as well have a view, right?
You know, that's why we brought Steph onto the broadcast. Just TMI all over the place, really. TMI all over the place, which is great.
Yeah, that's my MO.
This is
I haven't
great.
even started talking about the bathroom, but we'll stick with the runners.
It's going to be a long night down here in Uray, folks. Buckle up. I guess a little bit out of the insight. It's so yeah, as Steph was saying, it's a beautiful, beautiful section here. I think it's probably a bit nicer if you're coming the opposite direction, right? Because then you can run that whole Bear Creek Trail, and it's quite sweet. I mean, that's what I'd say. But you know.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to see next year.
It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. But it is 8 miles until the next aid station from here, which is a pretty decent stretch. I believe that equates to around about 12 kilometers. And so, yeah, it's a pretty decent stretch with a good bit of climbing. It's got like 4,500 feet, 4,500 feet of elevation up. So that's a pretty decent climb to the next aid station. And I'm not sure exactly what the split on that would be. I'm going to check right now, but it would be pretty decent until they get to their next aid station, I'd imagine.
And when do you think we're expecting Francois in?
Well, now, but it's got to be pretty soon, eh?
Yep.
Yo. Oh, good. Steph, to answer your question, the split between here and the next aid station is 8 miles, and the record was 2 hours and 3 minutes.
That's fast.
2 hours and 1 minute. 2
Okay.
hours and 1 minute, which is pretty decent stretch between aid. But yeah, everyone here, I reckon, would know that and be ready for it. Yep. So, yeah. It's all happening here, folks.
Yeah, we've definitely got more of a crowd now.
I think, yeah, you can see it's like this aid station is going to be open for a long time. So they've got a lot set up here. They've got the grill. We talked about the soup. I think finally we see like an espresso machine set up. But yeah, it's a big setup here, and obviously it's in a giant park. So there's a bit of sound healing going on over there as well. Steph and I were thinking about popping out for a little bit of sound healing. There's a bit of drumming going on there.
I think one of us was thinking about popping over to the sound healing.
Yeah, it's a team effort.
You can guess who it was.
A team effort here down here. One in, all in. But yeah, it's really cool. It's really good. It's just a bummer that the lead runners don't stay around a bit longer. They just kind of get in and get out. But I guess they want to get to higher elevation again. There's probably too much oxygen down here for a lot of these runners.
It's not good for the soul.
Yeah.
No.
This would be the lowest part of the course, I believe, Steph.
Is it?
Maybe.
You could be right on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. When I was studying the course when I ran it, I really wasn't looking at the lowest points. I was only looking at the highest points. So that one might have escaped me. Yeah.
You got to double down on the lowest points.
I did have a good burger and fries when I was here, though. You've really got to eat as much as you can when you are at the lower altitudes.
Yeah.
I think people who are more acclimatized can handle it, but I wasn't able to eat anything above 3,200 meters.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you really do feel that only through experience, don't you? It's hard to imagine how that works, but.
And it'll be interesting to see, I was talking to Katerina earlier on in the race, and she was starting to feel nauseous out of Chapman's. But what she said was, "Oh, I hear that it's just the first 3 climbs and then it gets better." I didn't want to tell her that that was probably wrong, but you know, coming from the Alps where the altitude is a lot lower, you know, this is quite new. I mean, when you were up at 4,000 meters, however many thousand feet, 14,000 feet in the Alps, you were climbing Mont Blanc, and so that could be quite a new thing for Katerina to deal with and the other Europeans.
There's a bit of cool running cam footage that's happening right now for this runner 204 coming down into Telluride. I think Corinne might know who this is a little more so than others. Runner
Hey, Mael, what were you
204
asking?
coming into Telluride. Runner 204 coming down into Telluride right now. Just a little time check though. It's gone over just over 10 minutes since Ludwig
Can you turn
left
up Mael and Steph again?
Uray here
They're
at
quiet.
mile 43.9. So Ludo has got more than a 10-minute lead right now on second place, just under halfway into the race, which is it's pretty significant. I think definitely when you consider who is in second place, being Francois Deane, and he has a course record in the opposite direction, and he's also run the second fastest time in this direction ever in the race. So there's also been a lot of chat about the real damage on that course record gets done in the back half, right? So it is a game of patience, and it's a game of understanding when to hold back and then when to like let it rip. I think Jeff was really giving some good insight on Killian's record in this direction, and he really crushed that last section, he really put all that time, it took all the time out of the record on the last bit from Cunningham to the finish. So
you are so correct.
Right now, 43.9, but that's a long way to go, right, Jeff? It's a long way to go.
Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier. You only have a couple little tiny matches to burn, and you got to save them.
Jeff's got pockets full of matches right now. He's always talking about his
I do, man. I
pockets in his
stash them
matches.
everywhere.
I mean, he's got the biggest reserve of matches out of anyone in the whole ultra running world, but he knows when to burn them. That's
Share some around. Share some around.
It's fueled by ribeyes, dude. That's my matches, ribeyes.
We just had to mute to eat some ribeyes over here.
I did. I just crushed some ribeye.
That's fair enough. I don't doubt that at all. I actually don't doubt that at all. Yeah.
So what were you guys asking about Uray?
Jeff came out to Uray. What were we asking? Nothing. We know everything about Uray. It's our home.
Is it the lowest point on the course?
Lowest point in the course.
It is the lowest point. 7,700 feet.
Excellent. It's good to round off facts like you know them, and hopefully they're correct. So that was the correct one. We're doing all right.
Let's come up with a few more.
Yeah. Well, Steph, tell us a little bit more about your race. When you ran Hardrock in 2022, you placed second in the female race, and you were doing this direction, clockwise direction.
Yep.
You said before that it was bucketing down rain here when you came into this part of the course. Like, what else were you thinking when you came into this section?
It was actually clear when I came in, but it started bucketing down, I think right after I left. And there were a few other runners around me who decided to kind of wait out the rain a bit. And I just decided to take off, embrace it, and douse myself in the shower. And it was great. It was one of these freeing moments where there's just no point in trying to stay dry. And I absolutely loved it. And it put me in the right mood to start heading up toward engineers. And that's where I met Maggie. And as you all know, Maggie was supposed to be running this race. Now she's commentating. But Maggie and I have a history of meeting one another on the course, whether States or Hardrock. And at least one of us is throwing up. So that's the second vomiting reference. There will be more.
So did Maggie pace you from this section? Or
No,
she
Maggie was
running?
racing.
Oh, she was racing
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, or running. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Not racing.
Yeah, no, running. Doing
This
the
is a run.
endurance the endurance run. So you met her on the climb out to engineer.
I met her at Engineer.
Okay, yeah.
And then we left the aid station together. I think one of us said the word quesadilla and it set the other one off. Yep. Never talk about food. Don't say food names when you're feeling nauseous. And we left the aid station together.
Yeah.
And what happened after that is a blur.
Yep. Excellent. Great.
Yeah.
As all good night missions are. Yeah.
It was going in quite a bit. It was a few hours later than where we are now. And I ended up 7 hours behind Courtney, even though I was in second place. So really, really different times than what we're seeing. I think we're going to see a much more competitive women's race here today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks tight. It looked very tight, especially going into, it just looks tight coming out of Telluride. I think that footage was pretty, it was pretty close. I think in the studio, you guys were saying like 40 seconds or something.
It was 40
so
seconds on the climb out of Telluride. They were being followed and they were about 40 seconds apart, but it looks from our tracker like Courtney probably put some time on her up the Kroger's climb and might be more of a multi-minute gap at
Like
this
6
point, like
minutes.
6 minutes.
But this is exactly what we want. I mean, the last thing you want is a women's race where no one is chasing the leader. You know, and as we see more and more women coming to Hardrock, again, we have 31 women in the race this year, which is still low, but it's the most number we've ever had. Then, you know, we can start to see more and more competitive times.
Yeah, that's exactly like.
Well said.
It's great sport. It's awesome. Yeah. So, folks, it's and Steph, a little bit more about the next section, the Bear Creek Trail. I believe that's what it's called. There's a lot of shale on there. It's quite a stunning section. Generally, you'd hike all of that.
I'm personally able to kind of hike run in between the vomiting spells. There's a good enough gradient that you're able to pick up a pace if you're able to keep the nausea down and just really concentrate on the views. I think, at least for me and probably for other runners, you know, maybe yourself as well, when you're motivated by your surroundings, it just propels you to go faster. And even though the pace at Hardrock isn't super fast, it is possible to jog some of these sections. And absolutely, the runners will not be hiking the entire sections completely. They'll be putting some gas down. Cool. Yeah, that's not a real thing. Putting pedal to the metal.
Oh, I like it. Putting
some gas down.
Putting some gas down out here in Uray. Was it Friday night here? Gas down, folks.
Coming up with these things. Yeah.
Spread the word. We put gas down.
Yeah, so we're anxiously awaiting Courtney Dauwalter at Governor Basin any moment now.
Towards
in the next couple minutes.
Bit of a climb, especially when you come out of Uray.
Okay.
So we're back. We lost Uray for a moment. And we should... Oh, they're back.
Are they back? We got them back. Okay. Mael and Steph out there in Uray reporting.
Listening to it. That's awesome.
I think we got you now.
I don't know if they heard any of that.
Are we back?
Did you lose us?
No, we have you now.
Brilliant. So we're just looking at the footage of the skate park just before. I think, yeah. Just
Courtney.
All right.
So we have Courtney coming into Governor Aid Station ahead of her own course record splits by 2 minutes.
Yeah, what's she in? 8:50? Yep, in 2 minutes ahead of splits.
She's 2 minutes ahead of her splits right now. And we'll see how long she spins as she's getting refilled. And she is gone. In and out. Like literally 20 seconds.
That was so fast. She knows. She is working on putting time on second place, Cami Bria.
And do we know how far Camille is behind her?
We don't know right now.
At Kroger's, I can give you a Kroger's check. It was
6?
6 minutes.
6 minutes at Kroger's at the top, so we're not sure at this point.
Okay. And from where she is now to reach us, how many miles are we talking? Remind me.
Yeah, from Gov Basin to Uray, so 36 to 44-ish.
Courtney. Okay.
About an hour split, probably. That's what she ran on her course record day.
About 8 miles.
Yeah. 101 was her split.
Yeah, that tracks.
So about an hour.
She's going to go all downhill, down Camp Bird. On the big screen, this is Sana Guadarrama coming into Telluride. And we should be seeing Francois into Uray pretty soon here.
Yeah, I've got eyes on Francois' crew. They're just next to us here.
Okay.
And we see his pacer there. He looks like he's definitely ready to go. He's stocked up. He's got bottles, and yeah, it looks like he's just kind of waiting out the tension before Francois gets in, and they can just get on with it.
He's got fire in his eyes.
He's got fire in his eyes. Yeah. He's got
Gas in his belly,
Yeah.
ready to put the gas down.
He's going to put some gas down.
Full gas.
Looks like he's also.
No, don't do that. You'll burn all your matches.
Don't burn all your
Camp Bird Road.
matches.
Gas and matches. That's
How
what it's
many
all about
analogies
here.
can we screw up here? Yeah.
Tough, wild gas and matches. But yeah, do you reckon we could do the old sling in Francois pacer and have a little chat to him? Does anyone want that on the chat feed? Does anyone?
Yeah, that would be
As a
great.
friend?
Who's going to be picking him up?
Should we start a poll? And should we pull Francois pacer into the live feed here?
Who
and have a
wants
chat
to
him?
hear from Francois Pacer? Throw it in the chat.
We can
Is
just
it
go pull him
Simone
out.
or is it Jim?
I think it's Simone. Is that what his name is it? Simone.
Simone Gosling.
Simone. Is it Simone? Is that how you pronounce
Is
it?
he French?
Is he French?
Simone. I believe it's
Simone.
I believe it's Simone.
Okay, we can pull Simone.
I would love to hear you speak French.
Ah,
Actually,
should we go find him here?
All right, we're going to look
Hey,
for
Simone.
Francois Pacer. Everyone's saying yes, do it, Jim boy. Well,
Oh, we have.
Here we go.
Oh, we got Cammie coming into
Cammie.
Gov Basin real
Hi,
quick.
welcome. We
Real
just wanted
quick,
to
guys,
have a
we
quick
just
chat with you before. Oh, I'm hearing from the studio.
hold on one sec, Steph. We'll come to you in just
2 minutes.
1
1
second.
minute.
How you doing?
No
man?
We've got Cammie Bruya
Sec-
in Governor Basin,
second female.
and she is in there at 2:55. 8:55 elapsed.
Yeah. We'll see if he's in a good mood or not.
So just 3 minutes over course record splits. And
So about 5 minutes back. So Courtney's got still about the same lead.
maybe a little less.
Maybe a little less.
Maybe it was 6 minutes at the top and 5 minutes at the kind of here at Gov.
Yep. So 5 minutes back, we think. We'll see when she leaves. We'll give you a report here in a second.
Yeah, we live in the same village. The same like when Jim coming in France, he lives in the same. Yeah. Ah, okay. You connais donc.
So we'll do the interview in English.
Yeah, we're just watching Camille come into that aid station. And then when she hops out, we'll have a chat. You had a great run at Western States.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy doing. Well, No, it was nice. The atmosphere, the people around the race. It's totally different than Europe, so it was really, really nice. At
Okay,
top of the
Mael.
hill, so, well, I prefer when it's more mountain.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we're ready for the interview with Simone, if you guys can.
Well, we've got an interview with Simone, but Francois is just coming in right now anyway. So
Okay, we'll go get him. Thanks, Simone. There's Francois right there behind him.
Well, yeah, Francois is coming in.
Got it.
I dare say there wasn't much of a smile on Francois' face, but
He's very hard to read.
Yeah.
He's very hard to read. We were just chatting with Simone, his pacer, and he was saying that this is his first time in the U.S. He comes from the same village as Francois. So this will be his first time, I think, on the course.
So here we
And
go.
Francois
folks.
got a big
I'm
crowd
sure
around.
You've got a good camera view on that, but this is Francois getting attended to by his crew. He's just sitting there taking his time. And that is, yeah, he's just taking his time, downing some stuff, had a little bit of food. I believe he's changing. He has got a fresh pair of shoes ready to go, but it doesn't look like he's putting them on right now. He's definitely crushing some salt tablets and making sure he gets in a few pouches of ready-made food just there. I would say that Francois' facial expression is one of hard work. Like he's definitely been working, and he's cracked open the packet of ham, and he's getting into the good stuff.
He's bringing the European feeding styles over to the States. But I agree. He's getting close to the 1,000-mile stare.
Yeah, he sure does. I guess he would have come in approximately 25 minutes slower than he did this time 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's just come into this aid station at Uray about 25 minutes slower than he has previously. But as we've said many, many times before, it is still early days and there's a long way to go. And I think Francois, I mean, he's just one of the most experienced and incredible 100-mile runners there has ever been.
Yeah,
So
no doubt.
he knows what lies ahead and he knows what he's got to do. So it's hard to take all of this. I think it's take all of this with a bucket of salt with Francois. I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing, and I can't say that his facial expression says everything. He'll be cracking on, no doubt.
And he's picking up his pacer. And, to be able to run with a buddy and someone who comes from your own town, that can really be a game changer. But it can't be easy for these cameras and eyes and everyone watching them when they're maybe not necessarily feeling their best.
Yeah, I think if Shad turned the camera around just to have a look at the crowd of people that's around Francois right now, you can see that it's probably about 100 eyeballs on Francois as he's doing his thing right now in this aid station. So it's pretty busy, and it's very quiet. It seems like, yeah, it's very quiet. You can hear a pin drop in here right now. I think everyone's respecting the moment and respecting Francois. So it's a bit of tension, I would say. It's pretty tense in here right now.
I've got goosebumps.
Yeah, I haven't got goosebumps yet, but yeah. Francois is doing a little bit of dad duties right now. That's
Future hard rocker right there.
no rest for the dad, not even halfway through hard rock. Looks like he's ready to go, folks. He's changed up. He's got his hat wet. He's ready to get out of here. So yeah, that's it, folks. Francois is heading out of this aid station right now. Heading out of Uray at mile 43.9 in Hardrock 100.
So taking a few more minutes than Ludo at the aid station for the turnaround. We didn't
But-
eat a whole lot.
He didn't eat a whole lot, but you know what he did do? He left with a smile.
He did.
He left with a
Yeah.
smile, right? So I think he was just playing games with everyone. He just rocks up, looks all serious, and then he left just with a grin on his face, like, it's not that bad.
He'll show us.
I'm just playing with y'all. That's what he would have said that too, y'all. That's because that's what he would have done.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely would have done that. So the last time Francois came in and out of this aid station, he left approximately half an hour quicker than he went out of this one today. I'd say he was in this aid station for about 5 minutes. Sure, we can have a very accurate split, but I think he was here for about 5 minutes, which was, definitely longer than Ludo, and he was in and out. So he's looking at just under half an hour behind Ludo in this aid station, or in and out of this aid station. So that's a decent amount of time. But that's just the way the cards are falling right now. And I think if anyone's going to be able to close a gap like that, it's definitely got to be Francois.
And anything can happen. And there's many variables here in terms of where he's at with the other runners, but also it's got to be in his head of how he's comparing to his previous run. And while there's always different forms of weather and different things that can happen, it does have to be mentally tough to know that he's coming in half an hour behind what he used to personally, regardless of where the others are running. So I think I'm sending out, maybe all of us can just send out some good vibes towards Francois as he goes up Bear Creek Trail and makes his way to Engineer.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some French people on that chat going crazy for Francois and Ludo, two French gentlemen leading the Hardrock 100 here. It's not an uncommon thing to see the French leading Hardrock.
Yeah.
It's,
and I'm fake French, because I live in Chamonix, so I need to cheer for him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of French love in the chat.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I had a little conversation with Simon in French, but luckily not too long. Otherwise, I would have been exposed.
But yeah, so that was Francois pacer, Simon. He ran Western States 2 weeks ago. I don't know exactly what position he came in, but must have been around about 15, 17, something like that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think he was definitely up there, had a great run. I believe he ended up on the track just as night was falling, maybe just beforehand. So yeah, he was out there having a great time, I'm sure.
Not bad for a debut to Western States or to the U.S. in general.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a fast course for many Europeans coming through.
Yeah, definitely a lot flatter than some of the Europeans are. Here we go. We've got a bunch of guys carrying a cooler, cutting off the live stream here.
Yeah, Simone was 22nd overall, including the women. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women in front of him. So 22 minus 6. We can do math. 16th.
16th.
Here's Francois leaving Uray.
And Simon was talking a little bit about the village where he comes from, the same as the one that Jim Walmsley has moved to. If you haven't seen the documentary on Jim Walmsley, have you seen it? Well,
I have not, no.
It's fantastic. I watched it actually on the treadmill, which felt quite
It's
cool.
a good place to watch it.
It's the only time I'm going to feel like I'm running with Jim Walmsley. But if you haven't seen it, do check it out because it does show the beauty of not only the race, UTMB, but also a lot of the French Alps and the trails around that area.
Mm-hmm.
They're the,
for sure.
Yeah,
there they are.
I think you guys probably have a pretty good visual of Francois heading out of Uray right now.
Yes, we are watching him on the back roads, back streets of Uray. This is a slight uphill heading out of town, so it looks kind of flat, but, that's probably a 4%, 5% grade. He's jogging that nicely, and he's going to hit kind of the Box Canyon area. I'm not sure exactly which trail they take down by the river there because it's underneath, or if they'll go up.
You go up and you go left, and you pop out onto the road and cross the road, and then really start climbing.
That's right. Okay.
And this is always a grinder of a climb out of the aid station because you usually eat and drink more here.
So you're full.
And so you're kind of full going out of here, and it's like, ugh. I always feel that way.
So they're running south from the north end of Uray, south, kind of back towards Silverton. They're going to follow the Uncompahgre River a little ways, and then they're going to go up above on the perimeter trail onto the Bear Creek Trail, which then leads up to Engineer. And the Bear Creek Trail's got a really nice solid climb in it. First, mile of that trail is about 1,000 feet. So yet another steep climb.
And there's a bunch of steep, punchy sections on the way up to Highway 550 and the tunnel crossing. You cross over the top of a tunnel. So they built a tunnel through the rock, and single track goes right over the top of the highway.
All volunteer? Is the outfit part
And
of
it
the
is steep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so they're about to get on they're down by the Box Canyon. Right next to Oak
And you go up
Street.
through the park, right? What's that, State Park or whatever it is?
They're going to go up Box Canyon.
Box Canyon.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? I never know. I've been here I've been running it seven
If-
times.
if
I still
think
don't know
they're
the name
going
of
there.
it.
Yeah, this is the Box Canyon Road up to the Box Canyon Park. Yeah, this is steep. Oh, pole's coming out. Yep. Yeah, that's where the infamous Race 10K
right,
also
we're
goes.
bringing-
The end of the 10K climbs up this little, if anyone's wondering, another 4th of July great race to do.
Bringing one of the volunteers from the aid station over so we can get a little behind the scenes insight into what happens at the aid station. This is John. John, is this your first time doing the aid station, or are you an old hand?
I'm kind of an old hand. I was here last year and decided I was going to come back because it's so amazing here. And the aid stations at Hardrock are the best. Just as Brad says they are. Like, we do everything here. Like, there's like homemade brisket. There's always some special treats for the runners. We take care of everyone, including the elite athletes. So we go out there and ask them what they need to, even though they're like super ready and super prepared. And we get them ice and everything else. And one of the best experiences you can have in running that's not running, which is to come and volunteer in Uray. So I'm probably going to keep coming back.
Fantastic. I mean, thank you so much for doing that. And now, what is the best kind of aid station story that you have from the last time that you were here? And if you don't have one off the top of your head, what are you expecting to see for today?
So this is not my story. So you'd have to ask another. She's somehow involved with Hardrock. Jigger is her name. She told me a story about one of the more remote aid stations and how there's like some eagle picked up a deer and dropped the deer like right in front of the aid station tent. And I'm not going to tell the rest of the details about the story, but that was supposedly a really interesting event.
You sure someone wasn't hallucinating? This wasn't coming from a runner?
No, it was not coming from a runner.
Well, thanks, John. We really appreciate it. And we've been looking at the menu, and I know that we're not allowed to partake, but I just have to say I'm quite jealous of the runners. So thanks for all that you guys are doing out there.
Thank you, Stephanie, and you are welcome to come and partake.
Take that, Mael.
Oh, that's great. John, am I allowed to grab a little bit of brisket?
You should try it. We want to make sure that the runners it's not poison for the runners. So
right.
We wouldn't want anyone to get sick.
Brisket sounds kind of
quality control.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thanks,
John. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, I'm not trying to cast shade on anything that John said, but I haven't seen anyone try the brisket yet, so I don't know how good it is. But
we just are trying to help out, just to do our duty.
I've got faith in John's words. So you can't doubt an Englishman with that kind of an accent, can you? You cannot. So that is some pretty cool footage of Francois climbing out of Uray there. with his pacer, Simone. Working together.
I wonder what they're talking about.
I wonder. I wonder. Maybe that's a
Yeah, so
that's a
this
question
is-
for the chat. Can anyone caption the caption their conversation? I'm sure there's a
The
few
climb
ideas.
out of Uray up Box Canyon. And they're gonna, this is just above the Uray Ice Park or below it. I mean, it's next to it, basically. All those pipes you see on the left side are pipes that they use to make ice that everyone climbs. That whole ice park started by accident when one of the pipes burst and created a icicle that somebody went up and climbed, and they're like, oh, let's do that intentionally.
I did not know that.
And that is how it started. And my dad used to ride his bike across those pipes in the middle, across the canyon when he was a little kid. I don't know how he didn't die about 6 times doing that, but yeah.
The pipes to the left there, the screen?
Yes, the ones that are going across the canyon.
That's insane.
Yeah. So up above there, you can see off in the distance, the mountains, they kind of make out this thing we call Cleopatra. It looks like a woman laying down on her back, and you can see her face, and then you can see her knees and her toes. And in the summer, she's wearing a green sweater because there's like a, green patch up there. In the winter, she's wearing a white sweater. It's pretty cool. You can see it
Wow, you can see that.
See, the
You
high
can
point
actually
is her
see that.
knees.
Yeah, wow.
A little hard to see on the screen, but it's pretty evident in person.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, that's the Uray Amphitheater, so you get a really amazing alpenglow up there in the evenings.
That's cool.
And yes,
Well,
all
I mean,
along to the
Steph and
left
I
of
are gonna be
Francois
all
and
night.
Simone is the Uray Ice Park. They're going to take a left here, and they're going to climb up.
Hey,
that single
folks, we've
track.
just got Jason Schlab coming in.
Oh, man.
He is going straight over to his crew, which is actually on the other side of the...
All right, Jason Schlarb.
He's actually on the other side of the aid station here. But like the other two gentlemen, like Ludovic and Francois, he is heading straight for the chair, sits down straight away, dumping a bunch of rubbish, and his crew is attending to him. So his crew is getting in there and taking out these bottles, putting in fresh bottles, and really he's just sitting back and letting them do their magic. All the runners that have come in have had their GPSs changed as well. So that's one of the things that people need to get done here at the aid station. They get their GPS changed over. So that was the aid station captain doing that for
Nice.
Jason, but he's just down in the chair right now. He's grabbing, he's getting a cold towel put over his neck, over the back of his neck. That's also something that Ludo and Francois have done. They've got the cold wet towel, and yeah, he looks. I know Steph. I wouldn't say he looks rushed, but he looks like he's pretty eager to
He's
get
moving.
in and out. Hey,
He's moving. His crew is quite focused, and there's definitely a different pace that you feel. He's got a lot of intention in his actions. He knows to take out his garbage. He's doing something with his shoes, but I feel like he's going to be out of here pretty soon.
yeah, he just took off his shoes, dumped out a bit of dirt. Francois has gaiters on, but Jason doesn't. So I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory why he'd be taking off his shoes and doing a dump there. But yeah, there's definitely a bit of a rushed energy there for Jason as he's in. So this is Jason
Oh, is
coming in third place.
Is he changing shoes or just emptying them?
He's
just emptying them.
Yeah. And he's getting out of anyone, he's getting a lot of water put over him.
Which is interesting because it's really doesn't feel that hot right now. Oh, we've got someone else coming in.
And we've got Diego Pazos who's coming into the aid
Diego
station now
right
as well.
on
So this is
Jason's
Speedy.
heels.
He's coming in with his kids and his wife. So Diego's coming in, big wave to the crowd. Everyone's cheering. So Diego looking very happy. So his family's bringing him in, and unlike everyone else, Diego is standing upright still. He hasn't taken a seat. Doesn't look like he's planning on sitting down and taking too much time, dumping everything he can dump and picking up what he needs. Jason is still seated down, getting a lot of water on himself, having a drink of water, getting a lot dumped on him. He's sitting up now out of the chair. So Jason Slav is about to head out of Uray in third position.
Big
Kiss
smiles.
goodbye. Big smiles, heading out with his pacer. So that's Jason heading out of the aid station at mile 43.9 Uray in third place. Previous winner, hand in hand with Kylian Jornet back in 20. I'm going to get that wrong, so I'm not going to guess it. But it's previous champion.
And he only took about 3 minutes there, even though he sat down and did a number of things. That was about a 3-minute stop.
And I would also add, Jason talked to me and he said the one thing he wanted to do today, he knew it was going to be hot and he was going to take time to cool off at specific spots. And it is really hot for this lead pack to go up Bear Canyon because that canyon is west facing in the afternoon and it is baking in there. It gets really hot above Uray. So it's smart that he took the time, and I think that's probably intentional.
Well, he's following his plan then.
Yeah, it looks like Diego also cooling down. Oh, doing a little stretch
Just
out.
doing a squat. Yeah, stretching the
That's
muscles.
impressive.
But he hasn't actually sat down on a chair yet. Yeah, that is actually, just for everyone to know, that is actually the same stretch as I'm supposed to be doing for my pregnancy. It opens up the pelvis.
Amazing. Congratulations on that, Steph. So happy for you.
And Diego is a runner that I just love to watch because he runs happy. He is the definition of running happy.
Steph, I think you should go over there and squat right next to him and just do a tandem squat.
I don't think anyone wants to see that, actually.
Yeah, we do. Rocking the mom energy.
And for those of you who don't know, Diego actually runs his own race over in Switzerland, in Montreux. So he's a runner and a race director. There he goes.
Smiles. Lots of smiles. Oh, yeah. Using that energy of the crowd. He took about 3 minutes as well.
Chasing Jason.
2 minutes behind Jason.
Fantastic.
All right, our first 4 men in and out of the Uray Aid Station. So a commanding lead at this point. Well, we'll just say an increased lead, Ludo Pommeret. And then about 25 minutes later, Francois Deane, who was closely followed by Jason Schlarb about 18 minutes after that. And then just a couple minutes later, Diego Pazos.
Yeah, and I would say that Francois took the most time, and on their outs, they're only 15 minutes apart from second to third right now. 15 and 17 from second through fourth. 17 minutes. So not much.
And the next
And
time we
folks,
see
if
them will
we-
be mile 52 at Engineer Aid.
And folks, if we are staying on course record time for the females, we will be expecting Courtney in exactly 33 minutes. So that clock is ticking. If she comes in within the next 33 minutes, she's going to be on or under course record.
Yep.
Pace? Oh yeah, we're going to get in front of the camera again.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. We want to see you guys.
What's up?
So we
Hey,
just
how
saw.
good's Diego Pazos? Love that guy. Just like wears a bow tie. His bow tie is a bow tie that he wore when he had his Bucks party many years ago. And so he wears that bow tie all the time in all of his races because it's like a symbol of being around his good friends and his family. And so he's always running with his bow tie, which is a symbol of like the closest people in his life. And he's just always got a smile and he's just such a good dude.
And he transfers so much energy from himself back to the crowd. You know, that's what I love. When he was out of here, all smiles, big grins, and he was really encouraging everyone else to cheer for him. But actually, it was a way for him to get the crowd more motivated, and you can feel it. I think everyone's going to be a lot more energized for the next runner who comes in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we did a little actually pre-race interview with Diego a couple of days ago. So highly recommend checking that out if you don't know anything about him. Because you were saying, Steph, just before that he puts on his own trail running festival, which kind of which is inspired a lot by other running festivals in the world, and also the Montreux Jazz Festival. So it's got a lot of music infusion and a lot of energy in it. And from what I've heard, it's a great atmosphere, and not far from the famous town of Chamonix, which hosts the famous UTMB and that whole festival of races as well. So yeah,
there's so many races in the region, and the one that Diego puts on, you've got incredible trails combined with music and different distances, really for everyone, including family night runs, I believe. I've never actually run it myself, but I've been around the race, and it's a really good time. Basically, just think of Diego in race form, and that's what you get.
So good. And Diego did a crossing of Switzerland. So Diego is part Swiss, part Spanish. He did a crossing of Switzerland, and then that inspired him to also put on a crossing of Switzerland within his race every 2 years. So every 2 years, the race takes a route that includes a distance that's 319 kilometers, and it crosses a diagonal line across Switzerland. So yeah, and then within that year, they have 100 mile, 100K, 63K, something like that, and a couple of shorter ones as well. So yeah, bit of background on that.
For everyone who's following online, if you think Hardrock is long and hard, just look up that race that Mael just talked about and see if you're up for that one. He was talking about it.
Yeah, get involved. So yeah, folks, the top 4 guys have gone through. The race is on. It's early days. The night is still pretty far away. We're just coming up to 3:30 p.m. local time here, and course records are getting challenged. But as Jeff has explained, and we've talked about a fair bit so far, on the real crux of getting the course record in this race is going to be determined at the end, because yeah, it's a long race. They've got a lot of climbing to do. They've got handies to go and get acquainted with, and they'll be doing that probably when the night's fallen. And yeah, but the crowd down here is good. It's picked up a fair bit. The cloud cover has really come in. It's really overcast down here. We haven't had bright sun for a while, which is like quite a relief. And the wind is also evident here. Like the wind here is around, and I think that takes the edge off things a little bit as well. So yeah,
commentators cannot. So if you guys can keep rolling just for a bit, as is, we're going to work on fixing that on our side.
Sweet. There's a bit of footage of Diego heading out of town here, heading out of Uray with his pacer. I believe his pacer, Steph, correct me if I'm wrong, is Gregory. His last name escapes me for the moment, but it starts with C. So
let's go with that.
Yeah. GC. GC is heading out of the aid station, but his pacer has some skills too. That's what I do know.
He's moving. To me, it looks like he's moving maybe quicker than Francois.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be like, it's they both look good. That's what I'd say. It's definitely what I'd say. But
still on the road bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you folks can see that footage as well. We're actually just down here in the park at Uray. There's a big screen set up where everyone can watch the live stream. So we're just watching that. So a little bit of a delayed feed, but we're sure that you folks have that from the runner cam too. I tell you who we can bring in. Yeah, Liam. We're going to pull in someone that a lot of people might know or might not know that much. If we can get his attention. Liam. Come here. Come on.
We're getting rejected.
Come on. Aid Station Fireball wants to remain behind the screen here.
Okay, well, why don't you just talk about him while he remains
Yeah, we
off
can
camera?
talk about him. We'll just talk about him. Aid
Who
Station
is
Fireball.
Liam, and why did you want him on camera?
Well, Liam is goes by the code name of Aid Station Fireball, and he is here in the background. He wants to remain behind the screen.
Okay.
Prolific statistician.
Oh.
Prolific statistician. Apparently, his spreadsheet is one of incredible magnitude. I think if you could take all the 8,000 meter peaks, all 14 of them, if you could take them and put them together in a spreadsheet format, that's what his spreadsheet would look like. So he's like, so he's a crazy statistician that loves all that is numbers about the sport. And I think that you can find him commenting a lot on the live stream with a lot of knowledge, and he's hanging around. I'm sure he'll probably drop a few comments in the live chat every now and again. But it's pretty funny that he wants to stay behind the screen. Anyway, we tried, folks. We tried. He wants to remain anonymous. I think judging by the weather right now, once the sun does start to set here, it's going to get pretty cold pretty quick. And I think pretty lucky, Steph, that we've avoided any kind of afternoon rain so far.
I was thinking the same. Yeah, we had a couple, just the spitting earlier, but the dark clouds have gone, even though we've got a bit more cloud cover now. They're nice and white and fluffy.
Yeah. Hopefully we haven't spoken too soon, but it did
just
look
jinxed
pretty,
it.
yeah.
It's going to be a downpour.
It looked pretty ominous before. We definitely had a lot of darker clouds to the west side of us, but they've gone, and it looks pretty good. Looks fairly stable for the moment, and I think everyone here is going to be pretty happy with that. I couldn't imagine if it was an absolute downpour here, there would be much of a crowd because there's not much to shade folks here right now. I think it would reduce to a very skeleton crew. Let's just say that.
What do you think about pulling in one of the spectators?
Steph,
See why they're here.
I think it's no rules down here in Uray.
All right. That's what every lawyer wants to hear.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Every lawyer wants to hear. Yeah, well, Steph's gone. She's going to go round up someone. Who knows who she's going to pull back into the feed here, but hopefully it'll be a spectator that has a lot of good jokes. Seems like we're lacking jokes in the live stream chat. So if anyone has any good jokes to share for us down here in Uray, that would be great. Here we go.
All right, I've got two people. I've
two.
pulled them out, two
You gotta get in the
unsuspecting people who've come out from the crowd. They are spectators.
Hey,
First,
that's a KT volunteer hat right there.
It is. Yes, we were up at KT this morning.
fantastic. And so, what are your names? Why are you here? And who are you most excited to see?
Oh my gosh, my name is Lindsay, and I am here just to experience the Hardrock experience. This is my first year here, and wanted to volunteer and see what it was all about. And I am most excited to see Courtney.
Ovs. And how about you?
I'm Sydney. This is my second year out here volunteering. Kind of the same. I just love the energy here, and the views are amazing, and people are great. And Courtney, yeah.
Definitely. And has this inspired you to run a 100-mile race run in the future? Or do you think that everyone is just nuts who wants to do this?
We might or might not both be signed up for one in September. So, yeah.
Ah, no way. Which race are you signed up for?
The Bear 100.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for coming and chatting with us.
So that's a qualifying race for Hardrock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Does that mean that
Good.
you would probably be applying for a lottery anytime soon?
I mean, certainly a possibility. Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you, if you are a woman and you qualify for Hardrock, sign up whether you think you're ready for the race or not, because we implemented a policy a couple of years ago where at least the same percentage of women who enter the lottery will get a spot in the race. So sign up, and if you happen to get a spot on your first year, we will rally around you and figure out how to help you run this run. And most likely you won't get in the first year, but it'll increase your chances going forward. So I want to see both of your names in the lottery for next year. Do I have your commitment?
Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yes.
That's recorded. That's on camera. Thank you so much, ladies. And really, really good luck. Have a lot of fun out there.
Thanks a lot as well for volunteering this morning. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
That's so exciting. I love
Look
seeing
at you recruit.
baby ultra runners.
Baby ultra runners. There's the recruiting drive of Stephanie Case right there.
Yeah, it's a cult. Mm.
Yeah. And also you said the word OBS. I've never heard that before. Is that
Obs.
short for obviously?
Yeah, obs.
Obviously.
Obs.
OBS.
Please.
Obviously.
Obs.
So, yeah, I think that's the best way to get involved in Hard Rock. Come and volunteer, right?
Yeah. And then that'll either put you off for the run for the future, or it'll inspire you to jump in. But I also want to recognize just how cool it is that, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but that when you ask people why they're here and who they're looking for, it's Courtney. It's a woman, and it's the best female ultra runner, or one of the best, depending on your opinion, that we have. And that's a real shift. And that's something that I think we really owe to Courtney. We owe to Jasmine Paris. We owe to a lot of these women runners who are just blowing us all out of the water, that it's changing how we're viewing the sport and what's drawing people in. So I love that. I knew that would be their answer, and that's why I asked them.
I think, yeah, and I mean, when I first got into the sport a fair while ago, I think
A long time ago.
I think, Anne Trayson was a name that everyone spoke. So that's massive to like give her a shout out, because what she did back in the day, Ellie Greenwood as well. What a name. Chrissy Mail from the US as well. There's so many women who have come before these other ladies that are really charging at the moment in the sport. And I think it's something that we can all just encourage more and more participation in. Because
Very true, and very well said.
I tell you what, guys can learn a lot from the way that women run ultras, and I have seen it time and time again. I was actually commentating Valderon, the race by UTMB over in Spain recently, and it was just amazing to see the lead women who came through in first place, second place, third place. The very first aid station, they were in 100th place, and throughout the course of 100 kilometers, they went from basically 100th place and worked their way all the way down to 11th overall, kind of 15th overall. And I think genuinely, if you were to offer that result to a number of guys in that race on that day, and you said, hey, just make sure you're in 100th place at the first aid station, and then I guarantee you'll have a pretty good race. You might end up in 11th. I am sure 9 out of 10 of them would have taken that. But so I'm just saying that as a way to say that, yes, generally males could learn a lot from the females in the sport of ultra running. And yeah, it's pretty cool to have a look at those stats sometimes. It really makes you think. It makes you get curious about.
It's interesting you say that, because, I've always felt that maybe it's a stereotype, maybe it's reality, but that, on the start line, everyone gets so hyped up, but a lot of times the men will just rush off at, 5K pace. And it's the women in general who are holding back. And that plays out later on. I was just talking to Esther from I Run Far, and she was talking about how she does these long distance bike races, and that she knows she can't outpower the men, but she's able to outsmart them in some ways. And so maybe we're seeing some of that in some of the races here. But Valderon is another amazing race to run. I did it a few years ago. I think it was pre-COVID, and actually got hit in the head by a deer in the first 5 or 10K. And Claire Sharp, who is currently running in this race, was there at the time. And she remembers the people who were around me, they said, deer as big as horse. And she said that to me when I saw her earlier today. So we're all hoping for no wildlife out on the trail here.
How do you get hit in the head by a deer?
Well,
did you headbutt
it ran across the trail and just connected with with my head.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it knocked some sense into me, and I continued on.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a great time.
You've been smarter ever since.
Exactly.
You've been smarter ever
Exactly.
since then.
Do we have any wildlife out on the trail here?
Oh yeah, there's moose. I've
Yeah.
seen some moose lately. I saw 3 moose in 1 day of running.
Really?
This week. Yeah.
I mean, I know there's tons of wildlife, but what are the chances that the runners will actually encounter some when they're on the run?
I think, like typically, wildlife can be more active at dusk and dawn.
Yep.
So I would imagine that in those parts of the day, there's a good chance that they might come across something for sure.
Yeah.
But then when you talk about wildlife, I mean, it includes everything, like your birds, like those little mountain mice that I see everywhere, marmots,
Yep.
or I don't even know if they call them marmots here. I think they might have another
name.
Another name. But yeah, I'm sure there's a fair bit going on out there.
Well, you mentioned moose, and I'll give you a little fact. My grandfather was a moose hunter, and he has passed down how to do a moose call generation to generation. So if you're lucky, I'll do a moose call later on the live stream. Depends what people want to hear, but
Yeah, I think
just saying, it's in my back pocket.
Yeah. So just drop a comment in the chat there if you want to get a proper Canadian moose call. I think,
And they'll come running. They're just all they're gonna fly to Uray.
Yeah, is it like so? What is the call step? Is it a mating call? Would you be calling them to come and mate, or like what's the process?
So
there? Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I suppose that would work. And then when they approach, you just pull out a gun and shoot them.
Okay, now that's awkward.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
awkward,
I
but
wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to know that you wouldn't. It's good to know that you wouldn't do that, but that's probably what your grandfather did.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
waiting for the studio to cut us off because I've taken this conversation in a really
Yeah.
interesting direction. but-
No. Mountain Outpost. Mountain Outpost doing what we do best out here, waiting for crew at Uray Aid Station. Hey, but folks, just before we go any further, I do need to give a shout out to some people. I do need to give a shout out to the presenting sponsor of the live stream, which is Sunto this year. So a big shout out to Sunto. We know that they've recently released a couple of new watches very specific to trail and ultra running. So a big shout out to Sunto, because without Sunto,
Turn it up just a little, Bryce.
It'd be very hard
We
to
did. Yep.
to do the coverage that we're doing. It'd be very hard to learn about the moose hunting. We'd also like to give a shout out to the Feed, Tailwind, and Titus Adventure Company. Huge shout out to them and all the support they've given to the live stream, along with the North Face. Thanks a lot, the North Face. Steph's got one of their very bright t-shirts on. It's extremely bright. I've washed mine 65,000 times, so it's not as bright as Steph's used to be. And also, we'd like to give a shout out to Goo, Hypoxico, and Katula, and also Squirrel's Nut Butter. So a big shout out to those crew for helping bring the live stream together. And yeah, if you've got any curiosity around their products and what they do, please look into them a little bit more, because they're helping bring this element of the sport to life, and that's greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. And you'll see a few of their
Mael.
ads popping up every now and again. So yeah, in the studio.
Mael, do you have your feed hat on?
Yeah, I definitely do. Yeah, I definitely. Can you not see it?
He's wearing one of the other sponsor hats.
Shad left his feed hats in the van, and the van it's not easy to find parking in Uray, actually.
I could have hooked
surprisingly.
you up. I know someone who
luck.
lives like 50 feet away from there. You just got to reach out.
Well, tell them I'm here and waiting. Actually, if they could bring the feed hat with some calories, that would be great too. Maybe
I think
put
my husband Graham
all
is
of
actually
Mark
on
in the
his
hat.
way. He might be able to hook you guys up.
All right, we'll keep.
We're
an
getting
eye
lots
out
of
for
moose
him.
calls in the chat. Lots of
Oh,
moose
moose.
emojis.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's coming. It's coming. Should I do it? You're gonna have to hold my mic.
We're waiting on Courtney. We've probably got about 13 minutes. We're expecting, if Courtney's still running on course record pace, she's expected here in Uray at 43.9 miles into the Hardrock 100 in 13 minutes. So yeah, we're expecting her to come through pretty soon. And whilst we're waiting, I don't see why we wouldn't do some moose calls.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know ultra runners are called goats, but I mean, let's bring in some moose. Okay, I'm going to ask you to hold
Okay.
the mic.
All right,
Okay.
sweet. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Canadian moose call right here. I'm dramatically underwhelmed by that.
That is my first moose mating call, y'all. No, my grandfather is rolling over in his grave, but this was passed to my mother and then to me. So if my mom is watching, sorry. Now let's wait. Let's see what happens.
Just waiting for the moose here now. Just waiting for the moose.
I can hear myself back because of the delay, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
horrific.
Yeah.
Sorry, people still
Good.
love you, Steph.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Who invited me on? I mean, you knew what you were getting.
This is the kind of stuff we have to do when we don't have drones. We have to do moose calls.
Well, I can also fill in with some wildlife encounters on the Hardrock course. I don't use pacers, and so I was in Pole Creek. I can't remember which Hardrock, but it was in this direction. And middle of the night, probably midnight, 2 a.m, I ran into 2 mountain lions. About 40 yards above me, and one stood up and tracked me for about 5 yards until I stopped, turned around, faced my lights to it, and yelled at it, backed away until I was out of sight, and then I took off running and would look over my shoulder every 40 yards or so to make sure it wasn't tracking me. But there were 2 cats together.
That's terrifying.
Wow.
Yeah, all by myself. It was a little scary.
Did you have bacon in your pockets or something, or what were they going after?
I had eaten a piece of bacon in Sherman.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was probably smelling that and going,
Yeah. Bacon sweat.
bacon sweat.
Little tip for everyone. Yeah.
Don't eat bacon at
Moose
Sherman
calls and
unless you want to
bacon
get tracked
sweat.
by a mountain lion.
Yeah. If that's not the kind of animal that we want to see here. I heard moose are pretty dangerous, but I assume mountain
Oh, yeah,
lions
they're
are
ornery.
definitely not great.
Ornery moose.
Well, that's great, Jeff. What about the mouse? You see any little mountain mouse out there? They're kind of cute.
Oh, yeah. They're all over the place.
Pikas are my favorite
Yeah.
animal in the world.
Is that what they're actually called? Pikers?
Well, the up high,
What is a pika?
it's a different animal, a pika that lives above
Oh.
tree line, and it's actually endangered. They make this really cute little whistling, like beep, beep noise.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They're really cute.
You want to hear some
I think
mouse
they're actually
whistles?
more related
Put
to a
comment in
rabbit.
the chat.
Okay.
They're not a rodent. They're related to the rabbit.
What about marmots?
Oh, yeah, lots of marmots.
Marmots.
They're
marmots.
everywhere. They like to
Oh,
get
yeah.
they like to get in people's vehicles and chew brake lines up and stuff.
That they do.
What are the most dangerous animals you have to worry about when you're running in Australia?
Australia.
Yeah. Your home.
That is a
home
good
country.
question. That's a good question. I would say probably dogs.
Dogs.
Yeah.
That's quite boring.
Well, the thing is,
I was hoping for kangaroo or
like,
something.
well, did you want to give me the stats? Like, the reality is you probably more injuries come from getting a dog bite than they do coming from getting a snake bite.
Right.
I mean, likelihood versus consequence of getting a snake bite is obviously a different story.
Yeah.
So yeah, generally we do run with a snake bandage in Australia, because if you do get bitten by a snake, chances are it's poisonous. Chances are it's probably in the top 10 poisonous snake in the world. We've got a lot of tiger snakes out there, eastern brown snakes. There's a lot of snakes out there that are very venomous. And what you do is, if you did get bitten by a snake and you had a snake bandage, you would immobilize. So you'd stop, you would put on the snake bandage properly, because the venom of the snake will travel in your lymphatic system. So it's not your blood system. So what you need to do is you need to apply that snake bandage at a certain pressure, and that will slow down the travel of the venom in your lymphatic system. And then you would immobilize, so you wouldn't do anything. You just sit down on the trail and you'd try and call for help, or you'd try and get evacuated from that situation. But so the best thing to do is snake bandage and get that sorted out. But yeah, I mean, that's probably the most dangerous thing. Am I forgetting anything else? No. I mean, but standard protocol, like if you came across a kangaroo and you startled it, or if it had its baby, or if it felt threatened, like a kangaroo would scratch your face off. Like,
Really?
pretty gnarly. They've got some really big claws, and they could definitely do some damage on you. You know, like kangaroos can really, like, if a dog attacks a kangaroo or tries to attack a kangaroo, like a kangaroo would like cut it open pretty quickly. You want to.
Who in the chat wants to see Mael do an impression of a kangaroo hopping across the front?
We're getting a lot of marmot collar requests. I think
marmot collar. I don't think either of us can do one.
Yeah, I'm not.
Mael.
That's you.
You might have a visitor there. To your right, possibly.
Topher's in the house.
Oh, he just realized he's
Topher, you want to come up?
Topher, you want to have a chat? Topher Gaylord here. Come into the live stream. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Energy in Uray is fantastic.
I'm glad you followed my style trend on the sunglasses there, mate.
Well, you are the style master there, man. So I don't know. We were up on Grand Swamp Pass this morning watching the best ultrarunners in the world descend that backside, and it was absolutely treacherous. It was crazy watching those guys just bomb down there. It was a little spicy.
I heard even Courtney was on her butt a couple of times.
Courtney
Is that right?
went down a few times. I saw her dug up. She was digging a pole out of the rocks. Francois went down. Ludo is quick down, I'd say. Paul Terranova had a really good style. He sort of had this mashing down the mountain style that was good. I did not see him go down, but probably every runner that was descending down the backside of Grand Swamp, because it's just absolutely bulletproof with marbles on top of it. So it's tricky.
And what's your own technique? Because you are familiar with these trails. So how do you get down? How does the mere mortal like?
I would say carefully. I mean, the speed goat, Carl Meltzer, we saw him up there as well on the climb up, and and we were with Darcy Africa as well, and or Darcy PQ, and his signature move are bike gloves. So you got a little more forgiving. And there was one runner, I think it was Diego, he was sort of low crouching style, a little surfing style. So that seems to work pretty well too.
Nice.
Yeah.
And where are you off to after this? What's your plan?
I think we might go up to Animas and check out the lead runners going over the top of Andes. It was great seeing Jason and all the runners come through here, and Schlarb seemed pretty fired up, and he's sort of been going back and forth with Diego all day, so that was good. And don't ever count Francois out, right?
Do you have a prediction?
Well, also don't ever count Ludo out. Ludo's done 2 soft rocks in the last 4 weeks, and he looks fit and motivated. So, and he's got a building lead right now. I mean, his split down from Governors was like 50 minutes from Governors here, and I think he put 11 minutes just on that piece on Francois. So
wow,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
you guys are having fun.
We're having a great time.
We're having a great time. Yeah. Did you hear Steph do a moose call before?
I mean, this is quality content here.
Really?
I'm not even getting paid, guys. I mean,
100%
really.
Canadian moose call right there.
I love it.
Yeah.
And what about the women's race? We talked about predictions for the men's race, but what about the women's race?
Well, I never bet against Courtney. So, but Camille Bruyas is one incredible athlete, and it's fun to see her. And also Katerina, I think, is just 10 minutes behind as well. So it's a close race.
And Katerina's our youngest runner in Hardrock.
And, she had a back injury. Maybe you know this already, but I talked to her a couple days ago, and she seemed really, she had a good long taper, but she's pain-free, and she's obviously through 2 of the toughest descents of the race. Not the, there's a lot more to go, but it's great to see all 3 of them tightly clustered. And, it's hot today. This, I don't want to call Western States hot, but it feels hot. And I don't know if you got to take care of yourself. Here comes Courtney.
So we're
Yo,
gonna
here comes Courtney.
we're gonna actually
Thanks, Topher.
give Courtney a
Thanks,
little bit of
Topher.
privacy here. She's
So
asked
Courtney's
for a
coming-
little bit of privacy coming into Uray. So
Well,
Mael
the
and
crowd says
Steph,
it
we
all.
might just stay on you.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So Courtney's come through the aid station and she's leaving the runner check out. So Courtney has not stopped at all in the aid station. She's just come in and come out.
Wow.
So that would mean that she could either backtrack along the course and come back to where she can get some official aid in terms of what the aid station provides. But yeah, her crew is on. Her crew is actually past the exit of the aid station, quite a distance away. So yeah, we're happy to give her a bit of privacy. The 295 people that have just run over to where she is haven't got the memo on that. But yeah, we'll respect their
thank
wishes
you.
there, of course. But yeah, big crew obviously here wanting to see Courtney, and yeah.
She's ahead of her time from 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, like only by like a couple of minutes, but
Yep.
she's
A
like
minute.
bang on that time. Yeah.
A minute. Well,
Right
those
around a
60
minute.
seconds mean something.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, she came in, she like looked, yeah, I mean, it's hard to get a full reading on someone's body language, but she looked like she definitely wanted to get in here and get sorted out. And I'm sure she probably wants to get on her way as well. But yeah, so she's definitely taken some time. Judging by the crowd that's over there, she's probably still in the aid station, and I'm sure we'll be able to know when she's leaving when there's a big round of applause, no doubt.
Yep.
I was speaking with someone earlier. I think, again, I just have to think about the emotional side of this. When you are on top, when you are breaking course records, when you are breaking your own course records, the amount of pressure that you must feel would be huge. And my wish for her is just that she is able to enjoy the run out there, regardless of however this winds up, whether she gets another course record or wins or not, but that she's really able to enjoy herself.
I dare say that she's probably left now, judging
got her
by
leaving.
yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like she's in and out, which she hasn't. She's only been in that aid station for what, 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's leaving well ahead of when she left. She took
3
about
minutes.
3 minutes last year at Aid here, and so she's leaving almost 3 minutes ahead.
Yeah, she's 3 minutes ahead of her course record pace.
Shifting. Beautiful. Love it.
But this is what we want to see. We want to see competition. We want to see women pushing other women. That makes me quite happy. So if she feels like the heat is on her, I know she's probably going to appreciate that.
And I have a prediction that maybe she's just kind of in the back of the pain cave and she really wants to make it bigger and add an extra room right now. So she's just digging a little bit more. And yeah, she's got the chisel out.
Yeah, you are right. I think that describes the expression we saw coming through here.
So with regards to that, Courtney is in 5th place overall, leaving Uray at mile 43.9. And Courtney is the only runner in the top 5 that's left this aid station without a pacer. I believe she is planning on picking up her pacer, who would be, so Mike Ambrose is going to be pacing Courtney, which she's done twice before in the past. And I believe he's going to be picking her up and doing a pretty decent section. Last time, I believe he was out there for like 8 hours with her. But and skipping my mind exactly where he's picking her up from. It might be Animus, or it's or it might be before that. And then from our pre-race chat with Courtney earlier in the week, she said that Mike is going to be pacing her for a section, and then Kevin's going to be jumping in for the last bit, which might be from Cunningham to the finish. So so Courtney 5th place overall, and the first runner to be in and out of Uray without a pacer. So but in a spot that she's been before, and a spot that puts her, as you folks said in the studio, a couple of minutes up on her course record for the clockwise direction of Hardrock.
That's right.
Yes.
I think the next thing we'll be keeping an eye on would be the split between Camille and Courtney as Camille comes into the aid station, which I assume is going to be pretty soon. And we can see that her crew is getting ready for her to be arriving. And it looks like her pacer is Marianne Hogan, and she looks like she's ready to get on with the.
Yeah, I
with
think
the
I heard
job
that
of
Marianne's
pacing.
going to do a whole lot of miles. So maybe a very long stretch until just the very end where maybe Martina Valmasoy might jump in. But I heard, if it's correct, that Marianne's going to be pacing her like 40 plus miles.
That's a big pace at Hardrock.
That is. But it's something Marianne Hogan would do.
So just to give everybody a reference point at Governor, Cammie was 7 minutes back from Courtney.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we'll see
And
kind of
Courtney
what that
came
split
through
is.
here 6 minutes ago.
Yeah,
and left
3:50.
a couple minutes after
3.
that. So we'll see if she comes in, and if Camille comes in the next minute, then no gain or loss has been made. But if it's past that, then it means that Courtney's putting some time on.
That's right. And I wonder
Fifth overall. What do people think about that?
Oh,
As
we
we
hear
as we get
we've
some
got someone
we
coming
get some
in. This
cheers
must be
coming in
Camille.
here. Yeah, this is
Yep.
Camille Barras from
Oh,
France. She's
Cammie.
coming in. She's heading into her crew. Close.
And that's 6 minutes,
Yeah, it's kind of bang on.
and only a few minutes since Courtney took off. So
about 4 minutes from when she exited.
Yeah.
Maybe 5, close to 5.
Pop 'em over there. And
Yeah, Courtney was out at 9:53.
Mm-hmm. 3:53.
this is so exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal. So she's in here. She is over there with her crew. I'm not sure if you guys
This is
have a bit
Cammie
of a
Brouillard.
visual on that. Yeah, it is.
Eating.
She is taking a seat and she's getting her shoes taken off. Yet to confirm whether she's changing them or just dumping out some gravel. We saw Jason Schlab do that. He was really getting all that gravel dumped out from the last descent, and
And she's also doing the eating at the low point here, sitting down and really taking in some calories.
So, folks, this is like, unfortunately, we didn't get footage of Courtney sitting in the aid station. I assume that she probably had a seat, but Diego Pazos was one of the only people that came into this aid station and out without actually taking a seat. You can see Camille is doing what most of the rest of the crew have done, and that is taking a seat, kind of allowing the crew to do their job, changing out bottles. There's a whole a kind of array of food that she can get involved in. Looks like she's just so stoked to be here. I mean, it's like the lowest point of the race in regards to elevation, and I'm sure she's in a spot that she knows she's pretty happy to be with.
It's always a good sign when you see someone eating and drinking well at this point. And she's guzzling that liquid.
Yeah. That is grand. You can see
She's
there.
eating good, healthy, solid food there.
Yeah, which is great to see. Because we've mentioned it so many times before, it's still such early days in this race. A mile 43.9, but if you look at the time that it would take to complete the rest of this course, it's a long way.
Unless they're going to run 21 hours, they're less than halfway through from a time standpoint. And we did get word also that Diego Pazos really did well out of Uray and ran pretty much the entire climb out of town, which is kind of what Courtney's on here right now. We heard that he was moving much quicker than Francois, who also hiked quite a bit of this section right here. So just an idea of kind of maybe how the energy levels are playing out right now. Oh, she doesn't hunch a whole lot. Maybe she's just leaning into them.
Well, she's doing, it's right. That's right technique.
It is. You're supposed to lean with the grade.
Yeah. Chest over knees, knees over toes.
As long as you can keep the airways open. I do a lot of the European hiking with hands on knees.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure makes me look like I'm super tired. All right, so Cami Bruya in the Uray Aid Station, taking a little bit of time, taking in a bunch of calories and fluids, which I think is a great plan. Setting her up for the next section.
That does not look good, though. She's sitting there like, whoa, she's...
Maybe not able to keep that down.
She's eating a lot. That's a lot of food.
You see Marianne Hogan there getting ready to pace her out. Courtney left without a pacer. We don't know if that was planned or if that was a decision that she made,
right
in the moment. We also heard Francois before saying that he may or may not use his pacers. If he's not feeling good and he's slogging, he might not want to take somebody with him because it just might kind of, I don't know, make him feel like he's just dragging somebody along and he might want to just be by himself.
I just prefer to be by myself.
Yeah. But let's not forget, both these women are on very, very fast pace for this course. So it would not be surprising if they were working really hard, hurting at this point.
All right, she's out.
Wow. She just popped up out of that chair and I thought she was going to go over to a trash can, but she's just leaving.
About 10 minutes behind Courtney.
Okay. So she took some time there, but that's still about the same gap.
Yeah, it was 7 minutes at the last aid station. Now it's 10, but she took longer at the aid station. So there's still, running wise, the gap is the same, but
yeah,
she's just taking a little more time at aid stations.
You could make that back quickly. Is my mic on? Okay. All right.
Jeff Rome coming into Uray Aid Station.
Did you lose that? You don't have any. Yeah. Before I could hear myself, and now I can't.
And we'll see. We are watching Jeff Rome in the Uray Aid Station now. Looks like he's getting some shoe dump or shoe change, one or the other. Kind of hard to see. We got a few people standing in the way. There you go. Looks like he's doing a shoe. He might be doing a shoe swap.
So Jeff Rome, Silverton local?
Yes.
Sitting in fifth male.
Yeah. And I think the official gap on open split time from Courtney was actually 12 minutes.
Okay.
On the out.
Okay.
Cami took 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney was in and out.
Yeah, Courtney kind of didn't stop.
Yeah.
Except for maybe, I don't know, a couple eye drops. And then
Oh,
she was
actually,
out.
they have it at 3:51, but we watched her leave at 3:53. So I think it's because she went out of the, checked out of the back of the aid station and then crewed right outside.
Yeah.
The edge of the aid station checkout.
Yeah.
Where her crew was. So
And
it's
maybe
actually
had to come back in.
Yeah, it's actually a 10-minute gap.
Okay.
So I'll correct myself again. Sorry.
That's okay.
We have been going for 6 hours.
We need a little more chocolate.
Over 6 hours.
Oh man, 6 hours. It's already 4. We only have a couple hours left.
We're just gonna
We're
make
gonna
it till
bring
6
the
p.m.
energy for the last 2 hours.
We're trying.
We're gonna do espresso shots, and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh, that's what we need. An espresso shot.
Yeah, people comment the Ram hat. That's pretty epic. That's like a run steep, get high, elevated type.
Yeah.
Get up right there.
That's quite a hat.
So if you're just joining us, Ludo Pommeret is leading the race, 43.9, 44 miles in. We've got second place Francois Deane, who lost quite a bit of time, had been running quite close to Ludo early on, but is now about 25 minutes back of him. Followed by third place Jason Schlarb, who has been gaining on the front two men in the last couple hours here. And then right behind Jason is Diego Pazos from Switzerland. So those are your top four men who have already been in and out of Uray. Then we saw number 5 overall, your first place female, Courtney Dauwalter, come in. She did not spend very much time. She did not want to be filmed in the aid station in Uray. She asked for a bit of privacy. She left and left without a pacer about 10 minutes ahead of Camille Bruyas, who took some time in the aid in Uray. 8 drank, left with pacer Marianne Hogan, who is going to continue on with her for what we hear is quite a few miles.
Yeah, we heard 40-mile pace.
Yeah. Then we've got Jeff Rome. Oh, yep. Tara Dower coming into
Governor.
Gov Basin.
Also, when I
Tara Dower, your fourth place female, right now at Governor Basin, mile 36. So she will probably do a quick top off here and then make the 7-8 mile descent down into Uray.
And she is about 45 minutes behind third place. We categoried him.
Hartmouth.
And we didn't get a visual on her at Governor.
No. We've been missing Katerina. We're going to try to get some more coverage of Katerina. We'll get her.
So anybody who's a Katerina fan out there, we apologize.
We're not trying to avoid Katerina. She's too fast. She's just whizzing by.
Oh, yeah, that or it's overlapped with of the same time Courtney at another aid station.
Or the same time as one of the men.
Or something in the lead.
Yeah.
So we've missed her a couple times. So
we will definitely try to get her into Uray for sure. But from what we understand, because she already pinged, when did she? How?
She should be in probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes into Uray. So
okay.
We should get her out of Uray.
So we're thinking she's maybe 45 minutes ahead of Tara here.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, she's 45. I will. Tara. Yeah, let me get an exact amount here. 3:07 p.m. Actually, Tara is exactly an hour
behind Katerina.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Katerina should be in any time into Uray.
And now you're looking at Camille Bruyas leaving Uray, heading south through town on one of the side streets, and she will be starting the climb up the Bear Creek Trail and up to Engineer, where they will then get to the Animas Forks aid station. There is an Engineer aid station about mile 52, then continued climb up to Animas Forks.
And Katerina's been under the radar all day because we've missed her a few times, but she is only at Governor, she was only 12 minutes back from Cami. So she's running a great race right now, probably a smart, patient race is the way it's looking, because she's been lurking right behind them. That 12 minutes is nothing on the Hardrock course.
Exactly.
So if these girls are pushing each other up front and she's just sitting back there patiently, she could, if one of them falters, she's going to move up.
People in the chat saying she's in stealth mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Ninja mode.
Ninja mode.
Avoiding
That's the kind of mode I like.
Yeah.
Coming from behind.
Yeah. I think this
is. Folks, I don't know if you can pick us up here in Uray again.
In fantasy, I'm just saying. I mean, let's keep it like this.
I don't know if you guys have audio for us in Uray right now.
Hey, I can hear you, Maya. Go for it.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, we've just got the camera focused on Jeff Rome, who is still in. He's just getting up now. So Jeff
No,
Rome is
but
just
I just
heading
came
out
here.
of the aid station here in Uray.
So we'll
He's
go back
in.
to Mael here in Uray in just a moment as we see Kemi Bruya leaving Uray.
Going in the wrong direction.
Oh. Is he going to the river?
Bathroom?
We don't have audio.
Yo, can you hear us down here in Uray?
I can hear you. Live stream can hear you. Commentators cannot. If you want to
Okay.
support, please do.
Katerina is coming into the aid station here in Uray. So she is coming in right now, third place female, eighth place overall. Katerina is heading into the aid station. She's coming in right now. Let's get a big round of applause. She's heading straight for the chair. I think you guys have a view on her. So she's in the aid station there. Jeff Rome is 7th overall. Jeff Rome is leaving the aid station right now. Silverton local. So Katerina is right there. You can get just a little bit of a visual of her.
She's smiling and laughing with her crew at the moment, and she hasn't sat down yet. So she's looking pretty strong, I'd have to say.
Yeah. Hey guys, if you take a step to the side, yeah, and then we got to start. That's awesome. Thanks, heaps. So I think you guys can see that view there. It's Katerina, third place female. So she's sitting 8th place overall, and she's getting what she needs. She's not sitting down. Doesn't look like she's planning on sitting down, but she's very chatty. Still standing up, getting some liquids from the aid station crew here. And she has also asked for a popsicle. So we're getting a popsicle coming over. So popsicle from Uray is coming in handy. They've got actually a menu here of all the popsicle flavors that they have available. So that's what you can expect if you get to Uray. So this is a section of the aid station here where there's no media allowed. So that's why we had some of the volunteers standing guard before. So they run a tight ship down here in Uray, which is understandable, and it's what they've got to do. So that's why I've got a bit of a lengthy shot here, but you can see her dump her hat in the bucket there. Steph, what do you think? What's her body language telling you?
I'm getting a really good feeling from Katerina. Again, she is our youngest competitor in Hardrock, but this woman is fierce. You know, she got second at UTMB last year, and then she immediately signed up for Tour de Géant, which she didn't finish, but with just the best attitude. And I'm really excited to see what she does here today. The fact that she hasn't sat down, she's smiling, she's chatting, she's eating, she's drinking, she's doing all the right things. This is definitely the sign of a pro, I would say.
So as you can see, folks, no media are allowed except Howie Stern. So everyone else is meant to be out of there except Howie Stern. And I think we all know why he probably has special media privileges. But yeah, you can see that there's that bucket there, that green bucket is full of cold water. So she's making sure that the buff that's on her wrist is getting cold, and she's about to head out with popsicle and a cup of soup or bouillon in hand. And that's her, Katerina Hartman, heading out of Uray in third place female.
Smile back to the crowds. We've got lots of clapping and cheers for her. And she's off.
looks like she's heading out of here without a pacer. So yes, two of the top 3 women are leaving Uray at mile 43.9 without a pacer. And there's I believe that would be the only 2 people in the race so far that have left this aid station without a pacer would be Courtney and Katerina.
You know, I can understand it for Katerina because the whole idea of pacers, it's more of a North American thing. You know, when you are racing over in Europe, you generally don't have any pacers. In some of the races years ago, you were allowed pacers, for example, in Tour de Géant, but they cut it out. I think in 2014 was the last year. And I personally haven't run any race in Europe that has allowed them. So it could be that she's just used to running on her own. But maybe she'll be picking one up later on in the course.
Yeah, just an interesting thing that we saw, folks. We saw Jeff Rome, who is 5th place male, Silverton local. Jeff Rome left the aid station in the wrong direction, and we thought he was going the wrong way. But
I thought he was going to the bathroom.
Yeah, we all thought he was going to the bathroom. But, I thought, you know what? It's better not to make assumptions. I better go check, see what he's doing, because he jumped over this bank here to our left. And there's actually the big river down there. So Jeff Rome just walked over the bank, just not really off course, but he's just dunked himself right in that river. So he completely... He lied down in the river in terms of he got all the way up to his waist, completely drenched his legs for a good, probably minute. And then he popped back up and got on with it. So I don't know if, no one else has done that. So I don't know if it's a little local secret, but Jeff, that was his strategy, which is quite interesting, quite cool to see.
Yeah. And, I have to say I was wrong. I thought it really wasn't that hot, but I might just be acclimatized to the Middle East. I think what we've seen from the last few runners that have come in is they've all been dousing themselves with water in some ways. So they're obviously feeling the heat coming from the last checkpoint.
There's Dale Garland, race director, cruising through Uray right now. Looking about as cool, calm, and collected as some of our leaders. So that's a good sign. It's a good sign.
Hey, Mayo, we're gonna.
He flew in on his helicopter. I think he travels around the helicopter on race day.
Absolutely, that's where your race fees are going, everyone. Your run fees to Dale's helicopter.
Dale's helicopter scenic rides of the valley on race day.
I have to say
that was a joke, by the way.
Yeah, that was a joke. I have to say I'm a new board member on the Hardrock Board of Directors, and it is so cool to be able to work with a race director like Dale, who's just calm, cool, collected, has a sense of humor. It's exactly what you want for anyone running this kind of event, because you have to make tough calls, and there have been some tough calls this week. But really, he's got so much respect and legitimacy within the Hardrock family.
Yeah, absolutely does. So, hey, folks, we might just swing it to an ad right now. We'll take a break from chatting, and we'll be back in just a moment.
How many miles is that? 5. Take it easy. You ready to pick up some food? Please.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. We got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Hey, good morning. Let's go. All right. Welcome back to the 2024 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I am Corinne Chalvoy.
I am Jeff Browning.
And we are almost 6.5 hours into our 8-hour shift. But it's a very exciting race this year, Jeff.
It is very exciting. It's tight up front. Well, Ludo's kind of put up a gap in the men's race for the lead. But Courtney and Cammie are like tight, and so is Katarina's not too far back, 12 minutes back. So
all of the women running really strong, both Courtney and Cammie pretty close to Courtney's previous course record splits. And we saw Cammie spend quite a bit of time in Uray, not quite a bit of time, but like 5-6 minutes getting in some food, fluids, picking up her pacer Marianne Hogan, whereas Courtney Dauwalter did not want to spend any time in Uray. Very quickly aided just outside the aid station area and then took off without a pacer. Katarina also was seemingly quite positive in the aid. She was pretty efficient. What'd she spend? 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay. And we've been getting some insights from Mayel and Stephanie Case, who are there in Uray. Ludo was about 25 minutes up on Francois. Francois was how much up on Jason Schlar?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. So the men's race is more spread out at this point than the women's.
Yeah, the women are really tight. I think we're very close.
Not to mention that a couple aid stations ago, we had only 8 minutes separating 5th through 10th in the women's side.
Yeah.
So the entire top 10 of the women's race is, kind of compacted here, which is really exciting. There could be a lot that happens in these next 60 miles.
Yeah, and we also might see some shakeups too, because anyone who's gone out a little too hot in this first half, you will pay the piper over Engineer and Handy's Peak.
Yeah.
The highest point on the course, little over 14,000 feet. And I always find that it's really hard if you've gone out too hard, once you go over 14,000 feet, it really knocks you down.
It burns a match for you without you even lighting it.
Exactly.
So
that match just disappears.
Yeah, disintegrates. So at this point in time, the front runners are starting to approach Uray, 44 miles. They're 10.5 hours into this race. They've still got our course record on this direction is 21:16, or Killian's course record.
21:36:24.
All right, so 21 and a half hours. So unless we break course records, we've still got 11 to 12 hours of running for the very front of the pack, including a 14er.
Yeah. And to give you guys a gap between first and third place in the women's race, leaving Uray Aid Station at 43.9 miles, 24-minute gap, that's it. That's three
nothing.
women are inside of 24 minutes. The women's race is very exciting this year for the podium.
Maybe I'd be curious to know if that's like the tightest women's, at this point, the tightest women's podium at
Hardrock history. I would guess so far, yes.
Yeah. Then we had Tara Dower sitting in fourth.
Yeah, about 45 minutes back from third place.
Mm-hmm.
And this next section out of Uray is a long, long climb up to Engineer Aid Station right at Tree Line. Then they have to go up and over Engineer Pass, jump on the road, and it's a really rough four-wheel drive road, and that runs down to Animas Fork Aid Station, that's where we'll get the next visual on the front of the pack. I don't think we have anything do we have anything at Engineer?
I don't know. Bryce, do we? We are going to work on trying to get some visuals of Engineer.
Somewhere coming off of Engineer. Hopefully we get something on the road.
And we heard it was like low 80s in Uray. So
that's hot.
Warm. Very warm at 7,700 feet. Here's Katarina Hartmuth leaving and hiking up the just above Box Canyon outside of Uray. This is a steep grade right here. She's not using her poles, just hiking. No pacer. Yeah. Oh, Luke J coming into Uray. The people love Luke J.
I am gonna make you live in just a moment here.
Camera setups going. There's a lot of cameras, a lot of filming, getting ready for Luke right now. You can see him. I'm making an assumption here, but I'm pretty sure that must be his kids that he's dishing out high fives to. So this is Luke J, and he is from Littleton in Colorado, 43 years young.
He looks like he's in his element.
Looks like he's pumped. Yeah.
And his kids, if those are his kids, are holding some good snacks, but they're eating them themselves. Yes. The banana has gone to the children.
Yeah, they didn't get the memo on
Sounds
that
like
one.
my kids. They're at an aid station like, can I have those Oreos?
Like, why am I holding this banana? I'm going to eat it.
So Luke has what flag has Luke got there on his pack? Is that... And it's the pride flag that he's got in his pack there, representing. So that's cool to see. But
Nice.
yeah, Luke's got a very solid crew around him with regards to people helping him out, but also from a camera point of view. Like, look at this boom mic that's popping in just over Luke's head here. There's no joke. We've really stepped it up down here in the.
There's like a film in the making here.
It really is. There really is. So I'm sure there's a story behind the film. So if anyone has any commentary on that story behind Luke J, throw it in the chat because we'd love to know. But I think you could just see there's a little bit of a gap.
There's some good footwork being done here. This is my favorite part of ultras. The rubber gloves came out. I don't think they went on, but we are now getting feet lubed.
Okay. Good
yeah,
stuff.
Steph, you just continue with that foot commentary right there.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Steph's
I'm
going in for a close one.
So we're not going to give it to him. We're just going to give him some foot commentary.
Yeah. We've got a white substance
Luke's getting in there.
being rubbed all over the feet, into the toes. If there's anyone with fetishes out there, you are missing it.
What is this white
Sorry.
substance, Steph? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't know.
My
It's
guess would be
some kind of a cream.
a diaper rash cream with zinc oxide.
Like a Desitin
Yeah,
or
good call.
something?
Yeah, like Desitin or something like that. That's what typically in this race. That's what I use as well, just because of the so much you get wet feet so often.
So it's going to help dry them?
Yeah, and it keeps creates a moisture barrier.
Creates a barrier so it's not going to soak your feet.
Yep.
Yeah. They're washing them first, getting rid of all the dirt before they're putting on the cream.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a crew, this is really a sign of love when you're dealing with stinky runner's feet, but it can make a world of difference.
And Luke J is previous, he won High Lonesome in 2019, 22 hours. He also got second 2022 High Lonesome, 24. So UTMB 30th out there, 25 hours, 54 minutes at age 41. Done some of the races here.
He's got a towel on his head.
Is it still pretty warm there, Steph?
Well, there is the breeze has come back, which is nice. For a while, the breeze had gone away, and then it really did feel warmer. But I personally don't feel like it's that warm, but I can tell from the runners that they feel the heat much more than
Just because they're working.
all of us standing around. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a good bunch of food around him, some watermelon, maybe some soup on the other side. I see some bacon. He's not eating a whole lot at the moment. A lot of work
As we
on the
continue to follow Katerina Hartmuth out of Uray. She's crossing the bridge right there at the ice park, right at Fox Canyon, and then she's going to take a right and go up the little trail here. Poles are now out.
Yep, up the steps.
Yep. This
We've
is
got
actually
some
how
work
the
on the path
Imogene
here now.
pass run starts too, but it goes on the other side of the canyon.
The Hoka shoes are going back on with some calf muscles getting rolled out.
Nice.
So he's taking he's taking his time at the aid station, but in a really smart way. You know, not in terms of needing a break or struggling. He's just doing everything he needs to do to set himself well for the next climb. We've got both shoes back on. Wondering how much longer he'll be staying in the aid station now. Maybe to get a bit more food in. That seems to be just liquid. The freezies are popular here. Another sign that the heat is potentially a factor. The kids have finished their snacks, so
Steph, what happened to Mael? Is he
it's
just
time to go.
partaking in some soup right now?
He is talking to Debo.
Oh.
Dylan was out volunteering all morning at Chapman's.
Yeah.
And has just come over.
Cool.
Chapman's was where Dylan blew up last year, when the course was going in the opposite direction. So he wanted to come back and give something back to the aid station and to the runners, which is pretty cool. Now it looks like the crew is doing the final check of the pack here. Make sure that he's the next section.
All right. Again, Luke J in the Uray Aid Station here. What place is Luke in? On the mid side.
Oh, hold on, I gotta refresh.
Is he the fifth man?
Sixth.
Sixth.
9th overall, 6th man.
Okay. So we still have.
Meanwhile,
3
we've
women
got
sitting
someone
in the
else
top 10.
coming into the aid station.
All right.
Who's this? Let's check it out. He's got the best dressed helper, if you can see that on the screen. Do you guys in the studio know who that was?
I don't.
I couldn't see a number.
If it was tracking, it might be Andy.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm asking the wizard of
Or
Hardrock.
Lauren?
I'm asking Dale. Do you know who that was that came in there, Dale?
I believe that's
Andy
Andy
Vermillion, maybe?
Vermillion. Yeah, definitely.
Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy Vermillion.
Perfect.
All right, we're just using our last bells and whistles. Last bells and whistles on Luke. He's got all sorts of creams and sprays, and this crew is, I mean, if they could rent themselves out, they would be in high demand.
Walking
Well, it
pharmacy.
looks like he is just about ready to leave. One last douse of the head with water. I think he's treated this aid station very, very smartly.
He does have a lot of videographers. Looks like I see a pacer back there who might be getting ready to go with him. Dang, we want to know what's going on. Maybe you guys can ask what they're creating here.
Yeah, we'll find out.
On the content front.
And Luke is off. Freezy in hand.
I love it. Yeah, Luke J.
It's a pacer. Yeah. We've got our mystery man eating watermelon in the aid station. Still haven't figured out who it is yet.
Isn't it Andy?
Andy?
Andy Vermillion.
Andy Vermillion.
Sorry, I missed that. Yep. We're seeing a lot more attention on the feet with the past few runners. First, people dumping out their shoes.
female
Now
runner
everyone's
descending
taking off
into
the socks.
Telluride.
Yeah, and part of I think one of the reasons that you see a big shoe change at Uray is on the way down to Governor's, you have to cross. There's a creek that runs across the road, and you cannot get
Right.
across it without getting your feet wet. So I'm sure some folks are wanting to change socks, relube, and put new shoes on. It's a great place to change to a new pair of shoes because you're not going to get any kind of wet feet going up Bear, especially this year, Bear Canyon, and up to Engineer. You know, in wetter years, you could get wet up top above tree line, but this year I think it's going to be pretty dry. So pretty safe change place.
That's a good tip. I haven't actually seen anyone change their shoes, but it looks like Andy has some kind of an ankle brace on. So I wonder if he's got a longer term injury or something that he's trying to manage.
Well, for the shoe geeks out there, most of the foam, if you run in a shoe, your foam of your shoe will kind of it will compact, and in about 40 or 50 miles, 60 miles, you'll lose about 20 to 25% of the performance in the shoe. And it's really a good strategy to about halfway through 100 to change your shoes, and you'll get all that 25% of the performance back in a new pair of shoes. And then that shoe will rebound, but it takes about 36 to 48 hours for it to rebound. So
that is a great tip.
Yeah, so always change your shoes one time, middle of the race.
Even if it's the same model, just to get fresh foam.
Well, because you think about the foam as like little tiny microscopic bubbles, and all that pounding on it makes it compact, and then it rebounds over about 24 to 48 hours, depending on how far you went. So this, if you're going 50, 60 miles on a pair of shoes, it's going to take about 48 hours for it to come back. So if you change your shoes, you'll get all the 100% of the performance back in that model.
And Mael is coming back from his schmoozing.
Hey, folks. Just had a
Do
little
we need to
break
get
there,
any
catching up
takes
with some
from
people.
Debo on what's been happening in Uray?
Devo said I asked him, of course. He said he had nothing much to add. He said, I've got no information to add and I talk too much. But he did say he was just so stoked to have put in 6 hours of volunteering. Like, he was just so stoked at Chapman Aid Station, and his only job was like, give me your bottles. What do you want? Do you want caffeinated? Do you want non-caffeinated? Let me at it. Tell me what you want. Just help people out. Like a bit of hard, honest work. Here we go, though. Island Boy Jeff is here.
Fast knots, the fast people.
Look at this, folks. If we swing the... These are donuts from Zach Miller. Straight out of the...
Zach Miller donuts.
These are far out, Jeff. They're hot, man.
What is
So
it
that
called?
Amazing. Oh, and they're warm. I'm
what are
sorry
they
to
called?
everyone
Frosh
in the
knots
studio
or
and
something?
online.
What does he call them?
Fast knots. Fast knots. Yeah. The Zach
Fast
Shack
knots.
is open for business. Free fast knots just outside the aid station.
Free fast knots
Oh,
in
my
Uray.
God.
Oh,
What do you
man.
think?
I'm sorry. We need to try to figure out a way for everyone at home to experience this.
Shout out to
Jeez,
Jeff
damn.
Allen.
Is this
And we
icing
need-
on it, or is this something else? Because it tastes too good to just be icing sugar, you know what I'm saying?
I can't give out the secrets. I can't give out the secrets.
All right,
There's a
Island
lot
Boy
of
Jeff
butter
is
or hot or
Oh, there's
oil.
butter in it.
Lots
That's
of
what I
mayo.
hear. There's a ton of butter in
for
it,
the-
too.
for those
Butter,
of you
sugar, a
who-
pound of sugar.
Yeah, Zach
Oh
is
my
getting
God.
love in the chat. Shout out to Zach Miller.
Yeah, sorry, Zach. Appendicitis. If anybody hasn't heard, he got appendicitis.
Yeah.
But, shout out
It's
to
been a
Jack-
roller coaster, I
Zach
think, for
Miller.
Zach Miller.
He's out there cooking donuts for the
This is
crews.
engineer.
Anyone, get involved. That is no joke. That is no joke.
Okay, we have endorsements for the Fast Knots in Uray, courtesy of Zach Miller, who's out there cheering, supporting, making everyone free donuts in light of not being able to run the race today. And we are also getting visuals on engineer.
Yeah, the top engineer. Now we're looking to give you guys a visual on engineer. This is looking down into where engineer aid station would be, right at tree line, and then you come up through that tundra and climb up and gain the road. It's a 4-wheel drive road at the top, so you come up that little trail right there that they're showing, right up next to that drainage. And then you hit the road, and then you go that way and take a right at the Y.
Yeah, Zach was cooked, but now he's cooking.
Yeah.
Love it. Oh, there's an up close of the Fast Knot. Yeah, thumbs up.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't
It's a good looking donut.
Now I need to get it off.
Okay, who is this leaving you ready?
I don't know. It's freezing on us a little bit.
Yeah.
I did offer it to you.
Steph just threw a donut in the bin.
Oh, is that Luke? Is that Luke J? Yes, that's Luke J. I think.
Okay. Yep. Luke J, 6th place male. Heading out of Uray with the pacer.
Mael, you are muted at the moment. Give me a thumbs up if you do want to go back live.
Sun's back out in Uray.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's feeling a little warm.
probably.
I always feel this is always a warm spell coming up out of Uray and up Bear Canyon until you get in the shade up in the trees. But
Yeah.
you know, probably the first 4 or 5 miles out of Uray are hot because it's facing the sun in the afternoon in this direction, and it's really, really warm.
And you have a bunch of shale under your feet that's just kind of radiating.
And
the
dark
heat.
rock.
Dark rock.
So yeah, it just radiates heat.
Mhm.
So it's like a microclimate.
Do we need to do a quick recap of what's going on in the race, Jeff?
Yes, I guess we should. We haven't for a while. So if you're just joining us, this is Luke J leaving Uray Aid Station, and our men's podium right now is Ludo Pommeret. He is at Uray, had about a 30-minute lead on Francois Deane in second. Jason Schlarb was about 15 minutes back in third. Diego Pazos was only a couple of minutes back from Jason Schlarb. So our men's the top four are really close together. Ludo has put a little bit of a gap on him in the 40s. We haven't got any kind of check at governor yet, at engineer, the next aid station. So as soon as we get that, we will let you know. And in the women's race, it's a nail biter. Courtney Dauwalter.
It's a nail biter.
It is. Courtney Dauwalter, Cami Bruja. I keep butchering it. Sorry, Cami. I am so. Cami Bruja. Sorry. And she is only she was 6 minutes back from Courtney.
Yeah, and then maybe a little bit more when they left because she spent some time.
That's
10
right.
10 minutes back
10
out
minutes
of Uray.
And Katarina Hartmuth was only our youngest runner at Hardrock at
28.
Yep, and she 12 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
24 back from Courtney and about 12 or 13 back from Cami Bruja.
Yeah, so we have a very tight women's race, 24 minutes spread from first to third.
Yeah,
coming out of Uray at 44.
Exactly, with Tara Dower kind of sitting in a little bit of a no man's land in
about 45 minutes back.
Fourth.
Yeah, 45 minutes back from third.
And then 5th through 10th on the women's side. We'll continue to try to kind of find what's going on there, but there's already been some changes. That group includes Claire Banworth, Emily Hellman, Becky Bates, Yitka Wynn, and Yitka had overtaken Becky at the last aid, so it went Claire 5th, Emily 6th, Yitka Wynn 7th, Becky Bates 8th, Amber Wibble 9th, and we believe Claire Hester 10th.
Great recap.
That's why you take notes, I guess.
Yeah.
And they're all like within 10 minutes of each other. So.
It is tight. The top 10 women, and especially the podium, is really exciting. Ludo, he's been taking it out. He took it out fast and hard. And him and Francois was leading early. I saw them this morning on Ice Leak Trail. I went up and watched before I had to be in the studio, and got a little hike run in, and got to give Courtney a hug and give a fist bump to Francois, and he was in the lead by about 2 minutes, and Ludo was all smiles, and we said hi to each other. We ran into each other last week up on Handies, so he's fit.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. He was ready. He wants this win, and I know at that age, I would want it too.
Yeah. Been impressed with Jason Schlarb, who seemingly went out very comfortably and then was able to move into third, running really strong here. And then, Diego Pazos right behind him, but Diego is also in great spirits, smiling constantly. So. And
we know Diego, that's his
the bow tie runner.
Yeah, that's his MO. He always has a good vibe going. Even if he might even be hurting behind the smile, but
yeah.
He's a lot like Courtney.
It's a grimace or a smile.
That's the way Courtney rolls too.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that about them.
Smiles are performance enhancing.
Yeah, mindset's everything.
Yeah. I like Courtney's big on you can be hurting really bad and working really hard and be having fun at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive.
And now you're seeing the trail coming down into Telluride. We don't have a number on this runner, but she's making her way down into Telluride at mile 27. Beautiful trail coming down out of Wasatch Basin after the
shot of the actual bid number?
Oscars, after Oscars Pass.
That'd be fantastic.
And this is the hard right turn. She's about 150, 200 meters from the aid station. She'll come right down into the city park.
That single track looks tight, so no worries if it doesn't work out.
We can. I can hear Steph.
Oh, Luke J's film. Let's hear it.
Because his wife was supporting him, and they think it's a nice story, and they're not sure where it's going to wind up, but yeah, it sounds interesting. I think it's going to be an iterative process. Yeah.
Well, I think anything that involves hard rock and the scenery of the San Juans and gets put out somewhere will get a lot of consumption and views. So it will be exciting to see it. And there seems to be a ton of Luke J fans out there.
We've got another runner coming into the aid station. Number 130.
Number 130.
Yeah.
John Davis? John Davis.
Lauren Davis.
Is that
Miles
Lauren?
saying Lauren Davis.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Okay, I think he
Yeah,
goes
that
by
is,
Lauren.
that is Lauren Davis. I used to run with him in
Lauren
Bozeman.
Davis, 8th male. Maybe he goes by Lauren, but his legal name is John. All right, we are here at Lauren Davis in Uray, but we are going to switch over real quick to the engineer cam because we are looking for Ludo.
Yeah, he should be coming out of engineer. He came through engineer in 4:27 p.m. and left at 4:29. He was there 2 minutes. We're going to get you what's Killian's course record through there. He's been right on it. He is ahead of course record pace out.
No way. By 8 minutes?
8 minutes. He is 8 minutes. Ludo is 8 minutes up on course record pace out of engineer at 51.8.
Okay, guys, if you are just tuning in, you need to pay attention because Ludo Pommeret is 8 minutes up on Killian Jornay's course record splits.
Through halfway, through 51.8. He is
Rolling.
ripping it up today.
Rolling.
Hopefully he can hold it. I know he's fit.
48-year-old Ludo Pommeret.
Yes.
Coming out here and demolishing the Hardrock 100 course.
And we got a chance to chat last week. I ran into him on handies when I was training and he was training, and we sat down and had a Coke together at his car when we got done at the trailhead. And he's been here for 4 weeks. He's done a soft rock fast pack, and he's done a supported soft rock running it. So he knows the course. He's covered every inch of it twice. He was doing a hard workout on handies the day I saw him.
Ooh.
So
workout on handies.
He passed me. I was doing an 18-miler. He was doing a 10-miler, and he was bombing. And I got down to the trailhead a little after him, and then we hung out and talked. So
nice.
He's fit, and he's hungry, and I know he's been wanting to get in this race for a while. We talked last year when he was here helping, and yeah, he even said something to me. He goes, I just want to get in because I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah. Just going to seize the moment, seize the day, and make it.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, for sure. 48 years old. Now, someone in the chat did say that Killian really hammered the last 20 miles that year, that he set this course record, but.
He did.
Yeah, so. You know, who's to know what's going to happen? We have no idea how Ludo's feeling. We have no idea what he's going to have left for the last 20. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
Are you back in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, these are some of the views that you get to soak in when you're out there on course.
I was trying to see if we have a visual on him. Is
he climbing up out of engineer right here? Is this, where are we above?
Yeah, we're up on engineer right now. This view on the main. Here, see the finger?
Thank you. Thank you, camera person. Thanks, Adam. Shout out Adam on the camera.
Yeah, you come right up through the middle of that green area to the right of that drainage out of the trees. The aid station is right down in the trees. So you come up that whole valley. It's a pretty faint trail coming up through the tundra. And it's pretty, it's kind of rolly up in that, what we're looking at in the middle. But as you get close to engineer, it gets really steep at the end.
Are we right here? We're right here.
Right before the pass.
Right before the pass. Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully we're seeing him soon.
So this might be around mile 53 or so.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh yeah, I can see him now.
Can we see him?
I don't have a visual yet, but. And in the inset, we have Lauren Davis at Uray Aid Station getting some aid.
He's in 8th position on the male side right now. 11th overall.
Yeah, here's the men's top 10 right now.
Thank you, team.
So as you can see, we have Ludo has a pretty good lead right now over Francois and Jason and Diego. And those four have a pretty good gap to 5th.
For anyone just joining us, Zach Miller was signed up to race Hardrock. It was decided he would not race Hardrock just yesterday, so he is still out there making donuts, cheering, supporting, being Zach Miller. Many people, I'm sure, including himself, really bummed to see him not lining up, but he is there.
I got a chance to talk to him this week, and we camped next to each other up at Cunningham one night, and he was really bummed because he's fit. You know, when you feel like you've had a really good training block, and then to have appendicitis,
have something
an
happen.
emergency appendectomy.
Yeah.
On Friday, 1 week from the race, unfortunately, you're not allowed to run.
So tough. Yeah. So tough. But all of it will be filtered into something else that I'm sure will come to fruition later in the season here.
And it's a relatively quick surgery if it doesn't rupture. So he didn't have a rupture. So
luckily, yeah.
So he should come back pretty quickly and be able to bank on this fitness in a different event.
Yeah, I think this is just like a 2-week down period, adaptation, soak it all in, and then it's going to be who knows what he's going to be able to do. Okay, we're looking at Ludo Pommeret Climbing Engineer Pass. Again, thank you so much to our volunteers and our camera operators who have gone out into literally the middle of the wilderness to bring you this coverage and these shots. A little bit choppy here, but we're going to try to clear this up. I see him, kind of. Come on, Ludo, where are you?
It's really steep, this last little pitch up to the road at Engineer Pass. This is a long climb out of Uray.
Yeah.
You're going from the lowest point on the course back up to almost 13,000 feet. So it's a long climb, 700 feet up to, I'm trying to remember how tall Engineer.
Yeah, from 77 up to 13.
Almost 13. I think Engineer's just under 13 at 12.9 or 12.8.
So
big.
We're talking 5K. Another 5,000 foot
5,000 foot climb. Here he comes. I got a little visual.
There
it's a little
he is.
choppy, but
we can see
this is our
Ludo.
men's leader, Ludo Pommeret.
Yes, let's
on
go,
course record pace
Ludo.
at the moment.
Woo! Everyone, 48-year-old Ludovic Pommeret leading the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Maybe a little more than halfway through the race at this point. Crushing it. Making 13,000 feet look easy.
Yep.
Steady forward motion. Double pulls, double pulling. Nice. Is this his pacer?
That was his pacer. I
Does he
believe.
still have the orange hat on? Because his nickname is Ludo HG. Ludo HG.
Orange hat
Orange
guy.
hat guy. Ludo HG.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, there he is. That's Ludo with the hat.
There he is.
Yeah, so his pacer was in front. And this is
He's
Ludo.
still moving well.
Let's go, Ludo! Yes! This is so cool. Oh, that's a good shot. Look
There
at that.
he is.
Looks like he's basically on top of the mountains with the peaks behind him. It looks like he's in front of a green screen with a bunch of 14ers behind him.
Exactly.
Oh, it's so clear.
Look
Look
at that.
at this picture. Woo!
No, look at him. He's still smiling.
Giving some love to the camera.
Is he taking a photo?
I think his pacer might be filming him.
Oh, yeah, he is. Look at him go.
That's awesome.
48 years old, Ludo Pommeret in the lead. Slightly up on Kilian Jornet's course record pace from 2022.
Ludo HG.
Now go the long road down to Animas Fork. It's a rough four-wheel drive road down to Animas Fork. Gotta kind of keep your wits about you and pay attention to your steps. It is rocky, but it is a nice downhill.
Do you think there's like a mentality, like psychological difference between super steep single track and super steep like wide dirt roads? Because I feel like sometimes the roads are harder because you can just see for a long time. I don't know.
It's harder mentally sometimes to come down long roads.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely easier to be on single track and flowing downhill than it is a big wide open road.
And even the climbs, sometimes I don't know, I feel like you're just kind of like less mentally engaged. And engineer is virtually a road the entire time.
Yeah, it's that four-wheel drive road all the way down.
Yeah.
So he is moving right along.
We're back at Uray, back at Telluride. We're popping around, just following folks that are coming in. This is Bib. Ooh, I couldn't see. Thank you so much to our camera folks who are out there.
Rachel.
Benjamin Buckland in Uray. Shout out to Rachel, who is our camerawoman out there in Telluride. Shout out, Rachel. Let's give Rachel some love in the chat. Yeah, Rachel. Doing great work out there. Thank you so much. Yeah, who do you have, Mael?
Yeah, Benjamin Buckland is just popped into Uray down here.
Okay.
He's got his crew working on him. He's taking the shoes off. Looks like a lot of people are taking the shoes off down here, getting out the stones and the dust. But yeah, Benjamin out of Spokane, WA, which I'm pretty sure is Washington. It's just in down here at Uray. It's a real mix down here. The wind is really picking up, to be honest. Like the wind is very, very consistent down here in Uray. Corinne, I don't know if that's a common thing. Is it normally windy down here? But it's definitely coming. It's got some really solid gusts blowing through. But yeah,
in Uray?
Yeah, down here in Uray, but it's very windy.
It can get windy for sure.
Well, right now is a windy day.
Okay. Is it still pretty warm though?
You know, when the sun comes out from the clouds, it gets hot very quickly and it's very intense. But when it's behind the clouds, like it is at this exact moment, it definitely provides a lot of relief and it's quite nice, especially with that wind factor. But as soon as that sun comes out, it gets really hot really quick, and it's not very comfortable even just standing around.
Yeah, the wind definitely helps when it's hot.
But like the air temperature here is quite warm still, and it seems like it's a bit of a mix. Some people are really dousing themselves with some water, others not so much. We mentioned Jeff Rome actually jumped over the mound there and hopped in the river and got his legs completely submerged in the river there. So bit of a mix of what people are doing to manage that heat. Yeah, big shout out too for that footage over Engineers Pass. That was pretty cool. Definitely pretty amazing to see Ludo crushing it, and also that footage from that part of the world. It's not an easy place to get coverage and to get some footage. So big shout out to the crew and everyone helping out to make this happen today. Big shout out to the sponsors too. I know that you folks in the Race HQ have been shouting their praise for the day, but a big shout out to the sponsors that are helping put this on, and especially Sunto being the presenting sponsor of the live stream this year for the 2024 Hard Rock. So yeah, it all helps and contributes to the ability to put this stuff on. And yeah, I'd get in trouble if I also didn't mention the others like the Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, the North Face, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula, and also Squirrels and Nut Butter. So a bit of a shout out to them. I wonder how many liters of nut butter or lubricant would be getting used at a 100-mile race like this. That's a question for the chat, I think, because I'm sure it would be a number that we would be quite impressed with. But yeah, you can see our view is just on our friend Benjamin over there as he's getting some attention from his crew.
And just because you've mentioned the North Face, I want to make sure that everyone who's watching and listening is aware of the women's camp that is going to be put on in September, also sponsored by the North Face. We had it last year and everyone loved it. It was just a wonderful weekend out in the mountains, in the San Juans. And so if you're interested, please do look on the website for more information.
Speaking of women in Hard Rock 100 2024, our next runner coming in, we are predicting will be Tara Dower, or Tara, as they say sometimes. So Tara's planning on coming in pretty soon. So we'll be keeping an eye out for her. She's running. She's actually, so we mentioned before that Katarina Hartmuth, who is in third place for the female, is the youngest runner here this weekend at the age of 29. But Tara is not far behind. Tara is 30. And yeah, two of the younger crew at the Hard Rock 100 this year, doing a fantastic job. I wonder what their actual age gap is. If we can get their actual date of birth, I don't know if we can leak that confidential information on the live stream, but I wonder what the age gap there is, because Katarina's definitely getting all the kudos for being the youngest, but Tara is apparently not far off. So
I thought Katarina was 28, so
yes, well,
maybe it matters what month.
From the timing chip board of the Hard Rock 100, it says 29. But yeah, interesting. Tara coming from Virginia Beach, so a lot of, from what I understand, a lot of flatter country out that way. But she's spent a bit of time out here cruising around the country, getting used to some altitude and getting in the big air hills.
Okay, so runner leaving Uray, and we were just going to comment on something in the chat real quick here before we go to a quick ad break. Jeff was going to talk about where the engineer aid station is.
So when you're looking down from the view we had right here, if you look down in the center of the screen, there's a patch of pine trees in the middle in the low spot. That's where the aid station is, right on the tree line. And then you come out into the tundra. Here's a better view. And you come out across that big open green spot in the middle. You come right up through the middle of that and climb the last steep pitch up to Engineer, gain the road, and run down to Animas Fork. So it is, it's quite a steep pitch. That last pitch is a grinder, and you're almost up to 13,000 feet again. So
is it a pretty small aid station?
Yeah, it's small. They have like a tarp lean-to. It's pretty minimal. It can be kind of a gnarly one if we get afternoon thunderstorms.
Yeah.
So it's just right in the trees.
Perfect. And we are, while we have a quick break in the action, going to just go over to an ad break. We will be right back with you all. Stay tuned. Super exciting race this year, pretty much halfway through for the leaders of the Hardrock 100. We'll be right back.
The mountains. It's where you feel most alive. They're your playground and your battleground. But the mountains won't go easy on you. They demand everything you've got. So whether you want to be your best or the best, train above the rest.
How many miles is that? 5. 5. Take it easy. You ready to pick up some food? Please.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. We got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Hey, welcome back to the 2024 Hardrock 100 Mountain Outpost live coverage. I am Jeff Browning and my co-host,
Corinne Chalvoy.
And we are watching this exciting race unfold before us. We've got Ludo Pommeret leading and pulling away from the men's field right now on Killian's course record from 2022 on that pace. As people have called out in the live chat, Killian hammered the last 20 or 25 miles. So this is going to be an interesting see what the second half of this race. He's already been over Engineer. He's on his way to Animas Fork. We are still awaiting. We're still waiting men's second to go through Engineer at 51.8, which is in the screen right now. If you're looking down into, we're looking down off of Engineer, and the aid station, Engineer aid station, is right down in the trees in the middle in the low spot. So Ludo is pulled away from Francois Deane, who was in second coming out of Uray. Jason Schlarb was in third with, who was our fourth? Diego And what's Diego's last name?
Pazos.
We are almost at
Diego
8 hours in the
Pazos.
studio.
But we figured out how to say Cami Bruya correctly.
Yeah, we
so
did. It took us like 6 hours.
Accomplished something.
But we got it. And it's a really tight race for the men's podium, and even tighter race for the women's podium.
Yeah, women are crushing it. They're fairly close to one another. We have Courtney Dauwalter leading, as all would probably expect, but she is not running away with this race. She is leading by, at the last, she was in and out of Uray quite quickly. Cami Brias came in about 12 minutes behind her and then spent about 6 minutes at Aid, so 15 to 17 minutes separating the two of them out of Uray. Then another 15 minutes or so behind them was Katharina Hartmuth, who looks great. We saw Courtney leave without a pacer. We saw Cami Bria leave with pacer, Marianne Hogan, and Katharina Hartmuth leave without pacer. So how about the guys? Did they all have pacers leaving? Except because Francois took Simone, Ludo has a pacer, and
Jason,
I think he did.
No, I don't know.
I feel like he did. Anyways, yeah, the women's side, the podium is still very much not decided at this point in time. And then we have a really big chase pack. We've got Tara Dower kind of floating in fourth, a little bit in between these two, kind of groups of other ladies, the top three, and then 5th through 10th, who were all fairly close to one another. She's kind of out there in the middle on her own, so it'll be interesting to see if she's able to, gain some time and some placement, or if that chase pack of 5th through 9th and 10th starts to break into her area. So yeah, it's super exciting. Basically, the top 10 women out there crushing it. We're ahead of course record pace on both sides, the men's and the women's side at this point in time, but pretty close margins. To be determined if we're actually on course record watch or not on either side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch what happens unfolds overnight. So we're currently looking at the Uray Aid Station. I think we're waiting, probably next person through would be Tara Dower, should be due in pretty soon.
Yeah, and Tara's going to be paced by both Devin Yanko and JP Giblin.
Yep.
Do you know if she has any others, or those are her? I think those are her two.
I don't know if anybody's taken her out of Uray.
Okay.
I think Animus Fork to Maggie, I think, is where Devin is going to pace her, and then JP is going to pace her in from Maggie for the finish. Here she is. Tara Dower, our 4th place female.
She's running. She's getting grabbed by her pacers. We're over here by her crew.
Yeah,
she was going to run through.
Yeah.
I bet she enjoyed that descent. That's got to feel really good after you've been doing so much climbing, just having an extended time when you can kind of let the legs loose a little bit, get into a bit of a flow and feel like you're actually running when you've been working so hard.
Yes. And she is, I'm going to get she's still about just a little over an hour off 3rd. Probably by the time she's out of here, maybe hour 5, hour 10. So maybe 70 minutes by the time she leaves, to see how fast she transitions here. We've seen a lot of, this is kind of one to regroup. I think Uray is a good one to sit, eat. You're at the lowest point of the course at 7,700 feet. You can kind of get more solids in. It's a good place to reset before the long grind up Bear Canyon and to Engineer and up and over Engineer Pass.
Oh, Kareth Arnold is pacing her from Uray to Animus. Thanks, Devin, letting us know she will have 3 pacers. Kareth Arnold, I did see her walking around out there, so Kareth will be coming off of Western States and, jumping in to pace ultra teammate Tara Dower.
Yeah, shout out to my ultra teammates.
Yeah, your team. Those are your peeps. This is above and beyond crewing right here when someone takes their shirt off and uses it to wipe off your feet. Like,
yeah.
Take note. Above and beyond. We don't have a towel? Here, use my shirt. Yeah, there's Kareth in the pink hat standing there waiting to take her out of Uray. She's getting a little a little cover. I don't know how. It's hard to tell if there's any cloud cover or if it's still pretty sunny there in Uray, but we heard it was quite warm, feels quite warm. I think Leah noted that in the chat. I'm not sure if she's there in Uray, but whether it's Uray or Telluride, kind of similar elevations. Sounds like it's pretty warm in both. And if you missed it, we did have visuals on Engineer Pass, and we saw Ludo, aka Ludo HG, now known as Ludo OHG or Orange Hat Guy from Cocodona live stream. You got to be on the inside if you're going to follow along with that joke. We saw him just rocking the climb out of Engineer.
All smiles at the top.
So happy.
Yep. So he is enjoying every step so far, it appears. And seems to be pulling away from the men's field at the moment. Heading down to he's on his way down to Animas Fork. It's been a bit too, so he's on his way down that road.
He seems to be only improving, speeding up, creating more of a gap at the front of this race.
Yes, he's running a great race right now. Hopefully, he can keep it together. Yeah. He was my first pick. He was my pick for the win. So,
when Zach wasn't racing, he was my pick.
Yeah.
So. We lost, did we lose feed here at Uray? All right, we are working on things over here.
Bear with us.
Ludo, I have not seen any milk at Hardrock, have you?
I have not seen. I haven't seen any.
Nope.
I'm not in it. I'm not drinking any raw milk.
We've seen 2 ribeyes that we both consumed here in the studio.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Oh, okay. So Leah's out at Animas Forks. This is the Animas Forks Aid. Leah, can you hear us?
Oh, I can hear you guys. You got me? Do you guys have me?
Hang on a sec, Leah. We don't hear you yet. Atina says Courtney is paced by the pain cave. That's very true. She's got that internal.
If you could get a sound check from them, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I just
headphones maybe.
Shout out to Corinne Malcolm in the chat. What's up, Corinne?
So sounds like you guys can hear Leah, but we cannot. We're working on that. Keep talking, Leah.
Cool. Hi, guys. I am out at Animas Fork. We are awaiting Ludo Pommeret. I believe he should be, roughly 10 minutes ahead of Killian Splits when he gets here. So he was about 7 minutes at the last aid station checkpoint. When Killian rolled through here, it was 5:49 or so. I'm expecting about a 5:40 arrival for Ludo here. So that's in 16 minutes. We've got such a great setup here. It's gorgeous out. We're getting some good cloud coverage. It's not too warm. Met with some great aid station captains and volunteers, some people who've been out here upwards of 17 to 20 years, just putting in the work, some awesome people. We should be having Ludo come down here after a nice stretch of downhill. I believe once it starts that rolling descent, looks like these lead guys can usually do that in about 35 to 40 minutes. So I'm expecting him pretty soon. It sounds like he's feeling good. I chatted with his crew, and his one crew member said she told him before this race that the only way she would crew him at this race is if he won it. So looking good so far.
That's awesome.
Quite the ultimatum.
Do you have any idea if he knows that he's ahead of course record, or if he's got any goals in that regard, or if he's just running whatever he can do?
Yeah, good question. They seemed pretty shocked when I told them that he was several minutes up on that pace. So I'm curious if he has that expectation as well.
Sounds
He
like
might
he's-
be a little surprised himself.
Yeah.
I know that they did tell me that she said that is not the time we are expecting whenever I said what we were seeing. So
it's a good sign that he's feeling great.
Totally.
Awesome. Okay, people want to know when Leah's running Hardrock. I know you're running Run Rabbit Run. You gonna enter the
No,
lottery?
we need is Dale listening to this live stream? Because
Probably.
I've been putting in for 5 years.
Oh.
So one of these years, guys, I'm more inspired than ever after being out here, getting out here on the live stream, riding up some of these roads, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful part of the country, and you really need to experience it because it's special.
I mean,
And
it
it's
seems like
high
a
and
Leah
it's
course to
hard.
me, because
It's
love this
awesome.
stuff.
I've spent some time on some of these trails, running the Telluride Mountain Run back in 2018, and then doing some training camps out here. So, love this stuff, and it's really hard to watch everybody else race it when I want to be out there.
People are loving your vibe, your hat. Is this full Lululemon?
Oh no, we got Osprey on the top, Lululemon on the bottom. So
Okay.
we got a little bit of everything today.
Got it. Got to represent all sponsors.
But yeah, keeping me
Nice.
shaded. It's gonna be a long night out here. I think I'm out here at Animas till after 10 p.m. and then I'm on the 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. shift out at Cunningham. So you'll be seeing a lot of me.
Perfect. The people want to. You're in high demand, bringing all the knowledge, dropping the facts. So
I
keep
love
it.
it. I do know. So from Animas here, I just from looking at it on paper, I haven't done it myself, but I think this next section is going to be pretty burly for them. Tends to be the longest stretch without aid, 10.6 miles to the next aid station, which is Burroughs. So there's about 4,000 feet of climbing, 4,600 feet of descending between here and there. And they have to go up over Handy's Peak between there, which is the high point of the race. So I think this next section after here, you got to bring your hiking legs.
Yeah, tell us, Jeff, about the climb from this side of Handy's. What is that like?
Well, you drop down from Animas Fork Aid Station on the road. You go in at where the former Grouse Aid Station used to be, right down at the trailhead, and you start climbing. It's 5 miles up to the top of Handy's. You have about a 3.5 mile climb up over a 13,000-foot spot, and you drop about 1,000 feet down into American Basin. And then you do the proper climb up to the lake and then up to the summit. It is I always find that this is it's beautiful. It's one of my favorite spots on the course, but it's always a tough spot at 100K in, and you're going over the high point. So I always feel like you lose a gear after you go over Handy's for the last 50K or so, or 60K.
And that backside of Handy's, when you're coming down it from this direction, is not super runnable, right? It's pretty
really,
rocky.
really steep off the top. There's a really knife ridge and down through some scree field. There are switchbacks. And then eventually you hit the tundra and you got a couple miles down to tree line.
Yeah.
So
That's kind of single track.
yeah, and it's really nice once you get down into the tundra and down into Grizzly Gulch and down to Burroughs. And then you have a road down to Sherman.
Yeah.
That's
Down a ramp.
Yeah, and it's slightly downhill.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you got to work for it. But it's about 3 miles on the road, and then you kind of do a bushwhack down through
a little section
some
down
trees,
into the
and it's steep and rocky. But it's one of my favorite sections of the course too. It's beautiful.
gorgeous.
I mean,
Some of them are going to hit it at like sunset.
yep, and there you go. That's looking up toward, I believe that's looking up toward Grouse Gulch, going up that way, and you can't see Handy's from here. There's too much stuff in the way. It's on the other side
Behind
of all
that-
this stuff, big stuff.
Behind what you're looking at right there.
Yeah, you're looking at like 13,000-foot peaks. It's a 14er that sits back behind it.
Yep.
There's a whole nother giant basin between those peaks and Handy's. So it's a big climb.
Little disheartening when you got to do 1,000-foot descent and then go back up.
Well, I do know this. Ludo was doing workouts on Handy's.
So he's gonna
when
channel.
I saw him.
He's gonna think back to the workout.
So hopefully he's channeling that to get up and over, and he's on pace to get up and over before he loses light. And if you can get off of handies and run some of that technical stuff up high in the light, you have a big advantage over the people behind you.
Who are going to have to navigate it.
Yeah, they're going to have to navigate it with a headlamp on. So he's in a good position right now to put a little more time on the guy's podium. So I'm interested to see how he does. It's going to be there you go, 10.6 miles to Burroughs.
Yeah, so as Leah was mentioning,
there you go.
It's a spot to stop. Make sure you're topped off. Make sure you've got everything you need for this next 10 miles.
And your lights.
And your lights.
Yeah, and this is mile 57.9. And according to my watch, they should have covered almost 20,000 feet of climbing by this point. So on my watch, I put the course in and it says 19,482 feet covered up to this point.
Pro move.
So it looks like the majority of the climbing is done here, but I mean, that's still almost 13,000 feet of climbing they've got left to do in that last 40 miles, which is not easy.
And if we're on the course record watch here, anything before 11:50 or 11:59 elapsed, which is 5:49 in time of day, would be ahead of Killian.
Yep. So I believe, that was 5:49 p.m. was when those guys rolled through here a couple years ago. And looks like Ludo was 7 minutes ahead of that split up at Engineer. So maybe he stayed 7 minutes ahead. Maybe he gained a couple more minutes on this descent. If he gained a couple more minutes, we should be seeing him in the next 10 minutes, which is exciting.
Yeah, really exciting.
We do have quite the menu here at this aid station. They have it on a nice dry erase board for us. So this is Julie's the aid station captain here. We've got
Shout out
build your own
Julie.
burrito. We've got brisket, turkey, beans, rice, salsa, cheese. They've got a little bit of everything. They've got all the soups that you want, some miso, ramen, oatmeal, a little bit of everything. Potato soup, that sounds great.
Yeah. Good see potato soup tasting real good.
Yeah, and I'd imagine this aid station could probably get a little chilly a little later in the evening for some of these runners as they prepare to go up over the high point.
That's a really good point, Leah. It does get cold up over the top at night, especially going up over handies. It can be windy. It drops a lot at 13 to 14,000 feet at night, so it'll be chilly. You know,
good visual.
I think at 10,000 feet it's been 40 degrees.
Yeah.
So you could be around freezing when you go to the top, plus wind chill.
Yeah, and quick look here at the drop bags. We heard Dale and some of the other race committee talking about how there's 3 levels of food at Hardrock. The first level is everything that's at a typical ultra. Second level is some specialty items, and then the third level is like, the gourmet offerings.
Just got reports of our first runner coming down soon, so we should be keeping our eyes out. I do think we could probably see the runner for quite a bit of time. So not sure how many minutes out they are yet.
You're still a few minutes out if you get a visual on them.
Yeah.
Because you have to run through this loop at Animas now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We've got eyes up on the hillside. Try to get the camera focusing up there, and looks like, yep, it's Ludo. Looks like he's got Pacer with him as well.
I don't see him. Do you see him? We're looking for a tiny blue dot.
Yeah, orange hat, I would say. Go off the orange hat on this one. That's
The
a little
OHG,
easier.
orange hat guy, Ludo HG. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are trying to get eyes on your race leader, Ludo Pommeret. Coming down into Animas.
Yep, mile 57.9.
Is it two or what did it pacer?
I know we have people joining us from all over the world. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is the Mountain Outpost coverage of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Corinne Shelvoy.
I'm Jeff Browning.
We are up at Animas Forks, 11,000 feet. Leah Yingling is in the field.
Hi guys, out here at Animas Fork, and we are awaiting Ludo Pommeret, who we saw on the hillside coming down, but it might be, a few minutes until he rolls into the aid station here. And we are around mile
There's a run.
56
Oh, maybe
point
not.
something.
And 5:49 is when Killian Jornet hit this aid station in his course record year. Is that maybe a pacer back there getting ready to start with, or just a runner?
Oh, that might actually, yeah, looks like we've got somebody all outfitted in a full on kit head to toe. So he looks like he's ready to get out there and pace.
Nice. That's what I kind of looked like. He was anticipating a runner.
And I'd imagine this section is probably nice to have a pacer on going up and over Handy's Peak.
Yeah.
Like we chatted about earlier, this is probably one of the longest stretches without aid, and it's also the high point of the course that they'll tackle next. So they'll climb over 4,000 feet on this next section and descend 4,600 feet to Burroughs Aid Station, which is in just over 10.5 miles.
Yeah, shout out to all the field cameras and crews and commentators and volunteers and people driving everyone around so that we can get our field cams out to these places and the runners that are running up to them.
Yeah, and so after this aid station, the runners will descend on the road here a little bit until they get to the Grouse Gulch Trail. They'll turn left up that, and then they'll start climbing. And I do believe that's about a 5-mile section then up to Handy's. And just for reference, I think when Killian did that, he did an hour 36 from Grouse Gulch up to the summit of Handy's. So probably looking at similar splits today, depending on how Ludo's moving, maybe a few minutes faster.
I'm ready for him to come through. Come on, I'm impatient.
Hurry up already, wouldn't you?
Come on, Ludo. Oh, he's my pick though. He's my pick. I think it's
okay. I hear some bells.
There he is. No, that's
oh,
his
here
pacer.
he goes!
There
Yay!
Orange hat.
10 minutes up on Killian, split into here at 5:39.
Yeah.
We'll try to get cameras on him. He looks great. He looks awesome with pacer. He's going to take a seat
Let's go,
here.
Ludo.
Awesome.
I've noticed this every time we've seen him. He finishes whatever bottle he's got there. Yeah. Big swigs of liquid. Some Coke.
Getting some Coke.
Or is that? Yeah, that's Coke. It's got the vibe. The orange hat, the orange sunglasses.
I like his signature cold towel that he wraps around his neck at each aid station.
Yeah. Is this his wife crewing him?
He's also got a Coros heart rate strap on. Curious to see that data after the race.
Seems like his wife's been everywhere. I've seen her at like every single aid station. She must be taking a helicopter from aid station to aid station.
There is a lot of
Like
driving.
he's
in
fueling
this.
up on some knack purees. I see like
Okay.
at least 4 of those on him. So getting some protein, getting some carbs.
Clean water.
Definitely a good spot to be taking a moment here. He looks like he's cooling off, pouring some water over himself.
Mhm.
He's got the high top Hokas with the gator on, probably keeping some rocks out of his shoes today too.
And Killian spent about 3 minutes at this aid station. So we're coming up on 2 minutes that Ludo's been in there.
Looks like we've got some crew exchanges or pacer exchanges going on in the background, giving some
Is the
intel
on kit
between
gonna
pacers.
pick him up?
Yep, that's going to be his new pacer.
Nice. Here we go. That was efficient.
Very
Not
efficient.
even-
Leaving
so
here
2
at
minutes, less than
5:41.
3, maybe 2.5, and he's out 11 or so minutes ahead of course record pace.
Yep. So he's put another minute
Looks
on the
awesome.
course record pace on that section.
He seems really collected.
Yeah. He seems really calm, cool, and collected. It's a good sign.
Leah, any insights from crew there, or
I might try to go barge in. Let's see if I can
do it, Leah? Do it.
get some conversation going.
I believe in you. Let's go. Yeah. So
Guys, any
questions-
insight for the live stream on how Ludo's feeling? He looked awesome. Does he know that he's 10 minutes up on course record pace right now?
10 minutes? No, I think he don't know.
Oh, cool. He's
for sure.
flying.
Yeah, he don't know.
How was the pacing section? Thumbs up from the pacer. Perfect. It's going well. Awesome. Good. Feeling strong on the climbs and the descents? Yeah. Nice. Awesome. Way to go. Yeah. Sounds like he's feeling good.
Yeah, that
and has no idea that he's up on course record pace right now. So probably just doing what feels good.
That's
which
awesome.
Is the way to go.
That's a great sign, and just super impressive that he is running so consistently and continuing to put time on that course record. So,
And putting time on second and third. And I have a little update here. We have finally Francois Deane and Jason Schlarb have been through engineer. It appears that Francois got there 2 minutes before Jason, and Jason left a minute ahead of Francois. So Jason Schlarb has now moved into second place at Hardrock, and Francois is in third. We are waiting to see when Diego Pazos gets in to engineer, but he wasn't that far back. So it looks like Jason Schlarb's patience is starting to pay off, and he's moved up in the field. But that just shows you Ludo now had 30, about a 30-minute lead at Uray.
Now he's got an hour.
And now he's got an hour as of engineer. So he put another half an hour on those guys on the climb.
Man.
Yeah, he's moving.
Ludo is cruising. If Ludo was a tree, he'd be a cashew tree. Strong and tough. That's what someone in the chat said. Jean-Yves. Ludo's, I don't know. He's a rock star, man. He put in the work too.
The coolest name though is the second place guy.
Do you have any idea?
Okay, no, that's like right at the outhouse up there. Perfect.
Well, so far it looks like Ludo coming 4 weeks early and training on this course really hard is paying off at the moment. It just shows you also that this kind of a race at this altitude does take a big adaptation phase. So, if you look at physiology stuff, it's usually at least 3 weeks. So he's been here 4 weeks, and sounds to me like it was a smart move.
Very acclimatized.
Yeah, and I
Very
do think
familiar
Ludo
with the
put in 2 separate soft rocks. Looks
Yep.
like he did like a backpacking, fast packing one, followed up by one with the ladies, Marianne Hogan and Cami. So I think he's got some good hard rock course knowledge in his brain and in his legs as well.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's coming. I got a chance to hang out with him last week, and he knows every inch of the course. He's covered every inch of the course a couple times, and he's trained on multiple sections, especially handies. He's done workouts on handies, so he's been working on really acclimating well.
As we continue to follow some of the runners coming down into Telluride.
And you're looking at the trail coming down into Telluride right now? And we are anxiously awaiting an update from Engineer Aid Station, where we expect Diego Pazos anytime and Courtney Dauwalter as well. And Camille. So we'll see.
Thanks so much to everyone who's joining us. We got 3,800 folks from all over the place tuning in for the Hardrock 100 2024 edition. It is not disappointing. Currently have both our lead male and lead female ahead of course record pace. We have Ludo Pommeret out with an hour lead on the second place man. And we've got a tight race happening between Courtney Dauwalter, Cami Bruya, and Katarina Hartmuth. Youngest and oldest runners. Youngest runner is Katarina Hartmuth, age 28. And we have two 67-year-old runners on the men's side, Bradley Olwyn and John Halston. And Pam Reed, who is 63, is the oldest female in the race. The youngest male is that
Ryan?
Ryan or Dane? Ryan Anderson at 33 years old. In the women's top 10, how about this for kind of a stat? We've got Becky Bates, who's 62, and Katarina Hartmuth, who's 28, both in the top 10 on the women's side. So a gap
That's awesome.
of, yeah, 33 years. Never too young, never too old to start doing ultras. Just a reminder that all donations that are made to our chat here go directly to the Hardrock 100 organization. If you are enjoying the live stream, enjoying the coverage, want to thank everyone who's out here working to bring this. You can donate in the chat, and that will all go to the Hardrock 100 organization. Quick shout out to our sponsors as well. Suunto, The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, The North Face, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula.
Charge up. Thank you. Somebody was just asking in the comments about Katarina's age.
Yeah.
It's listed as 29, I think, on her entry, but we've been saying 20.
I don't know if it's the month. Yeah.
It might be when you enter too, or the date. I don't know how.
Like, are you is it your age when you're running the race or when you register? That could have changed. So she's either 28 or 29, but she is the youngest runner in the race.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have an exact answer on that one.
Thank you for your donation, Scotty. Appreciate it. All right, Linda. Shout out to Linda Strawn, $50 donation. And shout out to, again, everyone behind the scenes. We have so many people that you all cannot see that are producing, that are out in the field, that are driving people around, that are setting up cameras. Hoping to continue to improve the coverage every year. And again, we bring the Hardrock 100 live coverage to you all without any drones. No drones are allowed. So we're doing all follow cams, runner cams, aid station cams. Basically, you have to be in really good shape to be on the media team.
And here is a view of this Engineer Pass. The Engineer Aid Station at 51.8 is right down in the center of the screen, down in the trees, just right at tree line in that low spot in the middle. And then you come right up through the green to the right of that drainage, and then come up this last steep pitch up to Engineer Pass, and then you gain the road and run down to Animas Fork Aid Station, which is at mile 57.9. So we are waiting Jason Schlarb and Francois Deane, who are in second and third. They should be making their way up towards Engineer Pass. And we've had a little shake up in the men's podium at the moment. Ludo is pulling away from the men's field right now, but Jason Schlarb has moved up and passed Francois Deane at the aid station, it appears, at Engineer Aid Station. So he is in front of Francois, but they're really close together. We're still waiting on Diego to come into Engineer Aid Station. He was only about 2 minutes back from Jason Schlarb at Uray Aid Station, but it appears that Jason's made a little bit of a move here and moved up in the field.
Yeah, everyone was wondering if Francois was feeling okay. He seemed to be just kind of losing time slowly and maybe just not looking like he was feeling the best. And, you know, we didn't get a lot of footage of Courtney and Uray, and that was because she asked us to give her some privacy. And I think, you know, it is absolutely, you know, up to each runner to ask for that. And, you know, if you need it and you don't want to be covered, take some privacy, take some time. That's okay. These people are out here digging really deep, working really hard. So we are going to respect whatever they need.
I also heard that Francois has been that broken leg that he had, the ankle. Here we're getting a point where they are. You can see the finger. We see a little movement. But I've heard that Francois' ankle that he rehabbed after that bad break with, I think he had pins and all kinds of surgery, that it has not been 100% and it's still been bothering him a little bit. So and it was a pretty bad break.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one to come back from.
I mean, he even said in pre-race interviews, you know, we'll see. I'm going to get out there, see how I feel. I don't know how I'm going to feel.
Yeah.
Take the day as it comes.
And I think it's important to note that in 2022, when Killian got the course record, Francois was with him on these splits that we've been talking about with Ludo all day, that Ludo's slightly ahead of. So normally in Francois, when he's in top form, would be kind of up there giving some pressure to Ludo. So yeah, I'd say he's just digging deep at this point.
Still feedback.
So we're looking at Engineer Pass right now, looking off to the north and down to where Engineer Aid Station is at 51.8 down in the trees. It's right at tree line, and we've got Francois Deane and Jason Schlarb on their way up to Engineer Pass. So they're out in the tundra right now in that green area, working their way up towards this pass. And it's a big steep climb right at the end. It's kind of a rolly stair steps out in that green in the middle, and then it gets really steep right towards the top before you top out and get on the road and run down to Animas Ford.
Thank you, Brian Schumann, for your donation. We had another anonymous donation. Really appreciate that. Still. We don't need it. It's just me. And yeah, we appreciate your patience as we have some gaps of, you know, coverage between runners here. What is the cutoff at Lake Telluride? Let's check that out. See where folks are. Again, the overall cutoff for the Hardrock 100 is 48 hours. Just speaking to how difficult the course is. You have 2 full days to complete the loop.
And here we are looking down into Telluride. And that is the single track that you take a hard right onto and come down about 100, 150, 200 yards into Telluride City Park.
Runners will continue. Telluride, the cutoff is, military time, 22, is that 2 a.m.?
No, what's the number?
20:00.
That would be 8 o'clock.
8 p.m.
8 p.m. is the cutoff at Telluride.
8 p.m. tonight.
So runners have about 2 hours left before the cutoff to get into Telluride and get out. That just shows you how big and hard this course is for the back of the pack. They are 12 hours into this race and just getting to mile 27 with 10,000 feet of climbing. They have put in 10,000 feet of climbing.
What a nice guy you are.
Oh, okay. Thanks, AJW. I don't know if he's so loud, I'm sure you can hear him. No, it's just I coach back at the pack. It's tough. It's a long time out there, man. Long time out there. There's a lot of work.
All right, our time is about up. There was someone who requested you singing Old Hard Rock.
I am not going to sing that. I need Rock Horton and
that's like an after
Carl
dark.
Meltzer. Yeah,
Maybe we go to the bar.
I might have to have some shots of bourbon or something before I do that.
You might have to tune in at midnight to see
and
that.
I didn't bring my guitar.
Yeah, but
you can find that on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, Ultra Spire's YouTube channel. I'm sure you can still find Old Hard Rocker.
Who's joining you, AGW? Okay, he had a flat tire.
You guys have to. You guys have been.
It's all right. We're doing okay. We're gonna swap out.
This has been a
here.
long shift.
It's been
that's
a
for
long
sure.
shift. 8 hours, a long time, but yeah. But it's been exciting. Super exciting. So much happening. Can't wait to continue following it. So, yeah. So Jeff Browning, Corinne Chalvoy, we are going to sign off for now. I'm sure we'll be back at some point in some capacity.
I'm not. I'm only doing one shift. I'm tapering for High Lonesome right now.
You might be in the field.
I'm gonna go out and watch. I'm gonna go watch the leaders come through Cunningham tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
So hey, there we are.
Yes. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us.
Appreciate you all. Hope you love the coverage. We will be rolling into an ad break here, and then you will be joined by the infamous Andy Jones Wilkins.
AJW. Giddy up.
How many miles is that? 5. 5. Take it easy. You ready to pick up some food? Please.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Wilkins here, back for the night shift. Let's hear it for Corinne and Jeff. A huge 8-hour pull from 10 to 6. Lots of action in the race. Lots of work on pronouncing names and Jeff's incredible insights into the course. I'm going to run solo here for a little while we await the arrival of my partner, Chris Warden. He had himself a flat tire over in Uray. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about that. But we've got an exciting race on our hands. We see the Uray Aid Station right here, our team down there. But wow, it's incredible. We're seeing Ludo maintaining his course record pace through Animas Forks. He's probably got enough daylight, as Jeff and Corinne were talking about, to get up and over Handies before sunset. And I mean, I was never able to do that, but that's just a huge advantage. And he's pulled away a little bit from Francois and Jason and Diego. So really, he's put the hammer down, and I think it'll be interesting to see how far he can put that hammer down and how much he can drive into it. It is early, Animas Forks is about mile 54-ish, so he's got a lot of ground to cover, and as I think most people know, that section, once he leaves Sherman at mile a 72, he's up at altitude for a long time, and it can wear people down. So we'll see how that goes. And I think, as somebody else pointed out in the chat a little while ago, maybe an hour or so ago, as comparing Ludo's splits through Engineer Pass versus Killian's course record split, Killian hammered that section to which I'm referring. On the women's race, I mean, my goodness, I think many of us, myself included, pretty much assumed this would be a Courtney Dauwalter show, and it's quite frankly proving to be quite a race with both Katarina and Camille, pushing her within minutes, and as they make this climb, the seemingly unending climb from Uray up to Engineer Aid Station and then up to Engineer Pass. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out as well. A little bit about that climb. It is literally a 1 mile in elevation climb. You're going from 7 and change to just under 13 at the Engineer Pass, a location where we've seen, an hour or so ago, the when Ludo came through. It's a single track that sort of juts out into the road. Then there's about another 300-foot climb on the road, and then you have a sweeping road descent. It's a rough road. It's road that's been chewed up by ATVs and everything else, but it's a road descent down into Animas Forks. Nonetheless, that is a 5,000-foot climb over about 12 miles, give or take, with an aid station in the middle. I have spent a little bit of time at the Engineer Aid Station. It's not a pleasant place to be. It's usually cold, well, not yet, but it will get cold. There's usually a fire going. There's a bunch of volunteers there trying to cheer people up, and it's one of those places that you really want to sort of get into and get out of. But it's also a place that if you need some help, you can get it. So it'll be interesting to see over this next hour or two how the folks that are on this climb. I think we've got about 15 runners, between Uray and Animas Forks, and of course one runner out of Animas Forks and on his way up Handies. It's also been a day here at Hardrock. It's been hot. We're obviously at 6:08 local time. It's starting to cool down, but it has been a warm Hardrock. I think might even be warmer tomorrow for those mid and back of the Packers. And it's also been, at least so far, knock on wood, a Hardrock devoid of the afternoon thunderstorms for which this region is so well known. Here we do have a runner coming up into what I was just mentioning, Engineer Pass. Let's see if we can get an identifier on them. Looks like a runner in their pacer. Looks like Jason Schlarb, the 2016 winner, Durango, Colorado, with his pacer. Again, this last little bit is a real grinder. Schlarby's been at this business for a long time, just an all-around great guy, fun to be around. I know he always focuses on Hardrock. And so this is a good camera shot right here. As you see, he reaches the road. Again, it kicks up. You're thinking, oh, okay, great, I've hit the road. I get to go down to the aid station. Nope, sorry. A little bit more of a grind up there where you see those pickup trucks, and then the descent, the proper descent down to Animas Forks. So he hit that in 12:10 elapsed. Looked a little worn, I would say. Having seen Schlarby over the years, sometimes he looks worn, sometimes he looks, perfectly fine. I would put that as a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being completely wasted. So he's a little bit more worn than he might. But this descent, this is a great shot right here. Now they're beginning the descent proper. It's all on a road. But don't let that road in the foreground fool you. It is a bumpy, rutted out, one of those roads that if you have a little niggle in the side of your foot, if you have a blister going on or something like that, you're gonna step to the side of some tire rut, and it's gonna remind you that you got to take care of your feet when you get down to Animas Forks. But that's above tree line. That's all sort of tundra up there. So Schlarby is the second through. He has passed Francois Deane. And if you can see that twisty, turny switchback way down to the right, that's the aid station. So that's where they're headed. It's a good 12 to 1,500 foot descent down into the Animas Forks aid station proper, and then it's another 300 to 400 feet down further to the former site of the aid station, Grouse Gulch, before they make the left-hand turn off the road and onto the single track that takes them up to American Basin and then Handy's Peak. That was what Jeff was talking about before he went off the air. That climb up Handy's, it looks like Schlarby will also probably have the majority of his climb in the daylight. It's a big advantage to do that. As I mentioned before, we're back on the Engineer Pass, not the Engineer Aid Station, the Engineer Pass camera, and this must be Francois Deane and his pacer coming into this spot third, roughly 4 to 5 minutes after Jason Schlarb. Laboring a little bit, but everyone's laboring up here, just under 13,000. I think it's 12,900 at Engineer Pass would be the official elevation there. Again, as Jeff's pointed out a couple of times, that little spot of trees in the middle of our screen that's moving to the right now is where the aid station is. It's at the last little spot of trees. You pop out of there, you go across that grass field that looks like a golf course but definitely is not a golf course, and then make your final ascent here. And this is definitely the steepest part. It's not Grant Swamp steep, but it's definitely Handy steep. So Francois Deane, former winner. Interesting, kind of a little poetic setup we have right here with the leader, Ludo, running his first hard rock after trying to get in for years and doing a couple of soft rocks, now being chased, or let's just say followed, by two former champions, Jason Schlarb and Francois Deane. Here's Francois collecting himself. Looks tired, but everybody's tired here. And we will probably, with any luck, get Leah back on the line. It's a good 20 to 30 minutes, depending on how everyone's quads are doing from that spot where that black pickup truck is down to where Leah is at the aid station. So we'll see. Leah will probably be able to get eyeballs on Schlarby and Francois as they're making their way down, and then we'll be able to hear a little bit more from Leah. Diego will probably be next, and he was relatively close to Francois as they left Uray. So we could probably expect to see him from our camera crew up there. But again, and I think this is Rachel, right? Rachel, can you hear us? No, it's okay. I think Rachel doesn't have audio. I just wanted to. She was so good with her thumbs up and her finger and everything. Well, Rachel's doing a great job there on the tailwind cam at 12.9, and again, you can see. I'm gonna put it out there right now. Francois is not moving. Well, just the eye test here. He's not moving down that descent the way Schlarby was, and certainly the way Ludo was. It's a long race. We're barely over halfway, so we'll see ultimately how it ends up playing out. But great shot That's Engineer Pass. The aid station is those tents down there to the right. Animas Forks aid station. It was about 3-4 years ago that the aid station was moved about a mile up the road. It used to be known as the Grouse Gulch aid station. Down at Grouse Gulch, very, very tight parking situation, very difficult, kind of challenging situation for everyone involved. And the race organizers realized they could move it up the road a mile. It could be in a much better location for parking. It could be a much better location for staging the aid station. The downside is it does mean it's a 10.6 mile pull from Animas Forks to Burroughs Park up and over Handy. So for the front runners that we're seeing right now, that 10.6 mile pull is not the end of the world. But for some of our mid to back of the packers, when they get to Animas Forks and they know they have a 10.6 mile pull up and over the highest point on the course, it'll get your attention in the middle of the night with thunderstorms. It'll get your attention. So it was a kind of a measured decision that the race made to move the aid station up there, but they were able to do so. Chris Warden, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. I am so stoked to be back in the studio. Went up to Uray after our morning shift. Went up there, as is my tradition with my son. We went up to Uray so I could hang out at the aid station, and he could hang out at the adjacent water park at the hot springs right there. And unfortunately, as we got back to my car, I realized that I had a flat tire. Luckily, there is a service station less than a half mile down the road. They were able to get me patched up and ready to go. So it took us a little while to get back. And I have to confess, because you know that this is a family trip for me as part of the whole adventure, I did rush back to town as soon as I could, but I did end up being about 10 minutes late because I was having dinner with my kid.
Well,
so,
you know what?
Hardrock is family. And
absolutely. And on my break, when we broke out, the first thing I did was left here and met my son, Carson, who lives in Durango and works for a rafting company here, and we were able to have lunch, an early lunch, and had some pizza, and I brought him in here to the studio and showed him around, and yes, it's family first, my friend, and by the way, the 10 minutes you weren't here, I don't think you missed a whole lot, although just to get you up to date, here we are with this camera, this beautiful camera shot looking down.
Gorgeous. I don't think I've seen this shot before.
Yeah, this is looking down. So Rachel is on Engineer Pass, which is where the trail hits the road. And the Engineer Aid Station is that little tuft of trees, sort of, if you look at the O in Sunto, right down below.
Yes.
And once they leave that aid station, they pretty much traverse what is tundra at an uphill, but a moderate uphill until the final push. And you could see when you just came on, you saw how laboring Francois was coming up there. So we've had 3 men through there. We've had Ludo, we've had Schlarby, and we've had Francois. We would expect Diego to be next, and then possibly Courtney and Camille. We also had some fun, as you can see in the men's field here, with Jeff Rome and Luke J.
Yeah.
Really making good moves coming down Camp Bird Road. Again, coming down the ramps, as we've talked about a lot, the walls and the ramps, coming down the ramps, taking very good care of themselves. Jeff Rome spent, I would say, 8 to 10 minutes in Uray, but got it, transitioned out of there. And I would expect both of those guys to be creeping up. They had it was a pretty good gap between them, Jeff and Luke and Diego. But and I'm not suggesting that they would pass them, but I'm thinking they could get a little bit closer.
Yeah, actually, Jeff and Luke were hitting Uray just as I was encountering my vehicular difficulties. So I was paying attention to their check into the Uray Aid from the fine service station down the street. So,
right on.
I felt sad that I was missing out on the action, but of course had some things to handle in order to get back here. This is
question about the women's race. We know we have 4 women through Uray, so 4 women are en route this 5,000-foot climb that we're more or less looking at right now, from Uray to Engineer Aid Station and then Engineer Pass. Courtney Dauwalter in the lead. Camille Bruyas about 10 minutes behind her. Katerina Harmuth, about 8 minutes. This was, again, Uray time, about 8 minutes behind Camille, and then another 20 minutes to Tara Dower.
Look at Becky Bates, 62 years young, getting it done in the top 10 at Hardrock. Pretty amazing. We're seeing, people that, maybe the ages associated with them are not what we normally see at the top of a standings. I mean, Ludo, famously seems to have just become ageless as he approaches 50. Schlarb, seemingly like coming back, at the age of 46. A couple of guys, just in some races that's considered graybeard, but they're crushing it.
Yeah, well, it's Hardrock. We've got eyes on. Could be Diego. Could be Courtney.
That is neither. Diego might be the one behind if that is a pacer. Courtney has the lime green. Diego is white with the bright neon trim. Yeah, that's Diego right there. That must be Diego's pacer right there.
All right,
Speedy
so
Pazos.
Diego Pazos. Speedy.
Yes, that is his pacer. I actually recognize him from hanging out at Diego's crew table in Uray.
So again, not far, within 8 to 10 minutes of Francois.
Yeah, look back there. Take that gratifying.
Yeah, take that look back. You've just climbed 5,000 feet.
Speedy Pazos right there. One of the great moments of hanging out at Uray just a little bit ago was seeing Diego with his family and the kids chasing him through the aid station to wish him well. It was we talked just a few moments ago about family, and that was really evident at Uray Aid when I saw Diego at his stop there. So that was just truly a thing to behold. So congrats to Diego, still moving pretty strong in the top 5. Obviously a long way to go. We'll see how things shake out, but acquitting himself very well for his first time
he
running
looks
in the
well.
San
He
Juans.
looks good here. His pacer's sort of getting him set up now. Again, it's a big transition. I mean, but probably not many of you watching have climbed 5,000 feet all at once. At altitude, and then promptly gotten on a dirty, dusty road and had to descend 1,500 feet, just like that. And but that's what these runners need to do. Yeah. They need to make this transition. It's different than a race like Leadville or Wasatch, where you get a little ridge running. Here at Hardrock, you're up, you're down, you're up, you're down, and so he's been climbing. Even front runner like Diego, he's been climbing for over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
All he's been doing is climbing, maybe running a little bit, but probably mostly hiking, poles out, leaning forward. And now it's like, whoa, shock to his system. He's going downhill.
Yeah, now he looks like he's picked up a nice run there. Looking good. I can try and expand my lungs a little bit here and keep up with AGW's volume if that is a concern. I saw
What am I? I'm too loud?
Well, somebody thought that my mic was a little bit low. Just want to assure you that.
Well, I have a feeling these guys keep my mic low because they know what's what. But nonetheless, Chris and I we're glad to have the band back together. Huge, by the way. I mean, Corinne and Jeff did a huge 8-hour pull.
Yeah.
You obviously went down with Braden down to Uray. I actually was able to go almost all the way up to Little Giant. I wanted to go out the course. Like I did at Western States a couple of weeks ago. I'm healthy enough now to get out, not to run these races again, but to get out on the course. And I just put after lunch with Carson, I put my stuff on and I went out and I went to where the road transitions to the single track right before the section that you and I talked about the other day, the butt slide section.
Yep.
I turned around before the butt slide section.
Understandable.
So I got a nice 12-miler in on the Hardrock course. It was just wonderful. It got back had a little bite to eat, and here we are.
Yeah, I was actually back. I stopped briefly at the staff house to take a shower so I could come in and not stink sitting next to you. But I didn't get a chance. And I saw, I guess Ellie was resting a little bit after what she brought to this broadcast earlier today with her hike up Grant Swamp Pass with a Starlink and filming the runners as they were heading down that unbelievable drop. Hats off to her. I couldn't help but be so excited to see some of those visuals for the first time.
I got back to the house and she was hanging out, and I said, Ellie, that was amazing. And I talked to her about the moment that Bryce realized we had the footage. It was maybe 5 minutes before the first runner was getting up, and he points to the screen and it pops up, and she was just so grateful. She was like, well, thank goodness, because it was a pain to carry all that stuff up there.
Yeah, it was unbelievably great. But of course, this is another great shot that I don't believe that I caught last year. Obviously, when you're going in the opposite direction, things happen at different times.
Yeah, this would have been in the dark
downhill
last year, and they would have gone down this. Quick shout out to Tropical John in the chat. Thank you for the shirt. Yes, this is a gift from Tropical John that I'm rocking this evening. A special from Jam's World in Hawaii. Tropical John Medinger, a good old friend of mine, and he's known for, he has a couple hundred of these. I have one.
I bet.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, folks, thanks for tuning in here with us. We are, at this point, 12 and a half hours into a 48-hour broadcast, and we've got thousands of people hanging out with us for the ride. We're going to do our best to keep things going. I actually think that you and I are maybe going to have to do some planning on the fly, because the way that our broadcast plan sets out, we were going to go quiet for a little while tonight, but if certain runners keep doing what they're doing, we might have to.
Yeah, I'm not sure quiet is in the cards.
Yeah, exactly. So we might have to number one, steel ourselves for a bit of a longer night than we expected. Number two, convince and maybe bribe our producers to keep us on the air.
Yeah, and we do have our team out in the field. We saw Leah a little while ago, and I hope we can get Leah back. I think. We might be getting Leah back soon. Leah is down in Animas Forks, where we've seen Ludo come through. This is the camera that's the Animas Forks Aid Station.
Down front there, 10-time Hardrock finisher.
Julie Blanda is the captain down there, a Aravipa stalwart. Leah did a great job, by the way, before he came on, showcasing the entire menu that Julie and her team have prepared at Animas Forks, and it's an impressive menu.
Yeah, that Animas Forks team is 60 deep, so
Yep. So here they are. The nice thing is they get a real solid view.
So that's Robert Andrulis on the left, yanking on his. Robert, for those unfamiliar.
I think he's hitting his back with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, 10-time Hardrock finisher, never under 46 hours. Yeah. Robert is the ultimate grinder. If you ever want a master's class in how to finish Hardrock without being a, quote, fast runner, Robert Andrulis did it 10 times and took longer than 46 hours each time, including being the final finisher, I believe, 5 times.
That's incredible.
Yeah. He's a legend.
And he admits he didn't do it on purpose. All right, so this is not sure if. Okay. Do we have Leah? Oh, okay. Because she came through loud and clear before, so could be someone just jogging. There's Leah.
There's Leah.
Hi guys. Can you guys hear me?
But if the audience can hear her, great. Can you hear?
Can they hear me, please?
I can't, but I cannot.
Just let her talk.
Hey guys, I'm out here at Animas Fork. This is about mile 57-ish. So far, we've had Ludo Pommeret come through here about an hour ago. He had about an hour gap on second and third place. I do believe we should be seeing our next runner coming through very soon. They've got we'll see them up on the hillside, and then it'll be about 5 minutes until we see them come down here into the aid station. And then after this aid station, this will probably be their longest section of trail without aid. And this is the section where they'll then go and summit the highest point on the course, which is Handy's Peak.
So was that a hobby jogger we were seeing in the background?
I think there was. I got binoculars on them, and my vision is not 20/20, but I don't think that was Francois or Jason Schlarb, which I would imagine is probably one of the next runners we'll be seeing through here, and I don't think it was either of them.
Yeah, Leah, we had Jason Schlarb about 8 minutes ahead of Francois up at Engineer Pass.
Okay. Yeah, it did. I know Jason is wearing that UD pack that kind of looks like a weight vest, and that person was not wearing a vest that looked like that.
Leah, how's the energy level at the aid station?
Oh, it's great. This is such a beautiful spot. It's about an hour drive from Silverton on a not so it's a pretty rocky road on the way up. I'm afraid of exposure and driving up some rough roads, but luckily I'm in good hands with my videographer taking good care of me. But man, what a beautiful part of the country up here. I think we're around 11,000 feet or so, and the runners will descend a little bit out of this aid station before starting a 5-mile climb up to Handy's Peak, which I believe is either just under or just over 14,000 feet. So
Just over.
when they leave this aid station, they need to really be taking care of themselves here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of the runners take a couple extra minutes here because this next section's pretty hefty. I think our sign down here reads 10.6 miles, 4,188 feet of climbing up, and then 4,600 feet of descending down to Burroughs, which will be the next aid station location.
Dang. So another 5,000 feet to climb for these runners, almost, or 4,100.
Yeah, and I do, per my watch, they have done just over 19,000 feet of climbing up to this point. So they've got about 13,000 remaining after this.
And with this long stretch, we had an interview with Julie this week here in the studio, and one of the things she talked about was the fact that this next stretch being, number one, long in distance, number two, having all this climb, there are certain levels to the preparation for the runners that you might not think about. She said once they get to about 11 p.m., they start applying sunscreen to the runners to make sure that they're ready for the climb.
She just told me that. She said they're going to look at you like you're crazy, but she said at 3 a.m. you are sunscreening down every single one of these runners. So I think she knows what's up. She's been doing this for a while. She's definitely got this whole place under wraps. This is awesome. The aid station volunteers were saying that they set this aid station up 3 hours in advance of any runners, so they're extremely well prepared. I got to chat with somebody who's been volunteering out at this aid station for 17 years, which is pretty incredible. And then I was just getting acquainted with a woman who has 7 Hardrock finishes. So some pretty inspiring folks out this way who are really doing it for the love of the sport.
That's part of what makes this run so magical, is the fact that even if they're not running this race still anymore, they still want to be out here and be a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is a really cool aid station that's really nestled up here in the mountains, a truly difficult place to get to. But seeing the people come far and wide to see their runners up here really shows some good dedication. So if we do see Jason Schlarb next, I will comment and say that when he ran this race and tied with Killian a few years back, I do believe he came through this aid station about 20 minutes ago. So he's probably about 30 minutes behind on that year when he tied for the win with Killian. And I do believe Ludo was through this aid station almost exactly an hour ago. So I'd imagine we should be seeing our second and third place runners sometime in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, Killian, and you probably know this, but Killian and Francois' time through there in 2022 was 11:49.
Awesome.
Of course, Dakota was 11 minutes ahead of them.
That's right,
because Dakota made that move. Yeah.
Yeah, and I chatted with Ludo's crew when he rolled through here. So he was through here probably about 55 minutes ago. His pacer said he wasn't aware that he was on course record pace at that time. His pacer looked happy, looked like he was drinking some Coke. Said Ludo felt extremely strong on that last section and was moving great. He looked awesome. Looks like he was just focused and dialed. And I did get word from one of his crew members that she said she would only crew Ludo here if he would win the race. So I think he's well on his way to doing that. It's got to get through the last 40 miles to do so.
That's a pretty hardcore crew.
Yeah. High
I need
demands.
someone like that on my crew.
Yeah, indeed.
For those just tuning in, this is Leah Yingling out at Animas Forks Aid Station, about mile 58. Animas Forks, yeah. We're going to keep an eye out for who we expect to be coming down the hill next, which we believe would be Jason Schlarb, 2016 co-champion.
And someone mentioned in the chat about if we get eyeballs on Courtney hitting Engineer Pass, certainly we'll switch to that. We've got all three of our producers here right now, so they've all got their eyes on all of our cameras. And if we see Courtney coming up to that saddle, we'll certainly switch to her.
And 5 of their hands are free.
That's
One
right.
of them has pizza.
And then for reference, up from the high point, up an Engineer before they descend down here into Animas Fork, it's about 4.7 miles of a section, and it's about like 7% grade, losing about 1,800 feet on the way down here. So a pretty runnable grade where it looks like it's a pretty nice descent, mostly on the trails that we're looking at above us, and then it gets onto the Jeep road that we're on here. So I think when Killian ran his time a few years back, he ran from Engineer down here to Animas Fork in just under 40 minutes. So I'd imagine we'll be seeing our guys up on Engineer and gals up there down in here in no time.
Of course, for those that are not familiar with the history of this race, this run, the Animas Forks Aid Station is actually, quote, new. It is moved from what was previously the aid station before Handy's at Grouse Gulch. It doesn't really factor into our record calculations or anything like that, but it is just kind of an interesting historical footnote that prior to the current setup, the runners would actually head down from Animas Forks through the, I guess, Ghost Town area and then set up right before they headed up into the American Basin.
And it was during the two cancellation years, 2019 due to the avalanche damage, 2020 due to COVID, that they rebooted and moved the aid station up here. It was Grouse Gulch was just a challenge with parking, with there wasn't enough room in the actual aid station to stage the aid station. It was just an all-around better option.
I agree.
The downside is it is a 10.6 mile section, which again, for our front runners that we're going to be looking at in a little while. Oh, here we go. We got a shot on Courtney. So we're back up the hill at Engineer Pass. And she is still without a pacer, or she dropped a pacer. So she hit Engineer Pass at 12:38, elapsed, took in the view.
Well, I was wondering there if she was taking in the view or maybe
Or
looking
checking to see
who is following her.
I'm going to go with taking in the view. Courtney Dauwalter, again, as Leah mentioned, she's got about 4.7 miles now of descent down to Animas Forks.
And with this coverage, I think it's probably interesting because some of these runners know now that they're on camera. Obviously, Courtney is no stranger to being filmed. Neither is Camille Bruyat or any of the other high-end elite runners. But, you know, for instance, okay, when does Courtney start to run down the hill, or is she running down now?
Yeah. So Courtney Dauwalter, first female runner over Engineer Pass, 5th place overall. There have been 4 men that have come over the pass. And moving well. She looked happy and pacerless at this point.
She did look better than Diego when Diego came over. Diego looked a little bit worked, but he did also start to run down the descent earlier than Courtney did too. So it's one of those things where you try and read the body language, you try and read the faces, but sometimes you you really don't know what you're looking at. Some people just wear it differently.
Courtney hit Animas Forks in her course record clockwise year in a 13:42 elapsed. So roughly 1 hour from now. As Leah mentioned, it's a 4.7 mile descent. Let's just say she runs it in 10-minute pace. She's going to be, she's going to get a cushion of about 15 minutes on that. But we'll see. She may run it slower. But that's just kind of a ballpark guess at this point. Again, this is the great shot that we're getting looking back down to the aid station site from Engineer Pass. Again, just short of 13,000 feet. It's a 12,900 feet where the trail meets the road after a 5,000 foot climb from Uray.
Yeah, Leah confirming that Courtney is 7 minutes ahead of her course record splits at Engineer.
Excellent. So we have her split at Engineer Pass. Great. Thank you, Leah.
This brings up a point I've been following in the chat. I haven't been active, but I've been watching it. What is with some of you people? You think that Courtney's having a bad day? People have said she's looking disappointed or she's not moving as well. I said she's still on course record pace, her own course record. Is it because she's not leading the race overall? She's having a great day.
Yeah. I
appreciate the greatness.
Yeah. Indeed. I don't know. Maybe people just need stuff to talk about.
We know that to be true.
Yeah, but Courtney looked great there. I've seen Courtney run a lot of races, and she looks like Courtney.
I also see that there has been a lot of activity in the Hardrock 100 fundraising efforts, a total of $873.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you all so much for your donations. That's wonderful. As we had Dale Garland on this morning, all of those generous donations go to support the nonprofit of Hardrock, the scholarships, the research and education, the inclusivity efforts, the trail work. Thank you for those donations. We really appreciate it.
There was one girl who was part of the recipients of the scholarships yesterday that basically gave a thank you speech talking about how she was a first generation American, and you could tell that she was moved and her family were moved, and it was really a great thing to see here in the gymnasium here in Silverton. You see your efforts truly take hold when you support an organization and a cause such as this.
So a great shot looking down the course. This is coming up Engineer Pass. That might just be a hobby hiker or a pacer who has gotten sick of talking to their runner. No. Don't see anybody down there yet. Again, this is looking down towards Uray. Back down the course, way down that valley, and you make a left in the Bear Creek Trail.
We've got eyes here at Engineer Pass. We've got eyes down at Animas Forks with Leah Yingling on the spot. Where else do we have eyes at this point? Do we have anything at Uray or?
We may have packed up at Uray.
Okay.
Okay. So this will be it's wonderful to have Leah down at Animas Forks. We will have a little bit of a dark time. As we've mentioned multiple times now, it's a 10.6 mile section from Animas Forks to Burroughs Park. We will not have anybody at Burroughs Park. It's a very, very isolated spot. We probably should have someone down at Sherman. But again, that descent from Handy's down to Sherman is lengthy. So nobody's going to get there in the daylight. And so our engineer camera here, as well as, Leah's coverage at Animas, and maybe some stuff that might still come out of Telluride is what we have. So again, this is part of a long race. in a very isolated, remote location where we have to take what we can get. And this is the aid station at Animas Forks, again, where Leah is. Looking up, you can see most of the aid station volunteers looking up on that hillside where they'll see little blue or white or black dots coming down off of the pass of Engineer.
Do you guys have my audio here at Animas?
Yeah, we got you.
Sweet. Yeah, just while we're waiting here for our lead male, I think our next runner should be Francois or Jason Schlarb in second place here. Should be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I do think we just had our 8th and 9th women check into Uray, and that was Amber Weibel, I believe, and Becky Bates. So they're rounding out that women's top 10. So I know we don't have coverage there at the moment, but I do think they rolled through there. They were closing out the top 10 earlier when I saw them at I don't even remember where I was. Chapman at mile 18. Everybody looked great then. So Uray, that's a pretty hefty section between Chapman and there. So yeah, those Becky Bates, I believe, is 62 years old, has several Hardrock 100s under her belt. So I'd feel pretty confident if I was a newcomer racing, running with Becky at this point.
Yeah, the thing about this race is that I believe Becky might be, along with Pam Reed, one of the few women who have multiple finishes here this year. This felt like a changing of the guard in the fact that there's no Betsy, no Diane. They're names that we're so used to seeing in the Hardrock roster on the women's side. There's a lot of new blood here this year.
Thank you. I was like, where? All right, we got eyes on a runner up on the hillside. 2, yeah, looks like a runner with a pacer.
That's Schlarb on the right.
I think, yeah, that's Schlarb with the pacer.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
the
moving.
bright blue shorts.
He's moving well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick
great.
comment in
And
the chat. We were not referencing Courtney's times from last year. We are basing the splits that we're comparing Courtney's race this year to her 2022 times, which was the last time the race was run clockwise direction, and she finished 26:44. So we are referencing the 2022 race, not the 2023 race. Just for clarity there.
Yeah, so from the time we get eyes on the runners up on the hillside here to the time that they make it down into the aid station, I think it's about 5 minutes or so. They have to wrap around and come down the road behind me here. So might be a minute till we get them down here, but that does look like Jason Schlarb with a pacer. And it's currently 12:48 on the race clock. And Ludo was down here, oh gosh, quite some time ago, about an hour, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I have to say this is still a great thing to follow with Schlarb's race. It's been a while since he's had a high-end 100-mile finish. He had a finish at UTMB a couple years ago, around 50th place. You know, great by normal people standards, but by former Hardrock winner, a little bit of a potential disappointment. His last race prior to that, I believe, that it was 100, was at the I'm Tough in 2020, where he won that. But it's been a while, so it's great to see him out here and moving so well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Jason Schlarb is coached by David Roach, and Jason put out a mass email to the whole Roach swap coaching group this week asking for a pacer for the race. So I'm curious who he ended up with, because I know he was seeking out some pacers from our whole group of athletes. So excited to see the energy that a pacer might be bringing him now. He looks great. I think I mentioned earlier, this might be about 30 to 40 minutes behind his split in here whenever he tied with Killian for the win several years back. But I think this is honestly one of the best performances from Jason in recent years. So I'm sure he's excited to be feeling the way he is.
Absolutely. He looks great.
And Leah, you said it's about like Ludo left about an hour ago?
Yep, he left here around 42. So it's been an hour, 8 minutes
Okay.
right now since Ludo left this aid station. So by the time Jason gets here and leaves, I bet you it'll be about 75 minutes between the two.
Morgan, thanks in the chat for acknowledging how great this shot is here, because frankly, in years past, the idea of getting video at Animus Forks was a pipe dream.
Mm-hmm.
And to have Leah out here at crisp and as clear as we do, this is wonderful.
Yeah, and I got a shout out to the Mountain Outpost team and my videographer, Mike, out here with me today. We have had no technical issues so far. And if you've been part of the live stream for any amount of time, you know that that's a day that's hard to come by is a day without any issues. So
You
I
don't
still got one
say.
more stop after this, so I better not count my chickens before they hatch.
Things are going great right now, though. So
Yeah, right now.
somebody was asking if anybody's wearing Alpha Flies. There's only one guy that would consider doing it, and he's not doing it today.
I do know that I have it on good authority, though, that Nick Corey does have road shoes, some kind of
course he
sockety
does.
something. Yeah.
Mm.
You can see that's a handful of the, I believe, 60 volunteers that are going to be out there helping runners in Animus Forks as part of that concierge-style service.
And we did a close-up of the menu earlier, but man, they've got so many good options at this aid station. You can make your own burrito. You can get brisket on your burrito. I'm going to get a good zoom in on this right now. We've got lots of gluten-free and vegan options. A little bit of
Look at that.
everything. It sounds like their potato soup sounds pretty good. I think I kind of want a little bit of that. Maybe I should run the race one of these years.
I don't know. I think if you ask Julie really nicely, she might give you half a bowl.
Of course, we had Julie
Yeah,
on.
I told
the other
Julie
day.
we would love to get her on at some point today. So maybe after our next runner goes through, we'll get.
Oh, it'd be
get some
great
words
to have
from her.
Julie on.
Here's
Seeing
some
a couple
bells,
of the other
which means-
volunteers there. Saw Julian Galuzzi out there, who is a regular at other races, usually grilling up meats in the high country in northern Arizona, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Steve Adderholt might be out there.
I could see that, yeah. Robert Andrulis, as we mentioned, double-digit hard rock finisher. Yeah, that crew, Animus Forks, they're not the largest crew on course, as Julie mentioned. I believe that Uray has like 70-plus people, but Uray's easy to get to. It's all highway driving. Animus Forks, that's a commitment. Once you pass Eureka, all bets are off. You better have high ground clearance, potentially 4x4. And these people are doing it all to help the runners.
Thank you,
Okay, we
Carrie
got
Mang. Oh, here comes Jason.
We got Jason coming in here. Also got a report that Cammy's through engineer, by the way, about 30 minutes back from Courtney.
Huge thank you, Carrie Mang, Assistant Race Director of Western States, for giving us some data on Camille. Carrie, I thought you were supposed to be resting.
All right, so we're getting our camera on Jason here. He's got Pacer with him. I think this is Zach Gardner pacing him.
You can see Brian Powell right there. Legend in covering the sport.
Man, Megan let him go all the way up to Animus. Goodness, I hope he doesn't get a flat. Is that Rachel Entrican?
Looks like it's his partner, Whitney.
Oh, that's Whitney.
Doing.
That's right.
Of course, Jason was part of
He's
our
doing
coverage for Run Rabbit Run last year. Stepped away from the
He's got his
microphone to go out
dog
and put
doing
on some
some help
shoes.
there.
Hopefully we can get him to come back to Run Rabbit Run this year.
Looks like we're doing a shirt change. Looks like he was taking in some precision hydration fuel.
Yeah, this next 10 miles is long, so it could be well into the night and even into the early morning by the time he hits the next aid station. Handy's is not extremely technical, but it is a slog.
It's a slog.
Up to 14,000 feet.
That's not the glamour shot he wants.
Actually, I think he probably loved that one. Taking a swig of water, getting ready for that next big push.
Chris Vargo in the chat. Blast from the past. Schlarby is always beach ready. Absolutely, Vargo.
See Vargo start running some qualifiers and get here on our screens.
Yeah.
I know he likes the uphill. He torched Crown King a few years ago.
So yeah, Jason's wearing a UD Ultimate Direction pack. It's pretty nifty. It's got a little front pocket where he can stash his snacks. Don't see many like these. Looks kind
It
of
is
cool.
a different visual for sure. Like almost like a body armor look.
Yeah, it almost looks like a SWAT team guy. But that is cool, all that big front pocket.
He probably knows that this is an aid station where you got to take some good time because this next section will be pretty lengthy for them.
Absolutely.
Jason Schlarb, Durango, Colorado. Been living there a long time. Knows these trails. Looks like he's getting ready to move. That's his son. I remember he was a little tyke in 2016 when Jason won.
You just have a small stomach problem right at the back. But I mean, it was almost a high point on course. Yeah, he was climbing pretty well. It looks like in the movie.
Yeah.
Do the San Juan proud, Schlarb.
Let's go, Schlarb!
Exactly. You ready? That'd be awesome.
Keep it up, Jason. Oh.
So Schlarb is out at about 12:57. So his time out at Grouse, which was 2 miles further down the road, was about 12:16.
Okay.
That
The
was
year he won.
16. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not an exact comparison, but this run down to Grouse is not exactly a difficult or technical part. It's actually down Highway 2, pretty runnable.
So I do see our next runner coming down the hillside as well. So again, that'll probably be another 5 minutes or so till they get down here. I did just chat with Jason's pacer from last section. He said he's feeling pretty good, moving well, did have a little bit of stomach issues up high when they're up there at Engineer. So probably working through that. He doesn't look as smooth on the downhill as Ludo did moving out of here. But we'll see. I do think he's put some time into third place here, who I can see moving down the hillside right now as well.
And it looks like he left solo. Is that right, Leah?
Yes, I believe so, actually. Yep, he's solo.
Okay.
That's Diego right there, right?
Has Diego passed Francois?
Yeah, that's Diego.
Think so.
That's Speedy Pazos. He's got the white kit with the light green base layer that kind of sticks out below his shorts.
And also calf socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, it's 10.6 miles to Burroughs, the next aid station from here. That'll be at mile 68.5. So I'm currently at Animus Fork, which is right around mile 57. They will descend the road down here till they intersect Grouse Gulch Trail. And then that is when they'll start their ascent up to Handy's Peak from there. So between here and the next aid station, the runners will climb just over 4,000 feet and descend a little bit over 4,600 feet. And Handy's Peak is the high point on the course, which is right around 14,000 feet. So hopefully Jason's stomach can hold it together. If he was having some struggles up at Engineer, I don't think Handy's Peak will treat an unhappy stomach very well, but fingers crossed for him. And then I do believe we should be seeing some of our ladies coming through Animus here in the next hour or so. We should be seeing Courtney Dauwalter at some point. She's leading the women and sitting in, I think, 5th place overall. And then looks like Cami Bruya is about 30 minutes back from her up at Engineer.
A little bit more on that 2016 race. It was this direction. It was a very mild year. It was dry, no thunderstorms, really competitive field on both the men's and women's side. And Jason, kept pace with Killian all day, including through the high country. And the high country toward the end, and when they arrived at Cunningham Gulch together with 10 miles to go, they crossed the creek together. They left the aid station together. They crossed the creek, and they, by all accounts, made kind of a gentleman's agreement. I think Jason pretty much expected Killian to sort of make a push on the climb and distance himself, but Killian was not able to do that. And by the time they summited Little Giant and began the 7-mile descent into town, it was kind of clear that they were going to kind of do it together. And I remember going on Ginger Runner that year and having Jason on the Ginger Runner well, I guess it was a YouTube show back then, and hearing the story of it, it was a wonderful year. It's worth looking up the 2016 Hardrock 100. It was a pretty interesting and unique year in the history of the race, and yes, they 100% tied.
That was the first year I actually started paying attention to Hardrock. I'm a bit of a baby in the game.
Yeah.
I do believe we should be expecting Diego down here at Animus 4.
2 consecutive cancellations. Of course, 2020 and COVID, but 2019 because of extensive avalanche damage to the course. And so for a race to stomach 2 consecutive cancellations and maintain their volunteer base, maintain their permits with the BLM and the Forest Service, kind of a remarkable testimony to the race and the way in which it is a kind of fixture here in southwestern Colorado.
Yeah, Doug, if you like the history lessons, stick around. AJW and I, once the sun goes down, we'll probably be doling out several of them.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We can go a lot further back than 2016. So here comes Diego.
Yep, we got Diego rolling
well.
through here.
Looks like his feet are together.
Fork.
Looks like his quads are together.
And this is about 6 minutes after Jason left, and Diego looks awesome.
And he has passed.
The bow tie is still perfect.
Looks like he's a NAC-sponsored athlete, getting some NAC fuel. Wearing some Merrill shoes.
What else do you see in the kit? What are those calf sleeves he's got?
Yeah, those are nice. Those look like probably Compress Sport. Oh yeah, he's got a nice
he's a Compress Sport athlete.
pack.
Yeah,
Compress
that's
Sport needs to
his
make
sponsor.
their way to the U.S. a little bit more.
Looks like we got Brian Paul in the background. Looks like his concierge might be Robert Andrulis himself.
All right, so Compress Smile, Compress Sport, Merrill shoes, the bow tie.
NAC Nutrition.
NAC
Looks like
Nutrition.
He's doing a bubbly water. That's my jam. He's taking a page out of the right playbook right there. Wonder what
He probably
flavor that
even
is.
he probably even pays his own money for that.
I know it's a strawberry something. That looks good.
Leah's like, "Can I have a sip?"
Somebody get Leah a bubbly.
She's got a long night ahead.
Yeah. It looks like he's probably taken his pacer out of here as well.
Not gonna sit, it looks like.
Nope, doing a squat instead.
Doing a
he heard
squat.
you say that.
Diego Pazzo, it's a Swiss runner of Spanish descent.
It looks like he's about 10 minutes behind Jason here. About 13:05 on the race clock here.
Again, just a reminder, 57.9 miles. This is, there's still a lot of real estate out there. Even though, as Leah has pointed out, more than half of the vertical climb has been done. Still a lot of,
I think they've
lot
done
of running to do.
19,000 feet up to this point. Somebody can
Right, so
put that in meters.
yeah,
I'm thinking about 6,000 meters.
That's all right.
Yep, 19,000 of 33. So they're definitely well past halfway in the vertical.
Yep, and we're about mile 57 out here. They've got 10.6 to Burroughs Aid Station and have a hefty amount of climbing between now and then, and we'll hit the high point of the course. I'd say Diego definitely looks a little bit better than Jason did here. I think looks to be good energy.
Are
Looks like
Diego's
he's
kids
being
out there?
crewed by, I'm not seeing any.
Yeah, if they're not close by, then they're not out there. They were clipping at his ankles and heels at Uray, so it was great.
It's a long trip up to Animas.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
That's 2+ hours coming from Uray.
Oh yeah, looks like we got Francois coming down the hillside as well. Probably again 5 minutes out from Aid here. Definitely looks to be shuffling a little slower than Diego was on that section. Looks like Diego's asking for potatoes. So here they come sprinting out. Wow, this is service. Oh. We got hash browns instead. That's a variation of potatoes.
Oh, potatoes.
Plate
I
to
thought you
the
said
face,
Tito's.
and
That
he's
was
off.
That's a good choice.
That was awesome. So that's leaving exact 11 minutes after Jason. And about an hour 20 off the lead. Oh, and looks like we've got our third female through engineer. So we've got Courtney came through an hour ago with Cami 30 minutes behind her. And then Katerina is only 14 minutes behind Cami up at engineer. So those are our three lead ladies. And I'd say it's been taking about an hour 15, hour 20 for them to get down from engineer.
As we mentioned, that's Francois. We expect down in a couple minutes here. Francois, of course, with a win here, a second place, and currently holding fourth here at the 2024 edition.
Worth noting, looks like Cami is just around Diane Finkel's 2010 time in this direction. Her splits are hitting right around there. So Diane Diana ended up running about 28, just over 28 hours, 28 and a half hours, and had the course record in this direction until Courtney broke it in 2022. So looks like that's where our second and third place ladies are, probably in that like 28-hour range right now. Hopefully they can hold it. And Courtney, as of engineer, is about 7 minutes ahead of her course record splits.
It's pretty amazing to think that there could be multiple people running under that Finkel number when that was thought to be unthinkable a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, some of Diana's runs in her glory years were, folks thought they were untouchable. She got second, third, fourth overall, and but here we are.
For example, of course, we had Stephanie Case on earlier. Courtney's margin of victory in 2022 was 7 hours.
Yeah, that was rough on the coverage team.
Of course, that was the
Yeah, in a
year
race
prior to our live
like
stream.
I feel like in a race like Hardrock, especially the women's field, being that there's only 30, low 30s in participants, the spread from first to 10th does end up being quite a bit, especially as the race goes on. We might have some close gaps earlier, but those definitely spread out the longer it goes. But I do think this year, this seems to be one of the more competitive ladies fields that we've seen in a little bit. I saw that our we have over 10 women already through our Uray Aid Station. So
Oh,
pretty
fantastic.
close pack actually from 5 through 10 on the ladies side. I think maybe 30 minutes is separating them. And if you've done any races like Hardrock, any of these long mountain hundreds, 30 minutes is actually nothing. So I think that's a lot of time that can be made up later. And I think we'll see definitely some dynamic racing amongst the women's field later on.
Of course, we expect Stephanie to come in later tonight and co-host with Dan Ryan. So she drew the short straw.
Yeah. She also was stuck with Mahal out at Uray. So poor Stephanie.
Well, Mile can be fun.
Okay.
Dan, though. Now, Mile and I interviewed Courtney this week, and we were talking about Courtney's favorite candies, and she mentioned Mike and Ike's, Swedish Fish, and jelly beans, and Mile hadn't heard of the first two.
So you had to buy him some.
I did. I bought him Mike and Ike's and Swedish Fish, and let me tell you, it is not easy to find Swedish Fish in Silverton. All right, Camille Bruya.
So we got a runner, Cam.
Heading up Engineer Pass.
So this is this part we've seen a little bit before where it's just a last little kicker when the trail gives way to the road, and then she makes that right-hand turn and begins the 4.7 mile descent down. As Leah has noted, it's taking folks about 1 hour and 15, hour and 20 to make that descent. So she'll be able to start her Handy's climb in the daylight. My goodness, the year I ran the race, I thought I was in such bad shape when I got down to Grouse. I thought I was going to start in the daylight and finish in the daylight. Just Handy's. It can do that to you. It can turn you inside out. So she's running. It's Cami Bruyas, second place woman over Engineer Pass, 13-13. 30 plus minutes in arrears of Courtney Dauwalter, our women's race leader.
We'll keep tabs on what's going on atop Engineer Pass on the tailwind cam. Also, we'll probably flip here real quick at least in the next few minutes, to Animus Forks to catch Francois Deane. Of course, AJW and I are at the finish line here at the Hardrock 100. We're here in the Silverton gym. I can actually see behind us that the med area has been prepared. They know they're in for a long weekend.
Oh, yeah. Great shot looking down towards the aid station.
Animus. We've got Francois.
Looks like he's shaking his head and walking a little bit, holding the hand of his little one. Not sure what this is gonna indicate, but not looking too great here.
It can be hard to read Francois sometimes, though, because I've seen him out here look pretty miserable and still end up finishing second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was with Killian for 90 miles, and at mile 45, people were commenting at Uray that he looked kind of cooked.
All right, looks like Francois is taking a seat there. I do think Diego had put almost 20 minutes on him between Engineer Pass and here. So, well, looks like he's getting lots of good hugs.
Ultra running is not only a team sport, but a family sport.
I didn't know if you were coming straight. Let's have a beer. Outside of
This is great footage here. Obviously, Francois struggling a little bit.
Which is bound to happen sometimes in races.
Absolutely.
That people forget that these runners are not superhuman.
This is a sweet family moment for what it's worth.
For sure, Leah, it is.
I mean, both you, AJW and Leah, I'm sure have had some of these moments with, you know, in your case, AJW, your kids and your wife, and Leah with Mike. I'm sure that this has happened. It's just a part of the process.
Yeah, always the toughest moments, but I think it's races like these that you learn the most from the big lows that you have.
Well, Jim's taking his stuff off.
Mm.
Maybe going to give him his jacket. Yep.
Yeah, Courtney, I see some comments in the chat. We saw Courtney up on the hillside. People were cheering for her as they saw her up on the hillside. She is not into Animus yet, but it does look like she's probably about 2 minutes out. I can see 2 or 3 minutes out, and she's looking pretty awesome on this downhill so far from what I can see. And again, this is mile 57 point something, Animus Fork. We've done about 19,000 feet of climbing in the race. They've still got about 13,000 feet remaining. Probably one of the harder sections coming up after this section. It's the longest without aid, 10.6 miles. And the climb to the high point on the course, accumulating just over 4,000 feet of climbing and over 4,500 feet of descending. So long section. I think these runners really have to be in a good mental state here because this is probably a beast that they need to encounter before having ideas of that finish line. Courtney is not in Animus Fork yet, for those asking in the chat. She will probably be in here in about a minute.
Let's remember, too, Francois, for the better part of the last decade, has been, on the Mount Rushmore of men's global long-distance ultra runners. He's obviously having a rough day here.
He's a mountain maestro.
We all have rough days. This just happens to be on TV with Jim Walmsley there by his side, his family. It's part of the deal. It's part of the game.
Looks like they're doing a full refresh here, so it looks like he's getting a new shirt on. Maybe gonna put a puffy jacket on for a little bit. Hopefully this is just a reset for him and nothing more.
Looks like we've got another running coming up. Engineer Pass.
This might be
Luke.
Luke.
Jeff Rome coming up.
Oh, Jeff Rome. Jeff Rome. Yeah.
I think so.
On his own.
All right,
Yeah,
I
it is
think
Jeff
we've
Rome.
got some bells indicating Courtney Dauwalter arrival. I did hear word from her crew that they might be staging up the road a little bit here and not in the aid itself. So I'm assuming probably for some privacy, but we'll see what we can get you guys.
That's kind of what happened at Uray. Everybody was a little bit confused because she came straight through and set up shop at the very end of the area. At first, it looked like she was going to blow through Uray Aid, which was a very potentially interesting choice. However, she did stop at the very end of the aid.
So there on the big screen, we have Jeff Rome making the beginning of the descent. Again, the 4.7 miles.
Looks like we might have lost our audio.
Yeah, looks like we did.
Our monitor's out. But we're going to keep eyes here on Animus Forks to make sure. And there we see Courtney Dauwalter. Can we switch those photos, please? Courtney setting up
There she
just
is.
outside
Yep.
of the main area, still within Animus Forks aid, but kind of giving herself a little bit more space rather than being right in the middle of the aid area.
Looks like there is a pacer getting ready, too. She's gone without a pacer so far. But looks like that gentleman with the black pack and the lucky poles might be getting ready to jump in with her. Not a bad idea for the climb up and over handies.
We'll try to get you guys some video closer that is a decent amount of distance away from our Starlink, but we will do our best for you.
Thank you, Mike Ambrose. Looks like Mike Ambrose is going to jump in and pace. Thank you for folks in the chat.
I know that Dylan Harris is filming her. We've got our internal audio back.
That looks like Courtney's mom because I recognize her from Javelina.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, Courtney ran the Javelina 100K stride for stride with her mom.
It was the only time in several years she wasn't F1 in a race.
And I don't think she gave a hoot about her ultra sign-up ranking.
Absolutely not.
Taking a hit. Thanks, folks, in the chat. So Courtney is leaving Animus Forks with Mike Ambrose.
Let's go, Court. Looks like she's going to give Francois some good wishes. This is sweet.
That's super sweet.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Oh. Courtney's got lots of fans. She looks great. So she just left here 7:25 local time.
So
That's
13:25.
amazing.
How does that compare with her?
She is 12 minutes ahead of her math.
Yeah,
math
it
is
was
hard.
13.
16
It was
minutes ahead.
13:42. It looks like
Yeah, 16 minutes.
16 minutes ahead of her course record pace from 2022 in the clockwise direction when she finished 26:44.
So she just put a decent amount of time down from engineer. I think we had her at 7 minutes up on her split up there and now to 16. So I bet she made a quicker aid station stop here than she did the year she set her course record, actually. And I bet you she cruised on that downhill a little bit too, because she was looking pretty awesome. As
Back up to Engineer Pass on the big screen.
I do see a question in the chat about Francois. I think he's regrouping. I heard him chat with some crew members about maybe something to settle his stomach in the aid station, like ginger
In the
ale or
small
something.
screen, we've got the aid station at Animus Forks. I know questions about Francois. We don't know the answers. Could be regrouping, could be just thinking things through. Here is the next.
Looks like we
man up
have
and
in
over
the chat
Engineer Pass.
Ludo over Handies.
Or hang on, no, I'm sorry, that's Katerina. That's third place woman, right? Katerina.
Nice. Yep.
Heading up Engineer Pass.
Apologies.
That's awesome. So we've currently got 3 women in the top 8. So we've got Courtney, followed about 30 minutes behind by Cammie, and then followed not too far behind by I think that gap between Cammie and Katerina is about 14 minutes.
So there's a couple of runners between Engineer Pass and Animus Forks. Camille Bruya, now Katerina Harmuth.
And Jeff Rome as well.
And Jeff Rome. Thank you, Leah.
Of course.
So we might expect next, is it Luke? What's Luke's last name? He was
Luke J.
Luke J.
Luke J.
Yep.
During our pregame show, I believe somebody actually mentioned Ellen Silva, who has run this race multiple times, no stranger to the hills here in the San Juans, actually mentioned in the chat, don't sleep on Luke J.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Having a great day.
Yep, he's well and comfortably in the top 10. Again, big camera on the looking down off of Engineer Pass on the way to Animas Forks Aid Station on the inset ground camera of Francois and his crew.
Has anyone finished? No, we're probably about 9, 10, 11 hours away from that.
Yeah. I think best case scenario.
That car driving by, a little bit of ASMR there for the audience. In lieu of the trail crunch. Yeah, folks, we don't have any word one way or another with what Francois' plans are at this point. So if I see, knowing Julie, she is a by the books, by the numbers person to the letter. She will actually be the one to cut Francois' bracelet off if he decides not to continue.
Yeah.
And until I see Julie over there, I'm not thinking one thing about it. And of course, we do want to cover what's happening on the course with Francois, but at the same time, we still want to afford him the distance and privacy.
Yeah, oh, sure.
That he wants. So
absolutely.
Of course, the main shot is Engineer Pass. The inset is Animas Forks.
No, there's about 5 miles between the two.
5 downhill, fairly quick miles compared to the rest of the course.
Still taking everybody a little bit over an hour.
Just breathtaking views of the San Juans.
You want to ride the cutting down there? Mike might be good. That might be okay. I'll chat with him, but if he doesn't, then it should be good.
Are you going to any of the race stations?
That and then. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Stimgeek, if you get the opportunity to come out to the San Juans, check it out. It's absolutely stunning. And the best thing about it is that you don't have to run Hardrock to appreciate it. I'm never running this race, but I come out here every year. I came out here for years before we were covering it. I came out here for years before I even watched Hardrock. It's worth it every time.
Yeah, it's a special place, no doubt about it.
And you can do a lot of these climbs, a lot of these sections of the course on your own, for sure. Just be careful and go with somebody else.
Yeah, someone who knows what they're doing.
Leah, when did you get into town? Have you gotten to play around on the course at all? Looks like she might have stepped away here for a moment. Yeah, again, Dr. Simgeek, if you want to witness Hardrock, you can even volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
Although, from the sound of things, there's a wait list for some of the aid stations now at this point, including, of course, Kroger's, which maybe we'll talk about later tonight.
Okay, we're back down here with the camera at
Uray.
Uray?
I don't think I've seen you since my backyard. You have lived.
By the way, this aid station stays open until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We'll go see what space you're on.
Who is that?
This is Rachel on her follow cam going into Telluride. This is a great time to remind you all that while much of our attention at this time is on the front of the pack, we are here for the duration. We're here for 48, actually 50 hours to provide coverage of the Hardrock 100, every finisher for sure, to the extent that we can, as well as footage like this when we can get it in. This is a runner coming into Telluride, mile 28. That aid station's still open. We'll get a little bit of info on that for you. This is the end of a long descent off of Oscar's Pass. And their cutoff is at 8 p.m. So she's coming in with about 22 minutes to spare. 8 p.m. You get 15 hours to traverse the first 28 miles. Cutoffs here at 8 p.m. Assuming she gets in and out here, she then has until 10:20. I'm sorry. No, 3:15 a.m. She has until 3:15 a.m. to get to Uray. So they, hopefully her crew and the aid station volunteers will work to get her in and out of this aid station quickly. She's got 20 minutes. And then the next hard cutoff is Saturday morning at 3:15 a.m. at Uray. So that's a 15-mile section up and over Virginia's Pass, Kroger's Canteen, and down into Uray. She has roughly 7 hours and 15 minutes to do that.
Todd asking if there's a post-race depletion mile this year and if we're going to cover it. I know the answer to the first part, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to cover it. You got something for us,
All
Leah?
right, I do think Francois is dropping out here.
Okay, we'll keep eyes on that. Thank you for the heads up.
Yeah, I think he's walking out of the aid station now with a bottle of ginger ale and a sad face.
Can Julie confirm for us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he just took his tracker into the aid as well. So
okay.
Here we are, too, on the big screen again, with less than 20 minutes left until the Telluride cutoff. Looks like we have one runner that we followed in, and so she has 19 minutes to exit the aid station and continue her journey around the San Juans.
Of course, Francois Deane, the 2021 Hardrock champion, 2022 runner-up. We're trying to confirm that he has decided to call it a day here at Animas Forks.
So we got a couple interesting things going on here. Francois, we just want to confirm his withdrawal from the race.
yes, that is confirmed with the aid station.
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was my pre-race pick. I did have Francois going for a second Hard Rock title. Unfortunately, it just wasn't to be. Hopefully, he is able to rest up because it sounds like he's got some big plans the rest of the year.
And then back here at Telluride. Go ahead, Leah.
If I can gather anything, sounds like it was probably a stomach issue, just probably not being able to keep his stomach straight when he was up high. So probably been hard to keep some stuff down for a while. So probably that combined with some energy depletion at this point, and you probably want to be feeling good when you leave this aid station, and I'm assuming he wasn't feeling too hot.
It's a brutal way for the day to end, obviously.
It is interesting here on screen, confirming now that Francois, up at mile 57.9, has decided to withdraw from the race. And, we just lost a camera shot from Telluride, but we've got that runner who just rolled into Telluride a few minutes ago, and she has 17 minutes to exit the aid station to stay in the race.
I would say that is the most high-profile withdrawal from this race at this point. I'm getting word that Pam Reed has called it a day as well. We'll see if we can get confirmation.
Oh, goodness, really?
Yeah.
And here we are back at Telluride. I know it's a little bit fuzzy, but this is the athlete we saw entering the aid station about 5 minutes ago. You can see the Telluride aid station has quieted down considerably since we last were here. This is mile 28, and the cutoff is at 8 p.m., so in 15 minutes. And I would have to imagine that group huddled around the runner is doing their best to urge her to continue, get her some calories and some hydration.
Sit out here, but we could not go in there.
Meanwhile, up at Animas Forks, it looks like Francois is walking back down to his car and will be taking a ride back to Silverton.
It's unfortunate, but Francois knows what's ahead of him here. So if he felt it wasn't going to be his day and if he was having stomach issues, then perhaps this was the best call.
Sure. Yep.
He knows himself better than anybody.
Thank you all for the donations. We're closing in on $1,000, just exceeded $900 for the Hardrock nonprofit. Really appreciate all those donations. Keep them coming. We're here for another day and a half.
So if we've got a quick moment here, somebody was asking about the depletion mile. Are you able to expand upon that, AGW?
Yeah, the depletion mile is a kind of a custom that Mike Wardian started a couple of years back. I want to say 2017 or 2018, and thought it would be fun to run a mile on the track. There's a little track down in the bottom end of Silverton. An hour after the race finished. So he gathered together 5 or 6 people the first year and 15 the second year, and then it became a thing. And this year Tailwind is sponsoring it, and it's at 7 p.m. 7 a.m. on Sunday morning. And runners, whether they run the race or not, can jump in and run the depletion mile. It's a lot of fun to watch. Not fun to do, fun to watch.
Thank you very much to these recent donations to the Hardrock 100. This will obviously go to help the race and its
all of what it does, the trail work, the education, the inclusion, the scholarships. I mean, it's as we had Dale on earlier this morning, the race is involved in all kinds of things, and all of these donations now, thank you so much. We've exceeded $1,000 already, not even to dark on the first day. So we really appreciate that. Again, I'm watching this runner at Telluride. I know that I just feel for the runner. I feel for the crew. We're kind of seeing both sides here on the screen of, a front runner who's decided to call it a day, and a back of the packer who's taken, 14 hours and 45 minutes to go 28 miles over 3 mountain passes, probably waited years to get into this race, just trying to decide whether or not they're going to call it a day here at Telluride, or if they're going to venture out into the night. They've got 15 miles to Uray. One big, huge climb up and over Virginia's, up at Kroger's Canteen. One big descent, half of which is on trail and half of which is on road, down to Uray. She can do it. She's got 7.5 hours to go 15 miles. It doesn't sound like a lot, but she's taken 14 hours to go 28 miles. So I'm sure whatever digging she's doing herself and with her crew and with her friends, one way or another, she's got 11 minutes, and she's either going to stand up and go on down the course, or she's going to stand up and hop into a car and call it a day. I hope it's the former.
I agree, but it's got to be a tough call to know that you're chasing cutoffs in Hardrock for another 70 miles.
It is, and this is the first hard cutoff of the day. So, I mean, there's others coming. I mean, she made it through. Chapman was the first one. She made it through Chapman. We're a Sizzling Brisket. I would love to get her name. I'm not sure our camera person can get, maybe our camera person hears me and can slide in, but you also don't want to be intrusive at a moment like this.
It's tricky to get that bib number.
We couldn't get the bib number
Hey, Matthew,
of the runner
what's
as
the
she
bib?
was coming in, so sorry about that. Elaney Barris, thank you. Ryan Kennedy, if you could switch
Never
back
mind,
to the
never
chat, we have
mind.
a little bit more information about her
You got it.
that Ryan provided. Yes, can you hear me at Telluride?
Yes.
Well, looks like she's getting a pep talk.
Looks like she's gonna go.
All right, we have, can you switch it back to the chat? We have Laney
Barris? Yeah. What about it? What do you want?
The person put information about her.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I've got the survey up. Laney Barris in the lottery for the first time after 10 years. She is from Brick, New Jersey, and got in by the way of the Tahoe 200.
There we go. There's Laney. Hey, everybody in the chat, let's give Laney some vibes here. If she can get up and get out of this chair in 9 minutes. She's from New Jersey.
Beast Coaster.
Qualified at the Tahoe 200.
You gotta figure you're here. You might as well give it everything.
Yeah, you waited Laney, you waited 10 years to get into this race. It's gonna cool off. Beast Coast vibes for sure. We grow them tough in New Jersey. Again, just doing the math here, the absolute cutoff is in 8 minutes. But then she does have a full 7 hours and 15 minutes. I know it sounds like a lot, 7 hours and 15 minutes to cover 15.1 miles. 15.1 miles in 7 hours and 15 minutes up and over Virginia's. Here we have another angle. She's up. Come on, Laney. Oh, great work, camera crew. Thank you so much. If it's not too intrusive to follow her out. And she's going. Laney Barris.
So in Laney's runner survey, when she was 5 years old, she cheated at the recreational races at the town that she grew up in Connecticut. She was super slow and sad that she never got a blue ribbon, always just a purple participation ribbon. She would start early so she could finish. The volunteers took pity on her and gave her a blue ribbon, which she cherished.
Oh, Laney.
So, Laney...
You're not going to cheat this time. You are leaving Telluride. There she is over the mat. She's officially out, and she's on her way to Uray.
She's got a handful of minutes to spare. She's ahead of the cutoff.
She's 7 minutes in the books. She's got her pulls out. She's out. She's out. 15 miles. Yeah, it's a 4,000 foot climb. For those of you asking, it's 4,000 feet. You know, it's a little bit gradual for the first 1,000 feet leaving Telluride. She's going to go through the town here. There's some kind of town trails that are relatively smooth, and then it just steepens and steepens and steepens. It is Oscar's Pass. By the final 500 feet, it is steep. It's rocky. She's going to have to, pay attention to to her. I'm sorry, I'm getting it mixed up. This is going up to Kroger's.
Yeah.
She's already done Oscars. Nonetheless, the final 500 feet is steep, but she can see the aid station up there. It's an iconic aid station that sits at 13,000 feet. Kroger's Canteen. Once she summits that aid station, she can get sustenance up there. I'm sure she'll probably be the last runner they see. I'm sure they'll take really good care of her up there. She has 13 miles. No, I'm sorry, not 13 miles. 7 miles downhill into Uray. This is great. This is so great to see.
Yeah, she is going to be welcomed with open arms up at Kroger's Canteen because it takes a special breed, an odd breed, to be up there, and they're going to love nothing more than to make sure that they give her everything she can use to succeed the rest of the way.
Absolutely. And you know, I'm the first person to say that sometimes the chat vibe bums me out. You know, sometimes some of y'all in the chat get a little toxic, but man, you brought the positivity here, and I have to believe the 3,500 of you gave Lainey a little bit of energy and got her out of here. She's leaving town. I know it's blurry. We're sorry about that, but she's going to leave town. There's kind of a steep little paved road, and then, like I said, the first couple of miles up to Virginius is relatively mellow. It's kind of a classic kind of mountain town trail. I know we've moved away from Lainey, but we got to keep talking about her a little bit more. And then the climb proper starts. I will say this though, one of the benefits of being where she is, the climb up to Virginius has been hot all day. It's a southern exposure. It's hot. It's tough. She's got a couple advantages. It's going to get cool. Another advantage, it's, you know, she's on her own. She's going to feel the pull, and literally from about 2 miles away, you can see the lights of Kroger's Canteen. You don't really want to see it because it kind of looks like a star up in the sky, but there's a gravitational pull to Kroger's Canteen, and man, and that's her destination. There we are in Uray, the aid station in Uray. Again, the absolute cutoff there, 3:15 a.m. That's what Lainey has to do. She has to get from where she is right now to that spot by 3:15 a.m.
It's going to be tough, but she can do it.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you all in the chat. That was wonderful. And Lainey got out of there. Telluride is closing down their aid station in a few moments. Thank you, camera crew. What's our camera person's name in Telluride? Rachel, thank you so much for the wonderful footage following the final finisher, the final runner into Telluride, and thank you, Rachel, for that footage. I know you've been out there a long time, but that was great. That is, in many ways, what the race is all about. In 15 minutes, we've seen one of the most decorated mountain runners of a generation have to call it a day, and within a minute or two of that happening, we've seen good old Rachel good old Lainey from New Jersey rolling out of Telluride with 5 minutes to spare and keep going. Awesome stuff.
This story.
I need a piece of pizza.
Is full of these stories,
yeah.
And we've got 35 more hours to tell them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be doing this through Sunday morning.
That's right. And again, we, you know, as has been Jamil's vision and Matt and the entire team at Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa for that matter, from the beginning, we are here for every runner. If you've ever run an Aravaipa race, you know you get the exact same aid station treatment, whether you're the first runner or the last runner. You get the exact same, you know, treatment at Mountain Outpost, whether you're the first runner or the last runner. Yes, we may have to go off the air for a little while. We may have to, you know, get a little bit quieter when it gets dark and we don't quite have the coverage that we would like to have. But it's moments like that, frankly, that make it really worth all of our while to see Lainey. And here is, speaking of some action at the front, here is Camille Bruyas coming into the aid station at Animas Forks.
Currently F2. Being tended to by crew at Animas Forks, about mile 57.9.
We may get Laney. Oh, smiling. I want to mention folks talking about getting Laney a pacer. You can't have a pacer, of course, until Uray. We're hoping that she has one scheduled, but if she doesn't, let's use our power of the chat to get her one.
So this is a quote from somebody in the chat. So glad Laney made it out. She's so kind. Met her a few years ago and never forgot. You know who that is? Arlen Glick.
Arlen Glick.
Arlen, glad to have you with us.
Hey, Arlen, can you hop on a plane real quick and get to Uray to pace Laney in?
Of course, Arlen was the top American man finisher last year here at Hardrock in the other direction. We had an opportunity to speak with Camille Bruyas before the race here in the studio, and she was so excited to be out here. This was a new experience for her to be out here in the San Juans, and she looks like she's making the most of it.
Yeah.
She's moving very well, as we saw as she was getting into her chair, kind of smiling. So looks like she might be all right.
And I know for this section, I'm not sure if she'll continue, but I know for this section that she's just completed, she had none other than Marianne Hogan pacing her, and Marianne is not going to let her rest easy. So we got Ryan Kennedy. Thank you so much, Ryan. It seems like you've got some intel on Laney. Sounds like Laney's sister is going to pick her up and pace her from Uray. So Laney's sister, strap on, get ready. You may have to get Laney in and out of Uray pretty quickly. But Jim Walmsley, come pace Laney.
Laney's sister, if you're in Silverton, stop by the gym real quick before you go.
We'd love to chat with you.
Absolutely.
If you're in Silverton.
Your sister has now become one of the stories that we're following very intently here at the 2024 Hardrock.
I'm not sure I don't think we have a cam at Burroughs. I'm going to check with we don't have Burroughs is so tough and challenging to get to. This is definitely one of those dark times of the race where we're pretty much camless from Animas Forks, where we are right now, all the way down to Sherman.
Burroughs is on the other side of the mountain, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Burroughs is on.
Yeah, that's
you hit Burroughs, the actual trail, the long way up Handies. You take from Burroughs, but once you get to Burroughs where the aid station is, you turn and you're on the road for 4 miles down to Sherman. So again, here we have Camille Bruyas eating. She ate and there just in the left is Marianne Hogan. Looks like she is definitely continuing. She's got her headlamp on. Marianne Hogan had an incredible year in ultra running a couple years ago, Canadian, with top 3 finishes in both UTMB and that other race I'm not allowed to talk about. But she had an incredible year, and I imagine she will be, she's smiling and laughing, and they'll probably have a good old time going over Handies in the dark. Oh man, I'm still getting over that Laney situation. I know it takes a village. I'm sorry I didn't get her name sooner and all of that, but Rachel did an incredible job, blurry camera and all, and I think the story is out there. She's the caboose right now, and she's moving. She's on her way up. She's got an hour of daylight to get out of Telluride. And man, that group at that group up at Kroger's is going to
it's going to be a party.
It's going to be a party. Yeah.
And it's all going to be in her celebration.
Yeah. So I was mentioning Marianne. That's Marianne down just in the background there. Marianne Hogan pacing Camille Bruyas.
Somebody was asking what she was eating. I think it was sweet potato, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Well, mentioning too,
sweet potato.
the aid station that we're seeing Camille right now. For those of you thinking ahead to our new greatest friend Lainey, the cutoff here is Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. So I mean there's a lot of time. Of course, it's a full 30 miles from Telluride where Lainey has just departed from. But Lainey's got to do it one step at a time. Lainey's got to right now be thinking, climb up Virginia's, get to Kroger's. There's no cutoff at Kroger's. There's nowhere to go at Kroger's. You got to go down.
Extraction there, impossible.
She's got to get to Kroger's. She's got to get her food, get her probably warm clothes on, and begin that descent.
Yeah, we might have to make sure that our cameras are online at Sherman, as if it's to be believed that Ludo is actually through Burroughs.
Yeah, and if Ludo is over Burroughs,
but no, I'm not saying right now. But like we need to communicate.
We
with
did
them.
have someone go to Sherman, right?
I know it's a long way to Sherman, but.
That's when the camera will be there? Okay.
That's plenty of time, yeah.
Yeah, it's 4 miles from Burroughs to Sherman. If he does it in 25 minutes, woof.
Well, then we've got a whole new discussion to have. Yeah, when the dark rolls in, we're probably going to be severely limited in terms of our camera shots. So we hope you'll bear with us. We'll probably have some static cam shots at various aid stations, maybe some very close follow cam shots, but you can't really go far out into the woods because we don't have people with, high powered lights that are going to be following out. This is a volunteer effort by a lot of these.
Yeah, so our Sherman footage might be seeing a headlamp bounce into the aid station, maybe seeing a person sitting at the aid station eating food and so forth, and the like. Now, we still may have some cams back aid stations, like we were fortunate enough to have Rachel back there at Telluride, but we'll have to take that kind of a day at a time, an hour at a time, I should say. Looks like we have another runner coming down in. Could it be Katerina?
Could be, yeah.
I think, or it could have been. It could be. Is it Jeff Rome?
Yeah, because they were both wearing blue.
They were both wearing blue, so it could be Jeff Rome. It could be Katerina.
And they're still a little bit out, so whoever it is, we'll let you know as soon as we've got eyes.
Moving well.
Oh, Leah says it's Jeff Rome.
Okay, thank you, Leah. As usual, on it.
And as Leah also mentions, 3 women in the top 8 overall.
Yeah.
Of course, for those that are unfamiliar with the success of women at Hardrock recent years, 81% finisher rate over the last 5 runs and 93%. 27 of 29 women who started this run, finished last year.
Mm-hmm.
As you caught me correct myself and call it a run rather than a race.
I do also want to, for historians out there, wondering how historic, for example, a 3 women in the top 8 finish is at Hardrock. I would want to bring your attention to the 2010 race. I know it's ancient history, but I'm old. It's not ancient history to me. That year, there were 2 women in the top 4. The results were Jared Campbell first, Diana Finkel second, Mike Foote third. I think most of us have heard of both Jared and Mike, and Darcy PQ fourth. That was 2 of the top 4 in 2010. Could we have that this year? Only time will tell.
Yeah, Jeremy, thanks for tuning in. We are very proud of the efforts that our team have done out there in the field. We've gotten some shots today that we have never had before.
Mm-hmm.
We have engineer pass shots of people coming up the hill. We had Grant Swamp Pass for the first time
Oh, you went nuts when you first saw the first person butt sliding down the Grand Swamp.
And I think that really encapsulates just how darn tough this is.
Oh, okay. It's us.
Hey, it's us. but talking about our coverage of Grand Swamp Pass, we had Courtney Dauwalter on camera, and she fell to her butt 3 times.
She did.
Heading down that slope. That tells you how hard this race is.
But then again, we also had some fantastic coverage as she was leaving Telluride. We had a chase cam on her, and Corinne, at the time, Corinne and Jeff were talking about her polling technique and her background in cross country skiing, and she was doing that V2 alternate polling technique, and it was really cool to be able to see that stuff. And this is part of the wonder and the mystery of these. We don't necessarily know when we start what we're gonna. We didn't know.
No.
We didn't know that Ellie was going to be able to get up there and get all that footage. And I mean, when I saw her back at the house, I was like, that was amazing. And she was like, well, thank you for saying it, because it was a pain to lug all that stuff up there.
I did share a picture that had been shared to me by somebody else in our group run page, and people were blown away by what she was providing. They couldn't believe it.
Yeah. No, it was good. It's been good stuff, and who knows what surprises await us, in the coverage to come. But it's good.
People are loving your shirt.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
So heads up from Western States veteran Gary Wang, the Chasing Cutoffs podcast, both mentioning they really like your shirt. Andre Lee.
Well, I will. Full disclosure.
How much are you paying these people?
Full disclosure. This is a gift from Tropical John Medinger. Tropical John is an old friend of mine, a past president of the board of Western States, and the announcer in the booth at Western States, and he sent this to me this year for me to wear in the booth at Western States. So I don't think I could afford it, but Tropical John sent it to me, so I thought I'd wear it for our first night here on the job. And thank you for the comments on the shirt.
Well, I will wear whatever's provided to me. That's one of the benefits of doing this coverage. Is that I say, people are like, do you get a lot of swag? I'm like, yeah, I do, and I'm willing to wear it. But this came out of pocket.
Did it? You bought that?
Myself.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right.
I wanted something nice and clean, and I like the logo, how it pops. As you can see, this is right outside our building.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
The streets of Silverton, right, let's say 100 feet behind us, maybe 120 feet behind us.
Yeah, I think that camera is mounted at a window on the second story of the gym, kind of like a...
It's got a video game controller basically showing where they can aim it. Of course, that shot is actually, I guess if you were to distill it, would be Highway 2 out towards Animas Forks.
Animas Forks, and if you were to make a right and head up to the underside of that big peak that has the sunshine on it, that would take you out to Cunningham Gulch.
Yeah.
So on my little,
so that's Little Giant right there.
On my little, Little Giant is to the right of that.
Oh, okay.
You can't see it, but on my little jaunt this afternoon, I went out that way to visit the Hardrock course a little bit. CG, we please show Jeff Rome Animus if we can. We are Jordan is on it. That Animus camera, but that's what we have. I'm afraid. I'm not sure if it fell down or
Shad is actually taking a breath.
Or Shad.
I don't know. No, that's Mike McTeer, correct? It's a battery swap. Okay, when we've got it, we'll bring it back.
Yeah, and Leah's in touch with us in the chat, is in touch with everybody in the chat as well. So this is another one of the things about these broadcasts. We've got batteries, they need charging, we've got microphones, we've got Starlinks, we've got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Andre, the glasses are something that I got dragged into kicking and screaming. Unfortunately, I reached that age where had to get the glasses.
questions in the chat about polling technique. All right, those of you, if any of you don't know, I have a small little podcast called Crack a Brew with AJW, and I'm doing a series over the next 2 months on 200-mile races, and one of the episodes is going to be all about pole usage because, of course, pole usage is very key in 200-mile races. So stay tuned for that. But also just Google proper pole usage, and you could probably find all kinds of videos out there. But it's an art and a science. And here we go. Here's the camera with Jeff Rome.
Yeah, can we swap
in
this?
the inset?
Yeah, I mean,
The main shot is Sherman right now, and that's
All right. So we do have Sherman live, and there's Jeff Rome. Fifth
perfect.
place.
Thank you very much.
Fifth place man, if I'm counting right. Now fourth place man. Now fourth place man with the drop of Francois.
Do you guys have my
So
audio from Animus?
summarizing the
Yay!
the top 5.
What do you have for us, Leah?
Yeah, we got Jeff Rome here. He is drinking a Starbucks Frappuccino. I haven't seen this one yet. Looks good. I kind of want one.
Frappuccino
Yeah,
for the win.
this is our 4th place guy, 5th place overall after Francois DNF'd here. I think you guys got to see that really good stop by Cami in the aid station. I think she really took her time. She looks great. She cruised down this hill with Marianne. Yeah, I think she's ready to charge the next section and just kind of knew what she needed to do here to be well equipped for the 4,000 feet that she's about to encounter in 10 miles. I do think I had eyes on Katerina coming down the hill as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her the next 5 minutes in the aid as well. So a lot of action.
Looks like the concierge of choice here at Animus Forks is a Twi'lek. Shout out to Star Wars fans. What?
It
So
does look like the split then
they're ram
between
horns.
Courtney and
Oh, I
Cami
thought it was
was
a
40
Twi'lek.
minutes. on the dot.
Leah, can you say that one more time?
The split between Courtney and Cami was 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Which
Okay.
is still pretty solid. We saw that Courtney was 16 minutes up on her course record split. So the fact that Cami's 40 minutes behind that puts her only 24 minutes behind Courtney's course record splits, which is pretty solid about 60 miles into the race and doing a large chunk of the climbing so far.
Jeff looks pretty chill in
Anyway.
there.
He looks very chill. He's drank about half of his Starbucks so far. Looks like they've got some coconut water for him, some grapes, a bunch of other snacks. He's looking solid.
Nice little assortment of beverages and snacks that he's got going for him then.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. I hear some bells. That might mean Katerina. Oh yeah, we got Katerina coming in. So Katerina
again,
coming into the aid at
Yeah, as Leah, as you
8:17 local
noted,
time.
3 women in the top 7.
That's awesome. Katerina looks amazing. She's moving downhill real nice.
You
Looks
can
like
see
she's gonna do a
Brian
cruise stop
Powell
just
jumping
off
into
the hill.
action to catch Katerina as she comes in.
I've noticed both Brian and you, Leah, have put pants on. Is it getting chilly?
We will respect that. And Katerina's asking for no media, so we'll respect that for her.
Okay.
I'll try to see how she's doing from my angle down here, though. She looks very chill, and she is not taking a seat, so just doing a full like standing exchange here.
You can see Julie Blanda, the aid station director, walking around checking in on the runners, making sure that they're being taken care of.
Yep, and it looks like Katerina is right now about 12 minutes behind Cami. Entered the aid 20 minutes behind Cami, but Cami spent 7 minutes here. So if Katerina can make some quick work of the aid station here, she might cut into that lead a little bit. And it is getting chilly. I don't know if I'm standing out here, but all the runners are leaving here in short sleeve shirts and everything. So I bet you it gets a little chilly once night falls and once they're up at the high point at Handy's. So I'd imagine we'll start seeing the runners put on some jackets, and the weather looks good too. I don't see any stormy clouds, which honestly they're pretty lucky so far.
Oh my goodness, they've been very lucky with the lack of storms.
It's been clear for a week.
Yeah.
Silverton, one of the things that I learned when I first started coming up here was that you get your hikes and your runs in early, because if you're still on the hill or still on the mountain by 11 or 12, you're tempting fate, because those afternoon showers and lightning storms will come and get you. This year and last year, both, very little rain in the afternoons here in the San Juans. The last time I remember a significant bit of rain would have been 2022. I was in Uray, and they actually kicked my kid out of the pool at the hot spring because they had lightning sightings. And I know that Jamil mentioned when he ran that year that there was a lot of rain in the high country.
So again, while we
both
have a
Jeff
moment, just
Rome-
oh, God, sorry, Leah.
I was just going to say, we have both Jeff Rome and Katarina both still in the aid station here. Looks like Jeff is about to head out. Yep, he's about to head out. 8:20 local time, so this is about 14:20 on the dot elapsed into the race. So he's leaving with the pacer, looking pretty good. And I would imagine the sunset is pretty soon. Let's see here. 8:33 p.m. So we got 13 minutes till sunset.
All right, just to summarize real quick, we have 7 runners now. Well, 6 runners through. Katarina is still in Animas Forks, but probably getting out soon. She's there she is. So she's on her way out. 7 runners, Ludovic Pommeret first, Jason Schlarb second, Diego Pazos third. We had a withdraw here of Francois Deane.
By 2 very talented and very experienced people. On her right, Robert Andrulis, 10-time
finisher.
On her left, Mandy Holmes, U.S. national team 24-hour team member.
So she's got a good support crew, although it does look like she's going to be leaving solo. That is Katarina. Courtney is in 4th place overall and has a 40-minute lead as of the departure of this aid station on Camille Bruyas. Jeff Rome, who just left the aid station, is in 6th place, and you're looking at the current 7th place overall 3rd place woman, Katarina Harmuth.
Yeah, Andrea, there were some stories that Jeff shared regarding having to hunker down on handies that he shared last night. Fantastic stuff. Loved hearing it. Hopefully that doesn't happen to too many runners, that they're caught up in that kind of situation this year. But the weather gods have been
they're out of
generous.
the woods. They're out of the woods for tonight. Of course, there's still a chance for tomorrow night, but they're
All right, guys, we got Katarina out of the aid station at 8:22 local time, 14:22 elapsed. So that puts her 16 minutes behind Cammie's departure and almost an hour behind Courtney. So about 56 minutes behind Courtney.
Which sounds like a lot potentially, but when you base it versus the historical context, when Courtney won this race with that course record time, she won by 7 hours.
Yep.
So they're doing great.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, seeing the podium be this competitive and still relatively close at this point is impressive. And I think these are probably knocking on the door of probably top 10 female times in this direction.
Oh, I believe it for sure. Yeah, we get this question about every 4 or 5 minutes in the chat asking about drones, and it's just simply that there are certain places we can't have them, and there are other places where Hardrock doesn't want them. So we are respecting those wishes. Trust me, I am pro drone all day. I would love to show you all of the beautiful sights of the San Juans on a level that that blows my mind. But we just have to adhere to the rules and the regulations set before us. So the best we can do is bring you things on ground level for the most part.
And I think for reference, so for our top ladies, I think I mentioned earlier, Courtney is about 16 minutes up on her course record split. So she's ahead of her splits right now from her course record in this direction. But important to note too is Cami and Katarina are still in touch of I think third fastest time in this direction. So Anna Frost in 2016 ran just about 29 hours flat in this direction, and they're both ahead of her split up at Engineer and down here at Animus. So I think the top 3 female times are Courtney, Diana Finkel, and then Anna Frost in this direction. And Cami and Katarina are both running well within those Diana and Anna times.
Just another example of how much advancement there has been in the game here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think both Katarina and Cami are some of the best in the game right now when it comes to the longer mountain burly 100-milers, 50 miles and plus. Like we saw Katarina be second place at the World Championships last year in the 80K. We saw Cami get second to Katie Scheid at Diagonal des Fous. Cami's been, I think, second at UTMB before. So these ladies are really good at this stuff. So very excited to see how the last third of this race plays out for them.
Yes, that individual was dressed as bacon. It's Julian. Julian Galuzzi, a big-time supporter of trail and ultra running. He runs, but he volunteers just as much, if not more. He volunteers here. He volunteers at Cocodona, Javelin 100. He's all over the place supporting the runners and the sport in general.
If you're just joining us, a couple of interesting notes that have happened in the last hour or so. Francois Deane, after a valiant effort, has chosen to withdraw here at Animas Forks at mile 57.9. And we also had wonderful footage of the final runner clearing the cutoff at Telluride 5 minutes before the 8 p.m. cutoff just a few moments ago, and she is now en route to Uray, where she has to be through that by 3:15 a.m. Seven runners have hit Animas.
Yeah, and I'm going to reiterate, the Animas Forks Aid Station has about 60 volunteers, and they're going to be out there 30-plus hours apiece. There are going to be 2,000 hours of manpower out there at Animas Forks taking care of these runners.
Yep, as I mentioned earlier, 10:30 a.m. tomorrow is the absolute cutoff at Animas Forks, so they're just getting started.
Yeah, most of the people there camped out. Some of them started their morning by watching the start of the race and then headed out to Animas Forks. And it's about a 45-minute drive from Silverton proper out County Highway 2. Most of it's not bad. It's pretty well graded gravel road, but then once you hit Eureka, which is about 2/3 of the way out there, you're playing with fire.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden the road gets very chunky. You want four-wheel drive. You want good tires. You want high ground clearance especially. A passenger car can make it out most of the way. Don't ask me how I know. It's a bad decision. But when you're heading back, sometimes especially at night, it gets really dicey out there. Looks like Leah
Guys, I got our aid station captain. I'm here with Julie, the aid station captain here at Animas Fork. Julie, tell us a little bit about yourself, the aid station that you've constructed here, and what it means to be here at Hardrock 100.
Yeah, so this is my 8th year volunteering. My 4th time as aid station captain. I started at Grouse, and we moved here. And yeah, it's going to be exciting here in a few hours when we really have the crew and the runners coming in for sure. But yeah, we have 1,000 square feet of runner care tent. We have 15 folks on runner care right now. We have a huge kitchen, but we have all of the things. We have all of the services. We're one of the big 4 aid stations on the course. And here we are at 11,000 feet. We have a fox family hanging out. So if you come out, please keep your food secure and close the hatches so you don't take a friend home. And yeah, absolutely beautiful. We woke up at 4 this morning to go to the start, and you know, we could see everything in the sky. So hopefully those runners have a beautiful night. We thought it was going to rain, but it looks like it's pretty clear. The moon's out, and yeah, we're going to have an awesome time. We're serving up all kinds of yummy food, and we have an amazing crew. We have Robert Andrulis, he has 10 finishes. Tina Yor, she has 7 finishes. Terry Miller, he's a one-time Hardrock finisher. And so we have a lot of people here that know what it's like to be out on the course, and we love that. Robert is here now. He is
Now he's gone.
That's okay. But yeah, we have so we have those veterans that have been on the course and know what those runners are going through and can help talk those crews through some of the issues that they feel at mile almost 58.
Do you have a favorite story from this aid station over the years?
You know, I was asked that the other day, and I'm not sure that I have a favorite story per se, but one of the things that I shared in our volunteer meeting this afternoon, Danny Sparrows, if you're out there, several years ago when we were at Grouse 2021, he brought a card to our aid station. He carried a pack of cards to every aid station captain and volunteer team's pack, and he dropped it off. And, you know, we passed it around at the volunteer meeting, and I said, this is why we're here. But it was really special, and, you know, that's why we're here, to see those folks kiss the rock for sure.
Love it so much. Well, this seems like the best aid station I've been to so far, so you're doing something right.
Yeah.
And you really have the spirit of Hardrock out here, which I think is incredible.
It's family. Yeah. You know, I asked my crew, we have almost 60 people here, to raise your hand if you were returning, and over 50% of the people. And we have 60 volunteers here today, so it's pretty special. And yeah, Hardrock family, Silverton's family, and happy to be part of these folks' journey because it's a hard one to get to, and yeah, it's pretty special to be part of that.
Love it so much, and thank you for being out here. I don't think half these runners would make it to the finish line without this aid station right here, so
Yeah,
very
for
grateful
sure.
for everything you do.
Yeah, well, we hope they remember that when they're climbing up handies after they leave here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Appreciate it.
That is Julie Blanda, folks, the aid station captain at Animas Forks. And frankly, I'm really glad that Julie and some of the other volunteers are getting their due here as part of our Hardrock coverage and a part of our live stream, because this race doesn't happen without them. Hundreds of volunteers out here to take care of 147 or so runners, and Julie is one of those tasked with some very important details to take care of. She told us yesterday that her year for Hardrock typically starts in January when she starts to staff the aid station, and I know that getting 60 people to head out into the middle of nowhere over some really crummy roads is no small feat. I have a lot of friends from down in Arizona who actually come up here on a regular basis to be a part of the Animas Forks crew. And I'm always amazed. I've never actually been willing to pony up and offer my hours and my efforts out there, but I know that they work long hours out there. I know it gets very cold at night. Julie insists to make sure that everybody has brought the proper gear out there simply to volunteer. She does a great job of that. She, once everything gets going underway, she makes sure that the runners are being taken care of, but more importantly, she makes sure that her volunteers are fed, are clothed, are warm. You know, there's a lot that goes into a race such as this, not just to take care of the runners, but to take care of the people who take care of the runners. So shout out to Julie, as well as all of our other aid station captains, volunteers, and other people that make this race possible. We got Ludo Ludo Pommeret coming into Sherman Aid. Still in daylight at mile 73. Ludo Pommeret. What? Yeah, we'll just keep eyes here on Sherman while we've got it, because we're not going to have a lot of daylight hours here. I would believe that Ludo might be the only runner that hits this aid station with daylight. He's moving so far ahead of the rest of the field, and it is getting kind of late.
We've got some good lighting around here, though. We'll keep it lit till 2 a.m. I think.
I mean, people in the chat, if you want to call it a race, that's fine. But having watched a pass with about 4 miles to go in a 250-mile race a couple months ago, I'm going to let it play itself out. Of course, Ludo got into the aid station at about 14:32. I'll see if I can pull up how that compares with the record splits. 14:32 at Sherman. If that's right, then Ludo is 22 minutes ahead of course record pace. That's wild. We'll be following that very closely, obviously. Ludo is moving extremely well. This is Animus Force right here. Can we get back to Sherman? Thank you. Looks like Ludo is actually on his way out. I want to confirm that. My numbers show 14:55 for Killian and Francois in 2022. Yeah, that's... Thank you. Yeah, Leah confirming it. Yeah, Leah, that's what I was trying to confirm. 8:55 versus 8:33. I don't know if we'll have any aid station cams until potentially Cunningham at this point. No, I'm asking if we have, like, what time do we have cameras starting at Cunningham Gulch? Sorry? Okay. course, we've got Sherman Aid. It might be a while before we see somebody there, so we might want to pivot and switch those two if we can, because we're more likely to see runners coming into Animas Forks here. Do we have a shot at the top of Engineer still? Okay.
We'll have to swap batteries so I can shut these down.
That's no problem. We got some time.
Sorry, I was eavesdropping on the conversation with your
Looks like Leah's going to take a moment here. If we can go back out to Sherman. Thank you. Of course, this is our, other than when we just caught Ludo, our first view of Sherman Aid here. This is about mile 73. And as the day recedes and the night moves forward, we won't have as many shots of runners outside of aid stations here. It's pretty difficult to navigate the San Juans at night with nothing more than a gimbal and a phone. Of course, this is actually the desired endpoint for all of these runners, the Hardrock itself. Now we're back out to Sherman. Okay. Well, we'll just keep it here. Obviously, this is not an action shot on the course, but you can see the time lapse on the clock. That is the finish line. Can we pivot that down a skosh? There we go. We got the rock there, and zoom it out a little bit. I'm playing producer-director here as well. Gary asking what altitude the race starts at. That would be 9,318 feet. That is the established elevation of Silverton, Colorado. It then proceeds to go up as high as about 14,050 feet, and the low point is about 7,800 feet. That would be Uray. Killian splits his Sherman, as we mentioned, were about 1455. Ludo was in and out by about 1433, which is pretty amazing. These volunteers at Sherman have a long shift ahead of them. Yeah, Cindy, come on out and volunteer at Hardrock. It's an excellent excuse to come to the San Juans. You don't have to run this race to appreciate it. I'm never running this race. AGW has, Jeff Browning has, you know, other members of our team have been part of the Hardrock event. I never have, never will, but I love being here and being a part of it. Somebody asking if it's cooler than it was in 2022. I'm pretty sure it's warmer. 2022 had a little bit of snow, a little bit on the high country, and I believe some rain as well. All right, we're going to take a quick ad break here and give credit to our sponsors. I'm going to shout out a couple of them here just a moment. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Sunto, The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, the North Face, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. And we'll be right back here on Mountain Outpost at the Hardrock 100.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. We got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
My name is Jeff Bierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Good evening, folks. Thanks for joining us. Chris Warden here in the Silverton High School gym at the Hardrock 100, presented by Mountain Outpost and Suunto. We are going to see if we've got any cameras out in the field here. Nothing at all? Yeah. See, here's the thing, Jordan. I would rather people see something they want to look at rather than look at me. If they want to listen to me, that's fine. They can always mute me. But for them to get rid of my face, they have to change the channel. Of course, that is the finish line of the Hardrock 100, the finisher rock. The runners have to kiss the rock in order to register their finish time. For those just tuning in, we can give a quick rundown on what has happened. I think the most notable event to this point has been the withdrawal of Francois Deane, the 2021 winner, 2022 runner-up. Francois was unable to continue out of Animas Forks and decided to call it a day. So, unfortunately, one of our former Hard Rock champions has been removed from the race, from the equation. We do have another former champion, 2016 co-champion Jason Schlarb is still in the race, currently running second behind Ludo Pommeret, who was laying waste to this course. Doing things that are just absolutely mind-boggling at this point. His most recent split at an aid station was at Sherman Aid, which is about mile 72, and was 22 minutes. Yeah, 22 minutes ahead of Killian Jornay's course record set just in 2022. Of course, this right here is Uray Aid. We're going to be popping in and out of Uray. We'll be seeing some familiar faces there, hopefully. And that is like the next big point for the runners that are at the back of the pack. We mentioned our brand new friend Laney, who is going to be Laney Barris out of Brick, New Jersey, who we caught the final runner into Telluride Aid a couple hours ago. We'll be following Laney and the other 140 or so remaining runners on their journey to kiss that rock right there in the middle of your screen. Thank you to all of you tuning in. Thank you to all of you who have donated to the Hardrock 100 2024. All proceeds for this donation go to the Hardrock 100 organization, which obviously involves trail stewardship, diversity, inclusivity, and I believe that this year they gave out 13 scholarships totaling $39,000 to local students here at Silverton High School, enabling them to continue their education continue their education. I might need a sip of water myself, but these students are able to continue, whether it be into college, into trade school, whatever post high school education that they need to further their own development in life. So all those donations go to a great cause and to support an amazing, beautiful race. Hey, Jordan, can we pan up just a skosh so we can show people what the San Juans look like, those that are just tuning in? Maybe some of you actually had a productive day at work and did not watch us all day here. I wouldn't fault you for that, but that is what we've got here in the San Juans in southwest Colorado. Truly one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. That is looking east, maybe now moving east-northeast here in Silverton, Colorado. You can see the finisher chute at the bottom of your screen, where the flags representing all of the states and countries of the runners that are participating in the Hardrock 100 are there for them to be recognized by. And when the first runners come in, which given what Ludo's doing, it could be pretty early tomorrow morning, they will be recognized and appreciated. The finisher chute is quiet and empty right now, but you'll see hundreds of people out there, which is a pretty impressive sight for a town that has about 500 to 700 permanent residents as it is. So, folks, thanks for tuning in here. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins is, I'm sure you can hear him in the background. Yeah, this is, I guess this would be Hard Rock after dark, but it's not quite dark here in the San Juans. So, oh, that's low light mode, so it's actually much darker outside. Oh my, it is dark outside. That's I just looked out the window here in the Silverton Gymnasium. Yes, Pamela, other areas have runners, but they don't have cameras, so we really don't have the ability to bring them to you at that particular moment in time. Once we have cameras, we will definitely pan to them. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Let us know where you're watching from. I know that here in the western part of the United States, it is maybe time for a late dinner. Maybe you're winding down from a long work week. We will be running this broadcast for the lion's share of the weekend through Sunday morning. Robert, I'm not going to try and handicap Ludo's finish time, but AJW, while you stepped away, Ludo's through Sherman.
Yeah, I saw that back at the house.
Yeah, and 22 minutes ahead of Killian's course record time from 2022.
Which was, but he ended up finishing in 21:36. So could we see a sub 21? Could we see a sub 21?
Sub 21 would make it a 3 a.m. local time finish. We might be getting.
I kind of already told the guys back at the house that we might need to do that. The thing is, oh, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
The thing is that, so Summer predicted a sub 21, and Bryce was like, I hope not, because I don't want to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning. But this is, we're talking, by the way, just because right now we're at after dark. But yeah, and he's moving. He's moving. Now, let's be fair. That section that he's going into, so he leaves Sherman.
Yeah, let's describe that.
It's about a at first there's a real sharp climb up to Cataract Lake. So I mean it doesn't get you up into it like the 13s. You don't hit that until Buffalo Boy Ridge, but you get up to this area where there's just a lot of like willow thickets and there's a lot of water. And it's the section of the course where you're above 11,000 feet for the longest period of time. Now, we've been talking all day about Ludo and how he's been out here for a long time and he's spent time at altitude. So I'm not really worried about that. But that Pole Creek section, it has some places. The Colorado Trail comes through over there. There's just some tricky places. There's water. And it's now getting dark. I'm sure he's going to handle it fine. But then going up to Maggie, Pole Pass, Buffalo Boy Ridge, and Green Mountain. So he's got a lot more climbing than descending in the next, for him, 3 hours. Mm-hmm. And it'll kind of, that will tell a lot whether or not he's going to actually get Killian's course record or not.
Looks like we have Animus here.
Hi guys, got me at Animus.
Andy, do you want like chicken soup?
Andy, is that Andy Vermelia right there?
So did
Yes.
did Luke come through?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
While
Luke
I
did
was
not
gone?
come through.
Luke did not
that
come.
we saw. Jeff Rome did.
Right. So I saw him. So Andy may have passed Luke.
Yes.
By the way, just I know you probably heard my voice in the background. I've known Cheryl Meltzer, Carl's better half, for the better part of 20 years, and she's back there with the rest of Carl's crew, and Carl's moving well. He's anticipating somewhere between 32 and 35 hours for a finish, which is not too shabby for the 5-time winner, 8-time finisher, and he's having, as Cheryl said, he's getting his money's worth out there.
Actually, Rolito, I think that Andy looks a little bit like Scott Jurek.
He does look a little bit like Scott Jurek.
I actually kind of did a double take there.
Yeah.
I was like, I know Scott was out on the Western States course. I didn't know if he was out on the Hard Rock course too.
If he has a pair of Brooks Cascadias on, then we'll know. But let's see if our camera can zero in on that.
Yeah, for those tuning in, we'll be sharing the news about Francois. Of course, he did decide to pull the plug at Animus Forks at about mile 57. So, Francois, a former champion, knows what it takes to win this race, knows what it takes, knows what's ahead of him here, because he's finished second in this direction to Kilian Jornet. And it just was not able to overcome some stomach issues when he got to Animus Forks. Sat there for a while, kind of convalesced for a few minutes, but opted to call it a race at that point.
You know, that 5,000-foot climb from Uray up to Engineer, it's hot. At the time, the pace these guys are going, you know, it bakes all day, and I mean, it's not bad water hot, but it's hot, and you know, it's a lot harder to get calories down and a little bit tricky to kind of manage that. And I suspect maybe Francois got some of the stomach niggles and decided to live to fight another day.
And also, people don't understand. They might hear the temperatures when we say it's like 70, 75 degrees. That's 70 to 75 degrees at 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 feet with zero cover. You know, the sun is beating down on you directly. My son and I went out for a hike last week, and he forgot to put sunscreen on the back of his legs, and it was only about 55 degrees at its highest point, and he was fried. Like, the sun hits different at 9,000, 10,000 feet. So, you know, if you hear that it is in the 70s, you know, keep in mind that that the sun exposure at 10,000 feet is something fierce.
And on the flip side, it's going to get cold.
That too.
Where Leah and the team are right now here at Animus Forks, the temperature is going to drop quickly. There at Sherman, Sherman is in this little sort of small little box canyon. It's below tree line, so you know you've got the warmth of a little bit more of the humidity. But man, it gets chilly down there, and so you go from this dry 75 exposed temperatures to chilly. By the way, I'm not sure. Do we have a camera, a moving camera at Sherman, or is it just a static camera? Okay. One of the traditions at Sherman, I hope they still do it, is that there is a wonderful little porta potty, Forest Service vault toilet in Sherman. And if our camera person can hear us, if you could just walk on over, if you get a moment, and check out the porta potty. That usually they decorate it out. Yeah, here we go. So, folks, you're gonna get a little bit of a tour of if it's still the way I remember it. This is like no other Forest Service toilet you've ever been in. I mean, you don't want to leave this place. Check this out. Look at this. There's all kinds of supplies. Right. This is a vault toilet. Look at the amount of toilet paper. The motivational slogans on the wall. This is a vault toilet in the National Forest Service. I mean, no one can give you what you want but yourself. And then if you just scan down to the all the goodies on the shelf, look at this. Everything you would possibly need. Toothpaste, KO Pectate, baby powder, Vaseline, just anything you could want. A garbage can right next to it, even more toilet paper. This is the most bougie vault toilet you will ever find. If you ever find yourself in this Hardrock 100, make sure to spend a fair bit of time in the vault toilet at Sherman. Thank you so much for giving us that tour. That is a beautiful thing right there.
Bougie Vault Toilet sounds like a band that opened for Nick Cave like in 1998 or something.
Look at this. Look at this. That's just beautiful. And now we're back to Animas.
Yeah, we're back to Animas, and that is Andy Vermiglia heading out. Next stop for him, Andy's Peak. The high point of the course, about 14,058 feet above sea level. But here's the thing about Handy's, I think, and you would be able to confirm this. I've done a couple of sections of the course and climbs here and there. Handy's was hard, but I don't know if amongst runners that Handy's, even though it is the highest summit on the course, is the hardest climb on the course, in your opinion. Would you say that?
No.
Okay.
I think it's I think in this direction it's the third hardest.
Okay.
I think the hardest in this direction, because of when it comes, is Little Giant. I think the second hardest is where our good friend Laney is right now, climbing up from Telluride to Virginia.
And I have an update on Laney.
Do you have an update on Laney?
Laney is about a little over a third of the way up that climb to Kroger's Canteen, so we'll be following that pretty closely.
If anybody out there knows if the guys and gals up at Kroger's Canteen have a sat phone or anything, if we could get a Laney chant going from those guys and gals that, by the way, Kroger's Canteen is usually staffed by like a who's who of hard rock legends. But yeah, Laney, so that's really good. But I would say the Handies would be in this direction, the third hardest. Now, it's tricky because it's in two parts. As they go downhill from Animas for a little while, they get onto where the aid station used to be at Grouse Gulch. They make that left-hand turn, and they're on the single track proper. And it's a steep grind up to just about 13,000 feet at what's called Grouse American Pass, but everybody just calls it like the saddle before you descend down to American Basin. You actually descend down. It seems like more than it is. It's probably only 300, 400 feet, but you descend down and it's this basin. It's kind of full of, it's kind of usually full of snow. There's a willow thicket down there. It's just kind of crappy. It's not one of those places you want to hang out for very long. And then you get to the bottom of that, and then you begin the climb up Handies proper. So it is hard in the kind of two-part way I'm describing, but less hard than the final climb up Little Giant and the climb up Virginia. So it would be it makes the podium of top most difficult climbs, but not the most difficult.
Yeah, that's I guess that tells you that this direction is backloaded in that regard. When you mentioned two of the three toughest climbs coming in this direction, I would say that like after Uray, it probably becomes just a pretty harsh slog, the rest of the way.
Right, and the climb up to Engineer, it's the longest climb of the entire day.
And we did have a camera over there earlier,
and
so you could see it.
Yeah, but especially the lower slopes, the first half, it's kind of just like, oh God, this is terrible, versus I'm gonna die, and Dives Little Giant and the final bit of Virginius is a little bit of like, I'm gonna die. Now, I don't think Laney is going to be that way. I think she got some fire and some spirit out of that departure from Telluride, and I'm glad we've got her tracker on. And I don't know about you, Chris, but if it's close, I might suggest we hop in your car and haul ass over there to Uray and see if we can be there when she gets there. Because I mean, the finish, the cutoff there is 3:15. Here's the aid station. I mean, these guys are just getting going. It's 9:03, so they're open for another 6 hours. The bulk of the field is still to come through, and I mean, God, goodness me, and it's how far behind on the tracker? How far behind is Lainey from the second to last person? Could she potentially get some company, or does she have a ways to go?
She's no more than maybe about a mile back. Because
sometimes people stack up at Virginius, or they stack up a little bit on the final little pitch to Virginius, and if she could potentially group up with a couple of folks.
It looks like she's potentially about a mile to a mile and a half back from the next furthest back.
And they look like they're pretty close together, those two.
Yeah, but those hadn't pinged in a while, about 45 minutes apiece.
Okay, got it. So it's hard to read the tracker.
Looks like the person furthest back at this point might be Alexis Capili, bib number 119, about a mile and change ahead of Lainey, maybe about a mile and a half ahead at this point. No, actually, probably less than that. Probably about.
And then the other one looks like Larry Pearson, but that hasn't pinged in a while too.
Yeah.
So if you know in the chat, if you know any of those folks, we'd love to hear if you have any more news about them, anything else about them. But Lainey's kind of in a lonely spot if she's got 3/4 of a mile up there. I mean, she might, as she gets out of tree line, she might be able to see some headlamps up there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's there's no doubt she's in for a long, dark, lonely night. But that's what she signed up for and waited 10 years to be able to do.
Yeah, and you don't get, again, I'm repeating myself over and over again, but you don't get into this race by accident. You got into this race by running some hard stuff. And in Lainey's case, as she mentioned in her runner survey to us, she's been trying to get into this race for 10 years.
Yeah.
And what's even crazier is that she's not even the one with the longest track record of trying to get in. The runner that has been waiting to do this race the longest that is in it this year is Vishal Sani, bib number 204. Vishal started running qualifiers for Hardrock 2024 in 2010. He's been trying to get into this race for 14 years. Think about where you were 14 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a different person.
I wasn't even running.
Yeah.
I think I ran my first 5K in early 2011.
Jillsy asking about the sweep. The sweeps will not crowd the final finisher. The sweeps probably left Telluride. The absolute cutoff at Telluride is 8 o'clock. They probably left at 8:30. They're not going to crowd her. They're not going to make her feel the pressure of having a sweep, and they're certainly not going to pace her. Okay, as the cutoff time gets closer, they'll perhaps move closer to her. But certainly what Lainey has in her advantage is she's going to get up to Kroger's, where she's going to have the most experienced group of hard rockers that is on this course to tell her exactly what she needs to do first to get down that first little pitch. It's a 3-pitch descent off of Virginius, and it's no fun. And then, what she needs to do once she gets down there, once she gets to Governor Basin. And then when she gets to Governor Basin, she just needs to run like heck. People asking about, was that the very same toilet that Jim Walmsley hunkered down in when he made his attempt to do the FKT and during COVID on the course? Yes, exactly. It was the exact same toilet. He got there because it's the only toilet at Sherman.
I can see it.
It wasn't.
I don't blame him.
It wasn't decked out like that.
Okay.
I mean, it was COVID. I mean, they're not going to go and bring all that kind of stuff over there, but. I'm glad that they're still doing that. By the way, that was just a pitch in the dark, but that toilet, I remember going there both my years, 2009 and 2016, and just feeling like, man, this is the best Forest Service pit toilet I have ever been in my life. I could just sit in here and wait till the next one comes, if you know what I mean. So can one of you guys go run with Laney? No. But I am dead serious. If we get some more people to cover and I can convince Chris to drive over to Uray, I might go over to see. It could be down to the wire.
I'll be honest, AGW, I am not driving back up to Uray. I already told my son that.
You already did it once.
Well, no, I've driven up to Uray 4 times this week. And if you have driven the $1 Million Highway, it's something you don't want to do any more often than you have to.
All right, if any of you are in the sound of my voice and you have room for a smelly old guy in your passenger seat at 2 a.m. to drive over to Uray, let me know. And maybe we can take a little drive over to see Laney through the aid station.
For a quick wrap around as far as who is in the lead here. On the men's side, Ludo Pommeret is doing some amazing things here. Over 70 miles into the course here at Hardrock. Actually, at last glance, 22 minutes ahead of none other than Killian Jornay's course record from 2022. We'll be keeping an eye on Ludo to see if he kneecaps our sleep tonight. And,
that's right, he might.
And we'll be following that from there. 2016 champion Jason Schlarb currently in second, just ahead of Swiss runner Speedy Passos, Diego Passos, currently running in third. And I have to say that when we saw Diego at last time, he looked so much better than he did at Uray.
He really did look well, yeah.
But when we saw him at Animas Forks, he looked pretty good. And on the women's side, it is a Courtney Dauwalter show. Courtney Dauwalter currently in first place, Camille Bruya in second, and the youngest competitor in the entirety of the Hard Rock field, Katarina Harmut in third. So that's where we currently stand on the top three on the men's and women's side. For those who are following the back of the pack, as we mentioned, our current pacing DFL is Laney Barris from New Jersey. Laney, we are cheering her on, and we are going to see if we can get word out to not Animas Forks, but Kroger's Canteen at 13,000 feet. Don't know if they smuggled a Starlink up that hill, but if they did and they're watching,
man, wouldn't that be great?
I hope that they're able to cheer her in. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we've got a long way to go. In some of these cases, some of these runners might be out there for another 33 hours almost.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, everybody, that the while we're focusing our attention on the front of the pack, the next absolute cutoff is at Uray. Mile 43.9 at 3:15 a.m. Doing the math, runners can run 21 hours and 15 minutes. Sorry, doing public math. Run just about 44 miles. So there's a lot of running still to go. The next cutoff after that is where we've seen Leah for the last couple of hours at Animas Forks at 10:30 in the morning tomorrow, and the next cutoff after that is Sherman, where you're seeing right now with the beautiful toilet, which is at 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. So lots and lots of running available and yet to come for everybody.
Yeah, we'll be following. People are really latching on to. I mean, maybe it's Laney's people that are becoming more vocal, but I think that there's also a certain segment of our followers that are becoming heavily invested in her story. And,
good for Laney to have people.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Yeah, Francois Deane is out of Hard Rock 2024. Francois got into Animas Forks, I believe, fourth man at this point, and opted not to continue, was having stomach issues. Francois, unfortunately, calling it a day there. But I feel like Francois knows this course. He knows what he's capable of, and if it wasn't going to be working for him, if it wasn't going to be well, he's got other plans this year, and better to save himself for another day.
Yeah.
Now, his pacer might have to go and find somebody else to go and run with here, and
yeah, I mean, if Walmsley's still around in Uray at about 2:30, maybe he could bring Laney in.
Hey, yeah, let's see if we can make that happen. Jim Walmsley can pace Laney in. That would be maybe he can take a segment as long as there's one open for her. So we will be following Laney. We'll be following Ludo. We'll be following everybody in between here over the next, 32 hours and 45 or so minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is
Hard Rock After Dark, Chris.
Yeah.
I think there's no other way to say it. Here's Uray. It is fully dark there.
Uray Aid is the most accessible station on this side of the San Juans. Telluride pretty accessible, but parking can be a bear during that. Uray a little bit easier to park because you've got the entirety of the town at your disposal. Uray is a beautiful place to be during the daytime. I've only been there at night once, and I got really scared trying to drive back to Silverton. So if I ever find myself in Uray at night, I'm probably going to either car camp or get a hotel.
All right. Maybe we can switch to Leah. It sounds like we've got a runner coming in.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to keep an eye out, and that's the Animas Forks camp coming back? Perfect. That is Sherman right there, but we are going to
beautiful campfire. See, to accompany the pit toilet.
And actually, campfires being allowed this year is kind of a big deal.
It is.
This is the first year in several years where we've been allowed to have campfires in July in the San Juans. There have usually been burn bans or fire restrictions of some kind. And so when I got to the place I camped for a little while last week and they had a campfire going, I was really shocked.
Yeah. Usually this time of year, fire bans all the way around. This is the camera at Animas Forks. Leah has...
Look at that outfit.
Look at this.
You guys have just seen various iterations of my outfit today. So now it's cold. I'm wearing my floor-length puffy.
That looks warm.
I think
as
we've got Luke J of Colorado coming in, currently sitting in 9th place overall. I heard from his crew that it has taken him 9 years to get into Hard Rock, and he got in off the wait list. He's never felt better going into a race before, according to them. And I was saying a lot. I saw that he's been on the podium at the Bear, High Lonesome a couple times, Leadville, Bryce Canyon 100 miler. So he's no stranger to the 100-mile distance and crushing it today. His goal was top 10, and he's currently sitting in 9th place.
Yeah, Luke J, his most recent qualifier being high-low and having some great success here. I think that if he's having the best day possible, this is the best place to have it.
Oh, for sure.
He's asking for broth. Looks like he's taking a little moment here. Yeah, and you could see definitely that the gaps are starting to get quite big at this point. We're at mile 57.6, I believe. They've done about 20,000 feet of climbing up to this point. They still have at least 13,000 more feet of climbing to go. They still have the high point to summit on Handy's Peak. When they leave this aid station, they're going to have to climb just over 4,000 feet and then descend about 4,600 feet in 10 miles. So this section is one of the tougher ones. It's the longest one without aid in this half of the course. So it's pretty brutal. And you could definitely tell that a lot of the runners are taking some extra time here because they know what's ahead of them.
Luke looks like he's getting ready to get some dry gear on, which is obviously a very wise decision.
Mm-hmm. And get ready for his nighttime setup.
Going to be heading up Handy's Peak.
Yep, and I think he's 9th place overall. We've had 3 ladies come in the top 10, actually in the top 7 ahead of him. Our most recent runner before Luke was Andy, I believe from Vermont. And I think we should have somebody rounding out the top 10 soon enough here and play another guy. But it looks like Luke is probably taking a little moment here to warm up and compose himself.
Yeah, this is, as you mentioned, this is a long, unaided stretch, so I think that it's probably prudent to take his time. Oh, breakfast.
Bacon.
Yum.
bacon, hash browns. Just another example of how well Julie takes care of their people out at Animas Forks. Leah, they're going to feed you, right?
Oh, I got a pizza delivery from my very favorite Shit in the Woods, so very pleased with that.
Oh, that was
Who
nice.
knew you could
Drove
get
it all the
pizza
way up there.
delivery up here?
I did see him a little bit earlier, so I'm glad that he did right by you and made sure that you were fed.
Yes, he's a good man.
I actually chatted with him briefly at Uray earlier. He's been all over the place.
He was
over
up
the
on
place.
Grant Swamp earlier today.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do think so. Our next runner rounding out the top 10, if there was no movement since engineer, will likely be Ben Buckland from Washington. So up at engineer, he was about 13 minutes back from Luke J here. So I'd imagine if that gap stayed similar, we should be expecting him probably sometime in the next 15 minutes or so.
Benjamin Buckland, no stranger to Hardrock. If he is the next person, finished 4th in 2018. Has a top 15 finish at Western States as well. Yes, I'm scrolling down Ultra Sign Up.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah. And we'll actually be seeing him again later this year. Down in the desert.
Coming to Javelina?
Yeah. But Benjamin is going to be on his way, of course, as we mentioned. This is Luke J right here. Luke J mentioning in his runner survey that he has truly enjoyed the, quote, long, beautiful process that is getting to Hardrock. I'm glad he has that attitude about it.
That's a good attitude to have.
Hope he's telling himself that right now, too.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to get his body temp regulated or give him a moment to relax, one or the other.
Yeah, and it's pretty chilly here. I'd imagine we'll start seeing runners leaving this aid station with a jacket or a long sleeve because it's cold.
And it's not going to get any warmer for them as they head up
Not
that
going to
hill.
get any warmer. Yeah, interestingly, outside of the men's race here, I had commented in the chat that we hadn't seen a 4th place woman or any woman of that matter go over engineer since Katerina did well over 2 hours ago. So I know Tara Dower was sitting in 4th place early on, and I think she probably still is, but she was an hour 15 back from Katerina at Uray, and I think it's been like 2.5 hours or so, and no split for another lady up there yet, I don't think. Oh, we might have just actually got one from Tara now that I said that. 8:56. Oh yeah, Tara just split engineer.
Okay, so we should be seeing her in the not too distant future as long as she's moving well.
It looks like she took 14 minutes up at that aid station. So looks like she just checked out not too long ago. So that's our 4th place woman, Tara Dower, out of engineer. Checked out of there at 9:10, which is probably over 2.5 hours behind Katerina. Maybe about 2.5 hours, actually.
So we are starting to see some separation in the lead of the women's run here.
Yep, and then close, not sure how close behind Tara then our next women who aren't into engineer yet, but maybe we'll see some change ups would be Claire Bonworth and Emily Halnan from Eugene, Oregon.
It looks like Tara Dower is potentially running alongside Nick Curry.
Oh, really?
Which is kind of interesting because I feel like Nick's kind of come back from the dead.
He might.
Of course, this is also mile 51.
Yeah.
So the negative splits is starting. Yeah, Nick didn't really look all that great earlier, to be honest. Of course, Nick had a rough Western States, and he's doing the double, but he's out here to go for his 7th Hard Rock finish. Looks like we've topped $1,200 in the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run charitable donations. All donations go directly to the Hardrock 100 organization, including trail maintenance and diversity, inclusivity, and also scholarships for local high school students.
And again, we've got Luke J on the camera here, and this is at Animas Fork Aid Station, mile 57. Got 10, a little over 10 miles to the next aid station at Burroughs Aid Station, but it's a really hefty 10-mile section, which at this point should probably be taking these runners, I think, well over 3 hours, probably closer to 4 hours perhaps, in the dark.
Yeah,
and this is
and
about
at this point,
4,000 feet.
There's nothing wrong with taking their time to get ready for this next stretch.
Yep, exactly. I think making sure you're in a good spot to tackle this long ascent is probably in the front of their minds at this point.
Yeah, especially with somebody like Luke, who has been trying to get into this race for many years, wants to make sure he gets it done.
Exactly. Luke is 43 years old, for those asking in the chat. But he's got a long resume of especially 100-milers in the Mountain West that he often does quite well at. So
yeah,
I think Hard Rock seems to be right up his alley.
He has a high lonesome win, a high lonesome runner-up, top 3 at Bear, win at Bryce Canyons 100, podium at Leadville. You know, a lot of great results. Top 6 at Run Rabbit Run as a hare, which is, I guess, an in the money finish. So,
you know,
Luke is solid.
10-time finisher and one of the original aid station captains at Kroger's Canteen, Rock Horton, used to give the advice to all kinds of runners that at this aid station in this direction, it used to be Grouse Gulch, now it's Animas Forks, but basically the same idea where you're about to get up and go over handies. Even if you're among the fastest of the fast, it's going to be into the night. It's going to be cold. If there is any aid station where you want to regroup and get your act together, it's this one. Take that little extra time, eat that extra bit of food, make sure you have all the gear you need. Just get your wits about you so that you know you can keep your wits about you when you get up and over 13,000 feet and even to 14,000 feet in the dark. And you can be focused on that. So, words of wisdom from a 10-time finisher, and it certainly looks like, in this case, Luke is following that advice, and staying warm, getting lots of food down, and making sure he's good and ready to make the trip up and over handies.
Yep, and just for reference, Ludo, who's leading the race right now, it took him 2 hours and 18 minutes to go from Animas Fork to Burroughs. So this 10-mile section with 4,000 feet of climbing, hitting the high point of the race. So I wouldn't really expect any of these runners at this point to do that any faster. So we still haven't seen our second or third place runners through Burroughs yet. And we're probably approaching that 2.5-hour mark for some of those people checking into Animas. So I'd assume we should start seeing some Burroughs check-in probably sometime in the next 20 minutes or 30 minutes or so for our runners. But I'd imagine this will start taking these runners a little over 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours.
And I tell you what, that's an amazing move that Ludo has put on.
All right, we're going to do a quick stream switch here. If you're watching, they don't have to do anything, correct? Awesome. Just stay tuned with us. We will be joining you here on the flip side. And once the system resets itself, we'll be ready to rejoin you.